Lord of Spiritual Journeys. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, Triumphant Song. No matter how you two argue, you can't win. Why don't you be down to earth and talk about the benefits, discuss how to win and take our boat? Zheng Qing said loudly and calmly. Zhuo Fihu snorted, glanced at Zheng Qing, and said, he doesn't know your situation. Don't I know that you are the one who failed in the struggle in your team? If you take a boat, your boat may capsize halfway. You are busying others in vain, and you want to sacrifice us again. It's just wishful thinking. Zheng Qing was not annoyed or angry. His purpose of coming here was to try to win over the two people to Yuan Chang's line and strengthen his own strength. Yang Jixiang's failure was foreseeable. He had a certain advantage after accumulating some attentions. No matter how cunning Zhu Guansheng was, it was impossible for him to make up for the rift within the Yaoan Legion in a short time. Then who do you think has the best chance of winning at the moment? He asked calmly. Zhuo Fihu was slightly stunned, and said casually, of course it is Yuan Xianji. He owns Kyoto, blocked by Yuan Juxiao in the east, and backed by Huaixi base camp in the west. He is powerful and a member of the royal family. How can you compete with him? Zheng Qing knew that he was talking nonsense, but he patiently explained, it is true that Yuan Xianji captured Kyoto, but this also made him the target of public criticism and put him in an unfavorable position. When the things in the north are over, we will go south to meet up with Yuan Juxiao, and Langwan may be conquered. But why does Yuan Juxiao want to form an alliance with you? Jing Wulei calmed down a little, looked at Zheng Qing, and said, you should understand the term sharp spot on the back. Once Yuan Juxiao realizes your threat, he will be blocked outside Langwan and be in danger of being attacked from both sides. At this time, if Yuan Xianji gives up Langwan and forms an alliance with Yuan Juxiao to attack you, what should you do? Zheng Qing said, this is a very bold strategy, but you have neglected that the foundation of this strategy is mutual trust. Does Yuan Xianji dare to trust Yuan Juxiao? If Yuan Juxiao gets Langwan and joins forces with us to attack Kyoto, wouldn't it mean the failure of Yuan Xianji? Jing Wulei said, the foundation of this strategy is not mutual trust, but timing. As long as you discuss with Yuan Juxiao when Yuan Juxiao is fighting with you, Yuan Juxiao will definitely agree. Zheng Qing was puzzled and said, why should we attack Yuan Juxiao instead of cooperating with Yuan Juxiao? Jing Wulei said, because you are no longer the person in charge. Cooperating with Yuan Juxiao is the policy you set, and this policy will inevitably be abandoned by your successor, even if it is correct, because only in this way can your influence and merits be erased. Attacking Yuan Juxiao is the same as attacking us, both of which are for the purpose of using a brilliant victory to achieve more merits in exchange for more points. This is based on the interests of points, not the actual interests of the mission. You will definitely lose. Zheng Qing's face darkened slightly, his eyes flickered, and he was really panicking. He might indeed do that. Jing Wulei approached calmly with words, saying, it seems that you also realize that you are about to fail. We are in prison, and so are you, but we are in prison and you are outside. Zheng Qing didn't expect that he came to persuade the guests, but was persuaded by Jing Wulei. It was really a failure. You overlooked one thing in your calculations. Zheng Qing regrouped, you overlooked me. Jing Wulei said, you have lost the right to speak, and you are like a useless person in your team. Can you still take back the right to speak? You must know that this thing cannot be done with just a few words. It requires strength as a foundation. Your strength is not enough to suppress Yitong. This is why you lost the right to speak. Zheng Qing said, you have strength as a foundation, so why did you lose the right to speak? Jing Wulei's face flashed with disappointment, and he snorted disdainfully and said, because I want to maintain harmony in the team, so that I can exert force outside. Unfortunately, they fight too fiercely. If someone like me stands out, it is easy to attract other people to suppress them together, and my strength is not enough to suppress everyone. This is why I lost the right to speak. Zheng Qing glanced at Zhuo Fihu and smiled. It seems that Brother Fihu has been involved in a lot of muddy water. Of course. Zhuo Fihu said proudly, why can they fight but I can't? Since no one wants to talk properly, let's just fight and see who'll give in. Jing Wulei said softly, I'm unlucky too. I have to team up with you. Zuo Fihu snorted and said, "If you don't fight, who can you blame?" Jing Wulei sighed, "This is the biggest misfortune of my mission. We should have worked together, but you insisted on setting an order, ranking people, and establishing your own status. An old duck wants to be a white swan after putting on feathers. How inferior must it be to want to do these insignificant things? As a result, it has failed and fallen into the hands of others." Zuo Fihu said, "Don't complain. You kept silent and looked on coldly when you should have given advice. What's the use of complaining at this time?" Jing Wulei said, "It's as if you tolerate other people's opinions. How shameless." Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Zheng Qing felt helpless. It was no wonder they would lose. It would be a miracle if they could win in such a state of intrigue. For the sake of your own future, can you two calm down and stop thinking about why you have fallen to this point? This point cannot be changed. This is just a mission, just a game. The key is to win in the end. Think more about how to move forward. Don't come here for nothing and get no points." Zuo Fihu was too lazy to look at Jing Wulei again. He looked at Zheng Qing and said, "Of course I am willing to join you. You'd better let me go, otherwise I will have to be in the same room with this man again." How could Zheng Qing believe his lies? "Wait until Yang Jixiang dies, then I will let you go. You don't have to rush at this moment." Zuo Fihu said, "Since we have to cooperate, how can we not trust each other? Besides, my body has been sealed, and I can't escape far." Zheng Qing was unmoved and evaded the question. "This matter is of great importance. It is not something that can be decided now." Jing Wulei thought to himself that if he did not agree to Zheng Qing's request, he would probably be locked up in jail until the mission was over, which would be disadvantageous to him. Moreover, judging from their methods, they would most likely kill him to silence him, so this danger also needed to be avoided. Although Zuo Fihu is a simple man, he can see the development of the situation and know what to do to benefit himself the most. His instincts should not be underestimated. "I am willing to join you too." Jing Wulei changed his words after sorting out his thoughts. "It is very good that you two have this intention, so please stay here for a few more days. When our army returns to Yi City, it will not be too late to release you all together." Zheng Qing knew that the two people were not sincere, but now that they could verbally agree, it was considered a step forward, and the rest would be proved by the situation. In the next few days, there was a victory report back to Yi City. He Tong and his men defeated Yang Jixiang in the north, killed a strange person, and killed Yang Jixiang in battle, but Zhu Guansheng lost his trace and did not know where he fled. It seems that they are going to return. Zheng Qing saw the victory report and thought that he hoped that Yi Tong's next policy would not fall into Jing Wulei's calculations, which would be really useless to them. When the army returned to the city, Zheng Qing saw a sleeping Yi Tong, who seemed to be seriously injured. "What happened?" Zheng Qing asked Li Zuanai, who had returned with him. "He was injured by Zhu Guansheng, his shoulder bone was broken, and it affected his heart," Li Zuanai said with self-blame. How could this happen? Zheng Qing didn't know whether he should be thankful or sad, but the change of things seemed to be in his favor. At that time, Zhu Guansheng saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, so I chased him. Who knew that he fell into his trap? He fainted and quickly turned around to attack Brother He. I couldn't stop him, and Brother He didn't have time to defend himself, so he was hit by Zhu Guansheng's palm. Li Zuanai said with guilt. Zheng Qing nodded, not caring whether this was deliberately designed or not, and said, "So what should we do now?" Li Zuanai said, "Brother He is seriously injured, so it's better to let him rest and heal his wounds." Zheng Qing said, "I'm afraid Brother He won't agree." Li Zuanai frowned and said, "We can't ignore Brother He's opinion on this matter." Zheng Qing agreed and said, "It won't be too late to ask Brother He for his opinion after he wakes up. Now we can do another thing." Li Zuanai said, "What is it?" Zheng Qing said, "Yang Jixiang is dead. We can release the two captives and let them join us." Li Zuanai hesitated and said, "It would be great if they could join sincerely, but what if they escape at night?" Zheng Qing said, "At this point, we can only treat people with sincerity. If they want to leave, let them go. If there is one person who is willing to stay, he will be our help. A single tree cannot make a forest, and few people can hardly accomplish anything. If we can win over one person, we will do our best to win over one person and enhance our strength." Li Zuanai said, "That makes sense. Now we can only gamble once." The two of them went to the dungeon to release Zuo Fihu and the others. A mysterious figure walked into He Tong's room. Seeing Hitong's condition, he frowned and said, "Why did it turn out like this?" Hitong coughed a few times, opened his half-closed eyes, looked at the person in front of the bed dimly, and said, "I fell into Li Zuanai's trap." The mysterious man said, "Li Zuanai shouldn't have done this." Hitong frowned painfully and said, "Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter whether it was intentional or not. It is a fact that I was injured, and it is also a fact that he let Zhu Guansheng go. What we have to consider now is what to do in the future." The mysterious man was silent for a while, and said, "You say?" Hitong said, "They must want to seize my power. This is related to the points after the mission is successful. You can't ignore it, unless you want to become a side branch and eat the points left by others." The mysterious man said, "I understand." Hitong said, "You have to show up, act on my behalf, hold on to the merits, and don't give them to others. Only in this way can we get the largest and most points." The mysterious man thought for a while and said, "But how can I show up without arousing their suspicion and resentment?" Hitong said, "This is unavoidable. Don't worry too much about it. Those two people, especially Li Zuanai, want to win. As long as they can win, they won't care about these details. Just show up." The mysterious man said, "I understand. You should take care of your injuries." Chapter 52, Southward. Brother Jing didn't leave. Zheng Qing saw Jing Wulei standing alone in the corridor and walked over to him and asked, "I'm not such a shameless person. I can't turn against you in a blink of an eye." Jing Wulei looked at the brilliant stars in the night sky and said, "It seems that a shameless person sneaked away." Zheng Qing smiled lightly. "Everyone has their own ambitions, and they can't be forced." Jing Wulei did not deny it. "So you will leave sooner or later?" Zheng Qing stood side by side with Jing Wulei, looked up at the night sky and said, "Of course I can't stay when you are about to fail. I came here for points, not feelings." Jing Wulei returned his gaze to the ground and said. Zheng Qing didn't say anything. Jing Wulei also felt boring and turned around and walked away. The night ended and the day dawned. Zheng Qing was patrolling in the mansion. When he saw Li Zuanai walking towards him in a hurry, his heart skipped a beat and he asked, "What happened?" Li Zuanai said, "A hidden hand appeared." Zheng Qing didn't understand and said, "What hidden hand?" Li Zuanai said, "The man behind Hitong. He also brought back Zuo Fihu." Zheng Qing was a little surprised. It seemed that the accident of the northern expedition had disrupted Hitong's original deployment, forcing him to adopt a new strategy and use his hidden trump card. This was good, so he didn't have to be on guard against this point-counting beneficiary all the time. The threat brought by a person standing in the dark and being completely in the dark was completely different. "Where is he?" Zheng Qing wanted to see him. "Come with me." Li Zuanai took him there. When they arrived at the guest room, a man in a black robe stood upright in the room, like a sword blade, with black hair as black as ink, scattered behind his back, and his hair was straight like a spear, flashing cold light from time to time, exuding a dangerous aura, as if he had been refined. "Hello, fellow Taoist. I'm Zheng Qing." Zheng Qing still had the proper etiquette, even though the other party was a potential threat. "Long Gu, your profession is a weapon refiner." The black-robed man answered simply. "Weapon refiner?" Li Zuanai was surprised. Zheng Qing felt strange and asked, "What's wrong with being a weapon refiner?" Li Zuanai said, "Weapon refiner is the profession that consumes the most points. Everything needs to be supported by skill books. The system is huge. If you want to be a good weapon refiner, you have to learn everything. Otherwise, it's a useless profession." Zheng Qing looked at Long Gu with a hint of caution. It seemed that this guy was not ordinary powerful. Then his eyes slowly moved to Zuo Fihu, who was lying on the ground and struggling. The head that was still intact yesterday became a pig's head today. It was really horrible. Li Zuanai and Zheng Qing both expected Long Gu's identity, so they didn't ask more questions to avoid embarrassment and problems. Long Gu kicked Zuo Fihu beside him and said, "This man tried to escape last night, but I caught him. You can keep him under strict watch to prevent any chaos because of him." Zheng Qing said, "That's not necessary. If Brother Fihu still wants to leave, then let him go. We won't force him. No more going. No more going." Zuo Fihu screamed before Long Gu responded, "You'll die if you leave again." Li Zuanai said, "It's great that Brother Zuo can be open-minded. If we work together, we will surely win the final victory. Now that Yang Jixiang has been destroyed, we should return to the south and work with Yuan Zhuxiao to capture Langwen." Long Gu immediately objected, "It's useless to cooperate with Yuan Zhuxiao. I should contact Yuan Xianji secretly and work together to destroy Yuan Zhuxiao first, and then attack and kill Yuan Xianji." Zheng Qing understood the purpose of Long Gu's appearance. He was to follow He Tong's established strategy and continue to earn merit, but he didn't intend to object this time. Judging from the last experience, Li Zuanai would not oppose Long Gu's opinion for the sake of the team's internal stability, so there was no need for him to get into trouble. In this team, only Zheng Qing had the lowest ability to overturn the table, and the newly joined Jing Wulei and Zhuo Fihu lacked the right to speak. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to stop the implementation of He Tong's policy. Only when He Tong's strategy failed would everyone rethink a new way out. According to Zheng Qing's understanding of He Tong's strategy, it was strange and fast, using sudden attacks to disrupt the opponent's deployment and ending the battle with a quick knife. This strategy was successful when facing Yang Jixiang, but it was not a panacea. Once the opponent was on guard, this strategy would not be easy to implement. As for Long Gu's strategy of contacting Yuan Xianji to check and balance Yuan Zhuxiao, Zheng Qing thought it was highly unlikely to work. From Fanji's point of view, it is in their interest to make Yuan Zhuxiao and Yuan Chang lose both sides. Therefore, in order to relax Long Gu's vigilance in the early stage, Fanji will inevitably agree to Long Gu's request until the battle situation is divided and Yuan Zhuxiao falls into a clear disadvantage. In order to curb Yuan Cheng, Fanji will intervene in the battle and unite with Yuan Zhuxiao to destroy Yuan Cheng. In this way, an obviously weak Yuan Zhuxiao is definitely not Fanji's opponent, so Yuan Xianji's victory can be foreseen. After deducing the most likely consequences, Zheng Qing began to think about breaking the situation. The simplest way is to stop Long Gu now, but this is also something Zheng Qing can't do in his current situation. The situation is not on his side, and everyone is not aware of the potential crisis and the terribleness of the opponent. In the end, Zheng Qing said nothing, sighed softly, and remained silent. It was considered to be tacitly agreeing to Long Gu's suggestion. Seeing that Zheng Qing did not object, Li Zuanai also approved Long Gu's plan. The specific action was planned by Long Gu. Zheng Qing had nothing to do, so he went out alone and continued to patrol in the mansion. A few days later, the army set out from Yidu and headed south. Zheng Qing learned from Li Zuanai that an elite light army had set out ahead of the army, led by Long Gu and heading south. They planned to use the same trick again. Zheng Qing remained silent about this. Long Gu's actions deliberately bypassed him in order to suppress Zheng Qing's influence in the team. "It seems that you don't know as much as a newcomer like me," said Jing Wulei, who was riding a horse beside him. "What do you know?" Zheng Qing said as he watched Li Zuanai's back return to Yuan Chang and line up with Zhuo Fihu. Long Gu sent several groups of messengers to Yuan Xianji and Yuan Zhuxiao to create strategic confusion and create opportunities for his own sneak attack. Jing Wulei said with a hint of amusement, "Unfortunately, he is far away from Yuan Zhuxiao this time, and the army cannot arrive suddenly. He can only use elite troops as sharp knives to stab Yuan Zhuxiao in the back, and the effect will inevitably be small." Zheng Qing said, "Long Gu wants to win quickly, this is a risk he must take, but what concerns me more is He Tong's injury. He is an alchemist himself, why has his injury been delayed until now and cannot be cured?" Jing Wulei waved his whip and said, "Do you suspect that He Tong is deliberately delaying his injury or pretending to be injured?" "Purpose? What is the purpose?" Zheng Qing said, "It is precisely because I can't figure out why he did this that I feel worried." Jing Wulei thought for a moment and said, "Maybe you are making too much of a fuss. The injury inflicted by Zhu Guansheng is also a trouble for He Tong, which prompted him to choose to launch Long Gu as his spokesperson." Zheng Qing said, "The more you plan, the less danger you will face. He Tong may be trying to hide something with his injury, so as to attract some of us to attack him secretly." Jing Wulei pondered for a while and said, "Use this to lure out those who want to harm him? This is a good plan, but don't you think too much? Or do you have the idea of attacking He Tong in your heart?" Zheng Qing smiled slightly, and said without hiding it, "It's just a thought." Jing Wulei said seriously, "Sometimes a thought can turn into a torrent." Zheng Qing said, "That also requires strength to match, otherwise I will not do anything that will put myself in unnecessary danger." Jing Wulei said, "Don't make a decision in the future, so as not to slap yourself in the face. East of Wolf Pass. Yuan Zhuxiao gathered his troops and stationed in the southeast to protect his food supply. Under Longu's arrangement, Yuan Cheng's troops were stationed in the northeast, confronting Yuan Zhuxiao outside Wolf Pass. In Languan City, Yuan Xianji led his army to the city, accompanied by the Queen Mother and hundreds of officials, to observe the situation. The situation between the three parties seemed to be at a stalemate. In the night, Zheng Qing climbed up the arrow tower of the camp and looked at the other two places where the fire was emitted. He wondered what Fanji would do and when he would intervene in the battle. Yuan Zhuxiao was ambushed by Longu and lost some troops, but he was not weakened to the point where he could not control the situation. Although Yuan Cheng had a large number of troops under his command, their sources were complex. There were a large number of surrendered soldiers from the Yaoan Legion. If these people were not handled well, there would be a risk of blowing up the camp. "What are you looking at?" Jing Wuli's voice sounded from under the arrow tower. Zheng Qing tilted his head to look down and saw that he and Zuo Fi who had arrived together, and said, "Look at the situation." "Situation?" Zuo Fi who was surprised. "Can you see the situation here?" Zheng Qing said, "Climbing high and looking far, you can see more than ordinary people." "What are you doing here? Does Longu have any new orders?" Zuo Fi who had a shadow in his heart when he heard Longu, and he did not dare to speak. Jing Wuli said, "No, Longu had no countermeasures after the sneak attack did not achieve the huge success he expected. Now the situation is at a stalemate, and I'm afraid we are the weakest and least responsive party." Zheng Qing glanced at the firelight gathered like a cluster of stars in the camp, and said, "From the previous analysis, Longu will definitely attack Yuan Zhuxiao's camp in order to end the war outside the pass as soon as possible, but now Yuan Xianji is at the Wolf Pass, eyeing him covetously. Longu may no longer dare to attack Yuan Zhuxiao with all his strength, even Fanji's assurances will be useless to him. Then when we can't reach an alliance with Fanji, it is foreseeable that Yuan Zhuxiao will reach an alliance with Fanji." Jing Wuli said, "I often hear you talk about Fanji. Who is this Fanji?" Zheng Qing said, "The person in charge of the Linggao envoys under Yuan Xianji is not easy to deal with. If we don't take any measures, we will lose the initiative." Zuo Fi who said, "Then what do you think we should do?" Zheng Qing said, "Contact Yuan Xianji, no matter in form or in any other way. If we can keep Yuan Xianji stable, we will have a chance." Zuo Fi who said, "Aren't you afraid that Yuan Xianji will betray the alliance?" Zheng Qing said, "Things have their priorities. Keeping Yuan Xianji stable is the current priority. As for betrayal, we have to wait until we solve the current problem before we can think of a solution. There is no permanent solution in the world. Only by taking it step by step and making steady progress can we have a chance of winning." Chapter 53, Besiege Wei to save Zhao. After Jing Wuli and the others left, Zheng Qing stayed on the arrow tower all night. He was a spiritual envoy, and this was a world of consciousness. He would not get tired at all, and he did not need to sleep. At dawn, Li Zuanai came to find Zheng Qing. He climbed up the arrow tower and stood with Zheng Qing. "Longu intends to send troops to attack Yuan Zhuxiao with all his strength." Li Zuanai told Zheng Qing the big news as soon as he arrived. Zheng Qing couldn't help showing a panic, and said, "What happened?" Li Zuanai said, "Zuo Fi who went to Longu last night, and maybe he talked to him about something." Zheng Qing frowned and sighed. "Last night, I talked about the situation with Jing Wuli, Zuo Fi who and others. Zuo Fi who told Longu my point of view. It seems that Longu did not adopt it, but wanted to cut the Gordian knot and end the confrontation outside the pass before Yuan Zhuxiao and Yuan Xianji joined forces." Li Zuanai shook his head and said, "Not only that, in order to prevent Fanji from sending troops from inside the pass to rescue, Longu will lead a group of troops to set up an ambush along the way, and you have to go with him." Zheng Qing felt bad and said, "Did Longu ask you to do it?" Li Zuanai nodded. Zheng Qing flatly refused, "I won't go. If you went, he would most likely die at the hands of Longu." Li Zuanai said, "But Longu asked you to go." Zheng Qing's face suddenly turned ugly, and he said, "You know what this means to me." Li Zuanai's face was slightly stiff, and he promised, he swore to me. Zheng Qing said coldly, "Words are like wind, oaths are like shit. Oaths are not locks at all. They are a guarantee of a person's reputation. A person who doesn't even know his reputation, his oath is worse than shit." Li Zuanai's face was slightly pale, and he said, "I can't persuade Longu." Zheng Qing suddenly felt desolate in his heart. He knew that Li Zuanai's choice was the entire team, But he didn't expect Li Zuanai to compromise to this extent. In the final analysis, he still didn't have the ability to overturn the card table, and could only let others trade and sacrifice. If he had the ability to overturn this stall, how could others dare to arrange him at will? Strength, strength. Zheng Qing whispered in his heart, and the great indignation in his eyes slowly subsided. He knew that he had no ability to change anything. It can be predicted that if things develop in accordance with Longu's expectations, he will definitely not leave me. Compared with Li Zuanai, I have done enough things that affect my merits in the early stage. It is easy to eliminate me, and it is also the most profitable choice. The only turning point is Longu's failure. Only when failure stimulates Longu's desire to win can I have a glimmer of hope. Zheng Qing's eyes lost their spirit and became cold. He said, "Okay, I'll go, but please don't forget what you promised me." Li Zuanai felt a little guilty and said, "I will never forget." Zheng Qing turned over and jumped out of the arrow tower. When he fell to the ground, he felt heavy in his heart. He could only make a gamble. Bet on Longu's failure. As long as Longu fails, he will have the opportunity to subvert the current situation. Winning or losing is no longer important to Zheng Qing. Saving his life is his first choice. As long as his analysis of the situation is correct, Longu will definitely lose this time. His dispatch was another risk. Zheng Qing could sense that it was aimed at him. Longu, or Hutong, did not want him to dominate the situation, so he wanted to use an action to prove his failure and completely destroy his voice in the team. After that, he, who had lost the ability to correctly analyze the situation, was no longer important to the entire team. Even if he died, no one would care. "You are in danger," Jing Wulei's voice suddenly came from the front. Zheng Qing stopped, looked at Jing Wulei, and said, "You know everything." Jing Wulei said, "I am going to attack Yuan Zhuxiao's camp with Li Zuanai. I naturally understand Longu's allocation. I'll just wish you the best." Zheng Qing said, "What will you do?" Jing Wulei smiled slightly and coldly, walked to Zheng Qing's side, and whispered in his ear, "If the situation is unfavorable, I will have to borrow Li Zuanai's head. As you said, this is a game. You will not feel guilty or sad because of the death of your NPC teammates in the game. People play games only for victory and happiness. I can't forget the scene when Li Zuanai and Hitong attacked me, which made me feel sad and angry. If you still can't bring me victory, then I can only find a way to get revenge and victory myself. Your existence gives me confidence, but you can't protect yourself now, and waiting for you to regain the right to speak is even more of a dream. It's not my fault, Zheng Qing. The loser has no rights in the game." Zheng Qing stared into Jing Wulei's eyes and said, "What if I can survive?" Jing Wulei smiled contemptuously, patted Zheng Qing on the shoulder, and said, "You and I both know that this is negligible." Zheng Qing said, "What do you think of the prospects of Operation Longu?" Jing Wulei said bluntly, "Dismal." Zheng Qing grabbed Jing Wulei's arm and said in a low and powerful voice, "Then this is my turning point." Jing Wulei had no interest in the dead, and said with a contemptuous attitude, "You survive first." Zheng Qing said, "You can postpone the time of the sneak attack on Li Zuanai. I will let you see my success. Don't miss this opportunity." Jing Wulei smiled ambiguously, "Maybe you can see it." "What are you talking about?" Zuo Fihu said as he walked over from the side of the tent with a smile. "Nothing." Zheng Qing glanced at Zuo Fihu, let go of Jing Wulei, and walked away quickly. "Why is he walking so fast?" Zuo Fihu looked at Jing Wulei in confusion. "The lice bit your butt." Jing Wulei also stepped away. Left behind, Zuo Fihu touched the back of his head and murmured, "These two are weird." The army set off and split into two groups after leaving the camp, one heading south to take Yuan Zhuxiao and the other heading west to set up an ambush. Zheng Qing and Longu rode together, one in front and one behind, both silent. Zheng Qing knew he had nothing to say. Longu was now close to Hitong, and he would not listen to his opinions and persuasions until Hitong's strategy failed. He could only wait. The ambushed troops entered a mountainous area to hide their tracks, waiting for Yuan Xianji's troops in Wolf Pass to appear. The sound of fighting came from far away in the east, sounding weak, but one could imagine how fierce it was. The troops in the pass did not appear. There were only cavalrymen reporting the news on the road outside the mountains, and Longu did not stop them. He needed these cavalrymen to lure out Yuan Xianji's troops. This was indeed an adventure of killing two birds with one stone, forcefully breaking the stalemate. It is indeed possible if played well. But in Zheng Qing's eyes, there are only two situations to achieve this goal. One is that the enemy's combat power is not as good as ours, and the other is that our army has a strong execution force. But these two situations do not exist in the current situation. The Huaixi Corps is composed of brave and courageous soldiers, while Longu's soldiers are a mixed bag, including Yaoyan soldiers, Six County soldiers, and Yidu soldiers. The composition and source are complex, and it is difficult to form a strong execution force in a short time. After the first day, the soldiers inside the pass did not appear. The battle in the southeast started again after dawn. The number of cavalrymen delivering letters on the road gradually increased, but the Wolf Pass was still calm. It seems that Yuan Xianji's troops will not appear, Longu said, looking back at Zheng Qing meaningfully. It's too early to say anything now. Yuan Xianji won't send troops until both sides are defeated. Zheng Qing forced himself to remain calm, and could sense the murderous intent hidden in Longu's words. If Yuan Xianji's troops did not show up, Longu would have to return to join the attack on Yuanzhou. That would prove the success of Longu's strategy. The deadlock would be successfully broken, and Zheng Qing's life would be over. Longu looked towards the direction of Langwang Pass and said, "How can they know the specific situation outside the pass when they stay inside the pass? We can use this error time to launch a thorough attack on Yuanzhou and end the battle before Yuan Xianji's people react." Zheng Qing said, "Then welcome Yuan Xianji's troops. Use the exhausted army to fight against the army that has been recharged and rejuvenated, and hand over the final fruits." Longu sneered, "It is impossible to achieve success if you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind." Zheng Qing replied, "Recklessness will not bring victory." Longu said, "We can wait and see. If Yuan Xianji's army has not appeared today, then I will move to Yuanzhou's camp in the evening and join tomorrow's attack. End the battle before Yuan Xianji reacts." Zheng Qing's heart tightened, which meant that if Yuan Xianji did not send troops, his life would end before the evening. At this time, it was really a gamble on luck. The passage of time gradually became heavy in Zheng Qing's heart. There was no smoke and dust on the west road, which meant that no troops came. It was afternoon. Longu became agitated, walking back and forth from time to time and looking to the west. He was anxious, Zheng Qing thought, and behind the anxiety was fear. Longu wanted to return to Yuanzhou's camp and end the battle there as soon as possible before he received the news that Yuan Xianji had sent troops. After all, waiting for one more minute would increase the uncertainty, which the Longu did not dare to bear. The silence now was what Longu urgently hoped for. He needed Yuan Xianji to stand aside and watch, giving himself a chance to win. In his pre-war deployment, this situation was the best situation. He set up an ambush here to guard against possible dangers, but it was not the danger he wanted to happen. But Longu had to endure it. After all, he did not dare to withdraw his troops to attack Yuanzhou without 60% or 70% certainty. If Yuan Xianji's army appeared from behind during the fierce battle, Longu would be in danger. Suddenly, Zheng Qing thought of another possible route for Yuan Xianji's march. "They may go to our camp." Zheng Qing ran to Longu quickly, looking extremely serious, and said, "What did you say?" Longu was so shocked that he didn't react. "Yuan Xianji went to attack our camp. He won't come to save Yuanzhou." Zheng Qing repeated, "No, it's impossible." Longu's face turned pale for a moment, but he quickly gritted his teeth and denied it. "How do you know it's impossible?" Zheng Qing looked at Longu calmly, staring at his evasive eyes. How could such a thing happen? Longu picked up Zheng Qing by the collar and lifted him up, saying, "If you talk nonsense again, I will take your life." "You can send cavalry back to inquire," Zheng Qing said, enduring the discomfort. "I will kill you." Longu stared at Zheng Qing, gritted his teeth, and said, "Kill me, do you still want to win? Double the bonus, are you just giving up like that?" Zheng Qing reminded Longu of the reward for the task and said. Longu let go of Zheng Qing and yelled to the soldiers, "Where's the sentry? Go back to the camp and check the situation for me." Zheng Qing looked at Longu's panicked actions due to his miscalculation, and thought to himself that if he were Fenji, he would definitely use his troops in this way, attacking the enemy and saving them. If he could kill Yuan Chang, it would be a huge bargain. This is not without benefits for Zheng Qing's current situation, as he can test whether He Tong's injury is real or fake. If it is a fake injury, then He Tong is dead this time. Chapter 54, The Right to Speak. The three scouts hurried out of the ambush and returned to the camp. Zheng Qing saw the smoke and dust fade away, but he didn't know when the faint sound of fighting stopped. The sound stopped. He looked at Longu, who was in anxiety and suspicion. What sound? Longu didn't react. The sound of fighting. Zheng Qing pointed to the southeast. Longu took a few hurried steps, stared at the southeast, and said, "Why did it stop?" Zheng Qing said, "Either something went wrong and He Tong's strategy failed, or the attack was weak and had to retreat temporarily." Longu turned his head with a serious face, stared at Zheng Qing, and said, "We can't afford to fail." Zheng Qing knew that this was a critical moment, looked straight at Longu, and said tit for tat, "But you have to understand who is making us face failure. Is it me?" Longu roared with thunder, his face slightly ferocious, and the pressure poured out from his body, rolling in all directions, stirring up dust. Zheng Qing looked a little stern, but not panicked. He already knew that if he wanted to deal with Longu and He Tong, he had to fight one at a time, and he couldn't target both at the same time. If that happened, their combined strength would be too strong for Zheng Qing to handle. Only by putting all the responsibility on one person could he summon the support of the other. Who came up with the current strategy? Zheng Qing asked the first question. Longu calmed down, his expression slightly unnatural, and said, "It's He Tong." "Yes, it's He Tong." Zheng Qing confirmed Longu's answer, "It's him who insists on implementing the current strategy." Longu said, "Then what should we do next? How to reverse the decline?" Zheng Qing ignored him and asked the second question, "Now that the strategy has failed, there will inevitably be chaos inside. Ru Jing Wu Lei and the other two will most likely leave us. The situation will be even more difficult then. Who will bear this responsibility?" Longu tried to muddle through, "Is it meaningful to pursue this matter at this moment?" Zheng Qing said, "If we don't pursue it, people will be uneasy. Whether it's victory, points, or something else, you can decide for yourself." Longu hesitated for a moment and said, "He Tong, the responsibility should be borne by He Tong." Zheng Qing was calm and asked the third question, "He Tong, is he really injured? As an alchemist, how could he not heal his own injuries? You should know the truth about this matter. I want to know if he is injured or not. This is very important for the defense of the camp." Longu hesitated and said, "He should be injured." "That means you don't know either." Zheng Qing's voice suddenly became harsh. "If He Tong is pretending to be injured, then what is he guarding against? As an alchemist, isn't it strange that he has been injured for so long but has not recovered? My combat power is weak, so He Tong is naturally not guarding against me. Li Zuanai is concerned about the stability of the team, so would he guard against Li Zuanai? Or the two newcomers, but what are there about those two people worth guarding against? Or is he trying to stalk the cicada while the oriole is behind?" Longu was shocked, his face turned pale and sweated, a chill came out of his back, and he argued, "It was most likely Li Zuanai. He let Zhu Guansheng go, which caused He Tong to be injured, so He Tong had to be careful. Can't he beat Li Zuanai?" Zheng Qing asked back, "Or Li Zuanai can kill He Tong without anyone knowing. Don't you think it's strange? Obviously, no one can pose a threat to him, but he still has to stay in bed. The reason will be known when we return to the camp." Longu said with forced calmness. "It's very simple to know this. If he is injured, he will be unable to protect himself in the face of the attack of Yuan Xianji's troops, and he will be captured and killed in the army. If he is not injured, he can hold on until we return. At that time, he may be exhausted, but it will not be fatal. I believe he will have more excuses." Zheng Qing changed the subject again. "Of course, He Tong is not without a chance to save his life. He can take the general to escape to the little emperor and accept the protection of the great swordsman. This is reasonable." Longu's breathing was rapid, his eyes flashed quickly, and his heart was extremely uneasy and he was shaken. Zheng Qing said lightly, "I am not familiar with He Tong. His prejudice against me is mostly about points. After all, I have done so many things and ruined his merits, so he wants to get rid of me, but you are He Tong's friend, and you know He Tong's temper better than me. My inference is just a matter of fact. What is the truth? Please ask yourself." Longu did not speak, his face was uncertain, and he secretly clenched his palms, revealing the blue veins on the back of his hands. Suddenly, a messenger came galloping, jumped off his horse and came to Longu, saying, "Report. Li Zuanai asked me to tell you that the camp was attacked and it is extremely dangerous. Please return to rescue as soon as possible." "Where are Li Zuanai's troops?" Long Gu grabbed the man and asked sternly. The messenger replied, "Yuan Zhuxiao went out of the camp to fight back and tied up most of our troops. Li Zuanai is fighting and retreating." Zheng Qing said, "Now the matter is clear." Long Gu left him, turned around and ordered, "All troops, listen to my order, return to the camp as soon as possible." The ambushed troops suddenly stood up, and the sound of armor plates colliding was heard. Zheng Qing said, "Besiege Wei to save Zhao. The key is to surround the point and attack the reinforcements. Don't fall into the trap." Long Gu said, "The main camp is our weak point. It would be stupid for you Wen Xianji not to attack the main camp with all his strength at this time." Zheng Qing grabbed him and said solemnly, "Your opponent is Fenji. He will never make a low-level mistake. Don't forget that the other party has cavalry that can be set up along the way to disperse our reinforcements." Long Gu gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Zheng Qing said, "Divide the army into 2 groups, front and back, advance at a distance, use bait soldiers to lure out Fanji's ambushed troops, and then defeat them with a rear army." Long Gu was already full of doubts in his heart, and asked, "What if the other party recognizes that they are bait soldiers?" Zheng Qing said, "Then we are unlucky. We can only fight to the death." Long Gu followed Zheng Qing's arrangement, divided the army and advanced, and quickly returned to rescue the main camp. When the emperor was halfway, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves in front of him, and smoke and dust rose to the sky. "The other side has taken the bait, prepare for battle," Zheng Qing reminded loudly, feeling lucky that the other side didn't see the secret. Long Gu immediately organized his army and rushed to the battlefield ahead. The flat land was filled with a large number of cavalry, harvesting the defeated front army infantry. The Ziyao flag and the Huaixi flag fluttered in the wind in the team. The scattered cavalry galloped in the easy victory carnival until they saw the rear army rushing over. Zheng Qing looked at the chaotic battlefield and said thankfully. It seemed that the other side had already determined the victory by defeating the front army, and did not set up any defense. "We have to defeat them before their cavalry can be integrated," Zheng Qing told Long Gu. There were still 600 or 700 elite Yaoan cavalry in the rear army. After hearing the warning, Long Gu took the lead and led the Yaoan cavalry to attack the scattered Huaixi cavalry on the opposite side, with the infantry line following closely behind. The commander of the Huaixi cavalry, Ziyao Bushi, was shocked to see the sudden arrival of the army. He thought to himself that it was not good. He immediately ordered his guards to rush towards the attacking Yaoan cavalry first, and then ordered people to blow the horn to regroup the Huaixi cavalry. There were many figures on the battlefield, and the movements were like silk threads passing through a line. There was no loss of order in the chaos, except that the collapsed front army of Zheng Qing's side was like a thread running around, fleeing in panic. The guards of the Huaixi cavalry were about to collide with the Yaoan cavalry led by Long Gu soon, but what the Huaixi cavalry did not expect was that hundreds of swords, spears, swords and halberds suddenly shot out from behind Long Gu, hanging in the air, like a military formation, and rushed towards the Huaixi guards who were rushing towards them. It was like cutting wheat, and the Huaixi cavalry fell one after another. Master Ziyao was furious and said, "Asshole." He immediately cast a spell with both hands and shouted, "Earth shoots." In an instant, countless sharp earth spikes emerged from the ground where the Yaoan cavalry were galloping, piercing the horses' bellies and lifting up many cavalrymen. Screams came one after another. The subsequent cavalrymen could not stop their speed and directly crashed into the emerging earth spikes. Horses died and people were injured. The tragic scene continued, and blood flowed on the ground. Long Gu quickly locked the source of the magic and stared at Master Ziyao in the Huaixi cavalry. He jumped up on his horse, stepped into the air, and stepped on a flying giant sword. The command device was activated, and Long Gu waved his arm to point at Master Ziyao. The weapons were then concentrated, emitting a cold light, and shot out in groups. The whistling sound split the air and resounded through the earth, like a roar. Earth barrier. Master Ziyao launched a defensive magic, and a light earth-colored defense shield appeared, covering the Huaixi cavalry. "Stupid," Long Gu commented, looking at Master Ziyao with disdain. The flying weapon instantly pierced through the earth barrier and shot towards Master Ziyao. The so-called defensive shield was useless in front of the weapon. Clang. The weapon shot to the ground, piercing through the people and horses near Master Ziyao. The blood quickly soaked the ground, and the broken limbs and bodies fell on the blood. But the figure of Master Ziyao was the only one missing. Did he escape? Long Gu frowned. The opponent was an earth magician, and using the earth to escape was a conventional magic. Tyrannosaurus pillar. Suddenly, a roar sounded hundreds of meters away from the Huaixi cavalry. Master Xia Haobu used the earth escape to escape from Long Gu's attack range and immediately launched a counterattack. The earth was torn apart by Master Xia Haobu's magic, and a sharp pillar like a tooth pierced the ground and rushed towards Long Gu quickly. Without the weapon to protect you, let's see what you can do. Master Xia Haobu thought proudly in the distance that the great limitation of the weapon refiner lies in the weapon. If there is no weapon, then the weapon refiner is like a waste, and the greatest means of the weapon refiner is also the weapon. Long Gu stood on the giant sword and sneered at the earth pillar rushing towards him. His hair flew behind him and grew longer in an instant, extending to the earth pillar. Each strand was straight, like a sword or a spear, emitting a black iron-like luster. Boom! Countless hairs pierced the earth pillar, like a honeycomb, with dense holes. As soon as the hair was pulled out, the earth pillar collapsed and the rock and soil fell like debris. He actually turned hair into a weapon. Master Xia Haobu looked at Long Gu in disbelief, his heart beating violently, gritting his teeth and slapping his palms together, roaring, "Earth palm!" Zheng Qing felt the earth element and the earth burst out, flew into the air, condensed into two huge palms on the left and right, and the huge shadow of Wei Wei was projected on the ground, shocking all the soldiers who were still alive. Long Gu stood between the two huge palms and was covered by the huge shadow. That's it. Long Gu moved his head slightly and looked at Master Xia Haobu, with murderous intent in his eyes, and moved his fingers. Several silver needles that were hidden in the light and quietly approached Master Xia Haobu suddenly shot out. This time, Master Xia Haobu had no chance to perform the underground escape. One silver needle pierced his heart, one silver needle was fixed, and one silver needle shot his throat. When all three needles arrived, Master Xia Haobu fell to the ground silently, and died with his eyes open. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Killing He. With the death of Xia Haobushi, the huge palm in the air also disintegrated and returned to the earth element. The battle situation was thus determined. Long Gu, drive the Huaixi cavalry to attack the rear of the Huaixi army attacking the main camp, causing the other side to collapse. Zheng Qing saw the opportunity and shouted on the ground. Using the defeated soldiers to attack the enemy's army formation is the most cost-effective tactic. The defeated soldiers are like a tide, how can they not shake the enemy's line? This time Fanji must retreat. Long Gu followed Zheng Qing's advice and used hundreds of weapons to drive the Huaixi cavalry to the main camp. The ambushed troops that came to support followed closely behind and killed the Huaixi army. The shouts and killings inside and outside Yuan Chang's camp shook the sky. Fanji's main camp stood to the west of the main camp, and there were messengers going back and forth to report the situation on the front line at any time. At this moment, a sentry brought completely different news. Report to the adults, there is a lot of smoke and dust in the rear, and the cavalry under General Xia Hao is fleeing in chaos. Fanji's heart suddenly sank when he heard this. It seems that the famous Huaixi general who broke through the Yaoyan army at night failed to stop the ragtag Long Gu army this time. A mocking voice sounded nearby. "Zuguanshen, now is not the time for us to quarrel," Fanji said with a serious face. The other side deliberately drove the defeated soldiers to attack, hoping to defeat our army. Call off the troops and slowly retreat westward. You are too cautious, Zuguanshen frowned and said unhappily. If the troublesome people in the other camp withdraw now, the advantage we can guarantee is enough. This time Yuan Zhuxiao suffered a great loss, and he will definitely stand with us and join hands to strangle Yuan Chang. There is no need to rush at this time and consume our strength. Fanji smiled slightly. The troublemaker you mentioned seems to have lost his voice in his own camp. If you want to solve the trouble, you should take this opportunity to make a concerted effort. Zuguanshen proposed a different opinion. The whole division should move west to prepare for the battle, avoid the defeated army first, wait for the defeated army to pass, and then integrate the defeated army's troops and attack Yuan Chang's camp. Such a change of action will easily lead to a loss of morale, so we should not fight. Fanji rejected his method. Even if the enemy is there for one day, The disaster will last for 100 years. Zhu Guansheng recited the slang of their hometown. I hope you remember your decision. The enemy will not stand still and be beaten. They will definitely fight back to the death. If you give them a chance to breathe, they will find an opportunity to bite off a piece of meat from you. The advantage is mine. Fan Ji was full of confidence. Zhu Guansheng could not persuade him, so he wisely stopped talking and slowly withdrew westward with the army. When Zheng Qing and his men rushed back to the camp, the battle was over, and the smoke and dust of the Huaixi Corps rearguard troops could still be seen. A quarter of the camp was captured by Fan Ji, and the rockets burned a large number of tents in the camp. Now you can still see the flames burning sporadically in the camp. Go find Yuan Chang quickly, Zheng Qing reminded Long Gu. Yuan Chang must not be in trouble. Long Gu came to his senses and immediately entered the camp to find where Yuan Chang was. Zheng Qing stayed to arrange soldiers to repair the damaged camp. After several hours, the sky darkened. The troops attacking Yuan Zhuxiao's camp also dragged their tired bodies back, all of them dejected, like a defeated army. A light was like a beam, and the tent was full of fire. In Yuan Chang's camp, 5 spiritual envoys except Hutong gathered here. Hutong was seriously injured in the attack and defense of the camp, lost an arm, and a hole was pierced in his thigh. There were also several arrow holes on his body, and his life was hanging by a thread. Fortunately, Yuan Chang was fine. He had hidden under the protection of the great swordsman early and was safe and sound. Jing Wulei did not leave either. It seemed that he believed what Zheng Qing said. The look he gave Zheng Qing at this time contained urging and forcing. Even if he did not leave, he realized that Yuan Chang's future was bleak and he could not stay for long. As for Zuo Fihu, it was highly likely that no one would defect with him, and Long Gu's shadow was too heavy, so he came back honestly. We suffered heavy losses this time. We have become the target of the 2 families, and our military morale cannot fight again. Li Zuanai spoke first and briefly mentioned the current situation. Someone has to be responsible, Zheng Qing said lightly. Long Gu was a little embarrassed and simply closed his eyes to rest, pretending not to hear. Who will be responsible? Jing Wulei continued. It won't be me anyway. Zuo Fihu jokingly distanced himself from the matter to avoid getting into trouble. I am responsible for this matter. Li Zuanai knew that someone had to stand up. Buck passing would deepen the conflict and be detrimental to the subsequent cooperation. Even if you are responsible, it is not the main responsibility. Zheng Qing turned his head and stared at Long Gu. What do you think, Brother Long? Long Gu opened his eyes and asked, do you have any way to reverse the situation? Zheng Qing said, we are discussing Brother Long's responsibility. This has nothing to do with me. Long Gu also immediately distanced himself from the matter. When I proposed the plan, no one of you opposed it. This should be everyone's collective responsibility. No matter how clumsy Long Gu was, he reacted with a buffer of time and thought of a countermeasure. Zheng Qing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, knowing that this matter was not so easy to solve. Long Gu would not be at ease to do what he suggested. He was not defending Hutong, but to maintain his status and right to speak. Hutong had nothing to do with him, but no matter what, things must not harm his interests. If Long Gu's interests were endangered, then he would definitely stand on Hutong's side. Zheng Qing, who had already understood this, was not surprised. He nodded and said, when you decided to do this, everyone did not object. But who is the one who decided on this strategy? And who is the one who pretended to be injured? Why did Hutong hide his injury? Was Zhu Guansheng's palm really that heavy? Brother Li has fought with Zhu Guansheng, so he should know what kind of strength Zhu Guansheng has. Li Zuanai said, he is on par with me, but someone in the camp saw Hutong taking medicine. Now Hutong is seriously injured. It is too cruel to hold him accountable at this time. You knew that I would not end well if I followed Long Gu, but you were not cruel at all. Zheng Qing's eyes turned cold. I also fought hard for victory. Once I became a weakling in your eyes, you did not hesitate at all. I can sacrifice myself at will. Now I naturally want to settle accounts with others. If you don't kill the snake, you must harm it. Zheng Qing didn't want to be abandoned when the situation improved and he was about to win the final victory. The cost of abandoning himself was the smallest among all the people. Which of these people would stand by him and guarantee his life? No one. I must eliminate the danger for my own safety. In your eyes, I am the weakest fighter, as worthless as an ant, used and discarded, and regarded as a random tool. This will cost you a price. I am just an insignificant person in Li Zuanai's team. Then let's break up. Decide the winner. Force a choice. Take medicine. Then what medicine do you take? Zheng Qing made up his mind and asked. Li Zuanai was speechless and couldn't answer. Zhuo Fihu was not concerned about it. He watched the confrontation between the other people in the tent with a joking attitude, wondering what would happen tonight. Jing Wulei kept silent and watched the development of the situation. If Zheng Qing could get the right to speak back tonight, then he could stay, but if not, he would immediately find an opportunity to leave after the meeting. The seeds of doubt have been planted in Longgu's heart. How is this cooperation with Hitong different from the cooperation between Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai? Without a worthwhile interest connection, who would go to the death to protect the other party? After Zheng Qing finished speaking, the tent was completely silent, with only the sound of burning candles and the flickering flames passing over everyone's face. Seeing everyone silent, Zheng Qing threw out the bomb he had prepared and said, if we want to change the situation, we must have Hitong's head and apologize to Yuan Zhuxiao. Only by making Yuan Zhuxiao feel that our situation is already very dangerous, or even falling into internal strife, can we make Yuan Zhuxiao feel at ease with us and persuade him to change his attitude towards us. There can only be one winner in this game, and it is impossible to win together. The spiritual envoys under Yuan Zhuxiao must understand that if the strong unite to eliminate the weak, they will be the ones who will suffer afterwards. Only when the two weak unite to eliminate the strong, will we have something to fight for afterwards. This truth is clear at once. What we need now is a tool to make them calm down, and Hitong's head will be a very good gift. As Zheng Qing's voice stopped, the atmosphere in the tent became terribly depressing. Even Zhuo Fihu, who was watching the show, became solemn. This was going to kill people. Jing Wulei would never speak at this time. He would avoid trouble as far as possible to avoid being involved. Li Zuanai looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, is there no other way? Yes, Zheng Qing's simple words immediately cheered up the people in the tent. Find another responsible person who is important enough to kill. If you don't do this, Yuan Zhuxiao won't think that we are in a difficult situation, and he won't be angry and let go of his hatred for us. The four people who had just cheered up fell silent again. Longgu's eyes wandered uneasily in the tent, quietly observing the expressions of everyone, worried that he would be pushed out. Although he was powerful, if someone launched a surprise attack at such a close distance, he would find it difficult to escape. And the only person he reluctantly trusted in the team was Hitong. The rest of the people did not trust him, or they did not intend to trust Longgu. If it is for victory, then it doesn't matter if Hitong is sacrificed. In order to ensure his own safety and interests, Longgu thought about it and agreed with Zheng Qing's opinion. Li Zuanai's face was as gloomy as water, and he couldn't make a decision. This is different from indirectly killing Zheng Qing. This time, everyone has to make a decision together to kill Hitong. Even the most basic disguise is abandoned. He found it hard to accept for a while. Zheng Qing saw Li Zuanai hesitating and reminded him, Brother Li, don't forget what you promised me before. Now is the time. Li Zuanai was shocked and stared at Zheng Qing in shock. He couldn't speak and felt bitter in his mouth. It turned out that he had planned this scene tonight. No wonder he had to promise him at the beginning. Li Zuanai couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. He lowered his head, nodded slowly, and said very lightly, kill him. Then who will do it? Zheng Qing dealt with Longgu and Li Zuanai, and his sight naturally moved to Jing Wulei and Zhuo Fihu. What do you two think? No one can stay out of it tonight. Zhuo Fihu looked at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, so he didn't dare to speak. He pretended to be stupid and waited for Jing Wulei to speak first. Jing Wulei was not in a hurry to answer Zheng Qing's question. Instead, he took Zheng Qing by surprise and said, what if killing Hitong doesn't help the situation? What can you do then? Zheng Qing had already thought about what might happen before tonight, and how he would respond after the incident. Facing Jing Wulei's questioning, he was not panicked and said, the responsibility will be on me at that time. Of course, this was a lie. Zheng Qing had no impulse to put it into practice. Tonight's move was his counterattack mixed with selfishness. If he could save the situation, he would definitely do his best. If not, of course he would run away first. There was no one here that he cared about, and no one who cared about him, so why be so polite? Moreover, by that time, Longgu would definitely feel that he had been deceived, because the basis for his current belief in Zheng Qing was that Zheng Qing could change the situation and earn him double the points bonus. This huge benefit forced him to cooperate with Zheng Qing. If Zheng Qing's strategy failed, How could Long Gu tolerate Zheng Qing being alive? Zheng Qing knew this very well. So he had to lie and kill He Tong first to eliminate the threat to himself. Chapter 56, Changing the Situation. Jing Wulai smiled slightly, revealing a hint of mystery, and the meaning in his eyes seemed to see through Zheng Qing, but he didn't say anything. He also wanted He Tong to die. He didn't even want to let Li Zuanai go for the hatred of the sneak attack, let alone He Tong, the mastermind. This general was to tell Zheng Qing that he was not so easy to fool. We can do this. Jing Wulai certainly didn't let Zuo Fihu, who was pretending to be stupid, go. This matter had to be exposed. Zuo Fihu was quite dumbfounded. He suddenly raised his head, his face flashed with displeasure. He wanted to shout out his objection, but he met the sight of Long Gu and Li Zuanai again. Especially Long Gu's deep eyes, like the abyss, made Zuo Fihu shudder. He hurriedly changed his words and agreed, leave this to us, everyone can rest assured. Zheng Qing did not stop there. He moved his eyes to Long Gu and said, can I borrow 2 sharp swords from Brother Long? Long Gu was startled and said, of course. After speaking, he stretched out his palm, and 2 sharp and slender swords appeared in his palm, flashing dazzling brilliance under the firelight. Zheng Qing picked up the 2 swords, handed them to Jing Wulai and Zuo Fihu, and said, thank you for your help. Jing Wulai and Zuo Fihu took the swords, said goodbye, and got up and got out of the tent. Tomorrow I will take He Tong's head to Yuan Zhuxiao's camp. Whether the situation can be reversed will depend on tomorrow. Zheng Qing watched Jing Wulai and Zuo Fihu leave and said to Long Gu and others. The remaining 2 people in the tent nodded silently and walked out one after another. Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone had left. He borrowed the sword from Long Gu originally to kill people and destroy their hearts. Killing He Tong's people would destroy Long Gu's heart, but he underestimated Long Gu. Obviously, Long Gu didn't care about this matter at all. This was also a small flaw tonight, which did not ruin Long Gu's mood. The killing of He Tong went smoothly after a slight twist. After confirming the head and body, Zheng Qing asked someone to put He Tong's head into a gift box and take it to Yuan Zhuxiao's camp with him tomorrow morning. After dawn, a team of messengers headed to Yuan Zhuxiao's camp. The cavalry leading the way shouted in front of the camp gate, we are the Emperor's messengers. We are ordered to see your general. Please open the door quickly. The bloody battle between the 2 families ended yesterday. Zheng Qing did not dare to call himself the messenger of the general when he visited today, so as not to rouse the resentment of the Linjiang army. The gate of the camp has been repaired and reinforced, and it is more solid and strong than before the war. After a while, the camp gate slowly opened. A general with a bad look stood inside the gate, staring at Zheng Qing gloomily, and said, I wonder what order your majesty has to convey. Zheng Qing reined in his horse and stepped forward a few steps, saying, this matter can only be discussed with your general. Please take me to see your general. The general raised his head and twisted his neck, as if he had not heard anything. He stared at Zheng Qing impatiently, leaving him outside the camp. Zheng Qing waited patiently and did not urge him. After a long time, another person came and broke the almost frozen atmosphere in front of the camp gate, saying, please come in, envoy. The general stood in the middle of the road, without blinking, and had no intention of avoiding him. Zheng Qing and his entourage rode into the camp on horseback, bypassed the general, dismounted more than 10 feet outside the central army tent, and followed the man who came to dissolve the atmosphere in front of the gate into the central army tent on foot. General Yuan, we meet again. Zheng Qing bowed to Yuan Zhuxiao who was sitting in the tent and said, so it's you, Yuan Chang's dog dares to pretend to be the emperor's envoy. Yuan Zhuxiao saw Zheng Qing, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and said, someone take him out and behead him. The general's life is hanging by a thread. I have gone to great lengths to save the general. Is this the general's way of hospitality? Zheng Qing shouted in panic. This was so rude that it was almost life-threatening. He didn't even give Zheng Qing a chance to speak. Yuan Zhuxiao sneered and looked at the captured Zheng Qing. He raised his hand and pressed it into the air, signaling the guards to pause. You are ungrateful, yet you still dare to praise me. The ungrateful one is dead. I have come here to apologize to the general. Zheng Qing said, the war between the 2 families was caused by this man. The general repented and killed this man. I specially sent his head to the general as a witness. Yuan Zhuxiao was unmoved and said, you don't have to play these tricks in front of me. Tell me your purpose quickly and see if it sounds good. Then I will decide whether to kill you or not. Zheng Qing swallowed nervously and said, if the general fails, can the general be sure to get the support of the emperor, and can he take down Langwen? Yuan Shianji uses Langwen to contain the general and sits in the court. If the general fails, the emperor will inevitably fall into Yuan Shianji's hands. At that time, the orthodoxy of the court will be in Yuan Shianji's hands. What benefit can the general get? If Yuan Shianji orders the general to enter the court alone, what should the general do then? Now the three parties have gathered at Langwen. Yuan Shianji is extremely powerful and has the advantage of geographical location. What benefit will the general get from helping Yuan Shianji to attack and destroy the general? Will Yuan Shianji hand over Langwen to him? When the general is destroyed, how can the general hold on for long? Now that the villain who interfered with the cooperation between the two families has been eliminated, I ask the general to renew the alliance with my general and work together to eliminate the thief. Yuan Zhuxiao picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip, and said, you want to trick me into breaking the alliance with just a few words. You are very calculating. Zheng Qing said, then let me ask the general, is the general's strength now greater than Yuan Shianji's or the general's? The general should understand that it is difficult to defeat the strong and support the weak. I have a plan that can help the general turn the tables and take down Langwen. I wonder if the general is willing to listen. Yuan Zhuxiao said, Yuan Shianji and I are allies, how could I listen to your instigation? Now Yuan Cheng is doomed to fail, and the emperor's return to the capital is a foregone conclusion. No matter what you say, it will be useless. I might as well listen to it for fun. Zheng Qing said, if the general wants to turn the tables, the key lies in Wolf Pass. My plan is that the general will use the shortage of food and grass to discuss borrowing food from Yuan Shianji, and promise Yuan Shianji that once he borrows the food, he will cooperate with Yuan Shianji to attack the general with all his strength and welcome back the emperor. During the negotiation, you can use the confirmation of food and grass and the withholding of weight as disputes to request a dispatch of 500 soldiers into the pass to personally escort the food and grass. For these 500 soldiers, the general can choose the elite soldiers in the army and send them to Wolf Pass before the agreed date to attack the general. When the agreed deadline comes, Yuan Shianji's army will leave Wolf Pass, and the general can lead his troops westward, cooperate with the 500 soldiers from inside and outside, capture Wolf Pass, cut off Yuan Shianji's army's way back, and even capture Yuan Shianji alive. It is not impossible to command the Huaixi Legion. By then, the situation in the world will be in the general's hands. Yuan Zhuxiao listened attentively. Seeing Zheng Qing's words, his expression suddenly changed. He snorted and said, what nonsense. Beat him out with sticks. Zheng Qing and his followers were chased and beaten out of the camp by soldiers on both sides with sticks. They were in a very embarrassing situation. Yuan Zhuxiao was really unpredictable and cunning. Zheng Qing couldn't figure out what he was going to do for a while. But the idea had been made. Even if Yuan Zhuxiao didn't want to, the spiritual envoy behind him would not be unwilling. This was their chance to reverse the situation and gain the upper hand, and it was also an opportunity for the general to change his current situation. Not far from Yuan Zhuxiao's camp, the follower held a gift box and asked, Sir, what should I do with this box? Zheng Qing glanced at it and said, just throw it away. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Qing suddenly felt a chill behind him and sensed danger. If the other spiritual envoy got the idea, would he still be able to return to the camp safely? Facing a spiritual envoy with such weak combat power as himself, if it were him, he would definitely go out of the camp to chase him. Zheng Qing looked at the followers he brought with him and said, I'm going to relieve myself. You don't have to wait for me. You can go back to the camp first. The two followers agreed and rode away. Zheng Qing glanced nervously behind him, turned his head and saw the two followers walking away, and quickly changed direction and headed west. The other party would never think that he would go back to the camp from the west. Even if they caught up from behind, they should first think of the east. To the west is Langwen, where Yuan Shianji is. If they find him, Zheng Qing will be in trouble. He must be careful along the way. Zheng Qing hurried on his way carefully, constantly detouring and changing his path to avoid the scouts of the Huaixi Legion that he might encounter. In the evening, he returned to the camp. When Li Zuanai and others learned that Zheng Qing was back, they went to find him together. You've been away for a whole day. What results have you achieved? Li Zuanai asked, looking at the slightly embarrassed Zheng Qing. Have the followers who went with me today returned? Zheng Qing asked this question urgently. No, Jing Wulai replied. Go south to find them. If they die, we must see their bodies. The life and death of these two people is related to future judgment. Zheng Qing said anxiously. What happened? Long Gu asked unhappily. Turning point. I gave Yuan Zhuxiao a strategy to take down Langwen. If Yuan Zhuxiao really intends to implement it, then his spiritual envoys will definitely come out to hunt me down and leave me no way to survive, so as to eliminate me as an enemy and prevent me from causing trouble to them in the future. If Yuan Zhuxiao has no intention of implementing it, then he will definitely ignore it, and the two followers should be safe. Zheng Qing explained. But they haven't returned yet. I'm afraid something has happened, Jing Wulai judged. You must see it with your own eyes. This matter is extremely cautious and you can't be careless. Zheng Qing insisted. I will arrange people to look for them, Long Gu said. Zheng Qing revealed a smile and said, let's wait until the situation changes. Li Zuanai said, during this period, we can strengthen the defense of the camp and pretend to hold our ground. Long Gu said, what if the changes you said don't happen? Zheng Qing smiled and said, I said I would be responsible. You just have to watch patiently. This is an old Chinese medicine that needs to be simmered slowly over a low fire. Don't be impatient, or you will make mistakes. After getting the guarantee, everyone dispersed. Only Jing Wulai stayed. Seeing that there were not many people, he asked, how confident are you of success? Zheng Qing said, the key to this matter is not with us, but with Yuan Zhuxiao's execution. If he can take over Langwen, then it will not only be him who will make a comeback, but also us. If Yuan Xianji stays in Langwen, he will surely die. After all, he also represents merit. Then what should be done with the Huaixi Legion and the Lingyao envoy who remain outside Langwen at that time? Jing Wulai stood still in shock and said, you want to establish a victory in one fell swoop. Zheng Qing laughed and said, that also requires Fan Ji to give face. Jing Wulai smiled bitterly and said, if I were Fan Ji, I would definitely choose you. In this way, Yuan Zhuxiao will get an empty city for nothing. On the surface, he looks great, but in fact, he has already lost when he took that step. Zheng Qing said confidently, but he has to take this step. There can only be one winner, and Yuan Zhuxiao can't afford to think too much. Chapter 57, The Winning Hand. The sent-out scouts brought back reassuring news that the two followers had indeed died on the road. Zheng Qing knew that the only thing left was to wait until the day when Yuan Zhuxiao had completed his plan and launched a subversive attack on Yuan Xianji. Time passed quickly, and the scouts of the three parties outside Langwen fought fiercely and spied on each other. A message about the unusual movement of troops in Yuan Zhuxiao's camp came to Zheng Qing. Seeing this information, Zheng Qing understood that the critical day was coming. They must withstand Fan Ji's attack and buy time for Yuan Zhuxiao to capture Langwen. This move was the key to victory. Zheng Qing informed Long Gu of the news that the Huaixi Corps was about to attack, and ordered the entire army to be on alert. This day came very quickly. The prelude to the war was a sound of drums and horns, rumbling under the rolling smoke and dust. The Huaixi Corps came from the west. There were also fierce drums in the east, and the Linjian Corps had flags like a forest, with smoke and dust, and the momentum was extraordinary. When Long Gu heard the news that the Linjiang army was approaching from the east, he immediately found Zheng Qing with a cold expression and asked, why did the Linjiang army come? This is different from what you said at the beginning. Zheng Qing said, when the enemy is weak, make him strong. When the enemy is strong, make him weak. The way to use troops lies in one's heart. There are only smoke and flags and loud drums in the east. Have you seen any soldiers appear? Yuan Zhuxiao led his troops to Langwen. He must have wanted to make a show of strength to respond to Fan Ji and dispel the doubts of the Huaixi army. If you are really worried, you can dispatch some soldiers to guard the eastern camp to prevent any real accidents. Long Gu put aside his doubts for the time being and said, what if the Linjiang army fails to take Langwen? Zheng Qing said, there is no need to worry. As long as the Linjiang Corps takes action, it means the collapse of the fragile alliance between Yuan Zhuxiao and Yuan Xianji. At that time, our situation will change. We will no longer be targeted by the other two. We can implement the previous strategy and contact the Linjiang Corps to attack the Huaixi Corps. But if you really want to win, then pray that the Linjiang Corps can succeed. Now, you should return to your post and beware of the attack by Fan Ji. If you fail, I will let you know that you will regret it. Long Gu threatened and hurried to the west. Zheng Qing looked at his back and thought to himself, Why don't you want to kill you? However, Hitong's matter can be done once, but not twice. The development of the situation has made it impossible for Zheng Qing to direct the conflict to Longu. If he really wants to take action against Longu, he will make himself embarrassed and attract Longu's murderous intention. This is not easy to accomplish, and the people have no intention of being enemies with Longu. Zheng Qing's prestige and requirements alone cannot mobilize the people. When a thing has more disadvantages than advantages, the choice of the people is easy to calculate. Zheng Qing didn't want to make things worse, although he also understood that Longu had 90% of the idea of attacking him. Wolves are used to eating meat, so there is no reason not to eat fat meat in front of them. What Zheng Qing should think about now is how to protect himself. Once Yu Wenchang's situation improves, things will develop unfavorably to Zheng Qing, because then Zheng Qing's role in the team will become small, which is really an irony. Striving for victory, it will pose a huge threat to his life in the end. Fortunately, before that, he had already dealt with Hitong. Without this helper, Longu will definitely act more cautiously. After establishing the advantage of victory, he must leave Yu Wenchang immediately, find a place to hide, and wait until the mission is over. Zheng Qing thought about it and could only come up with a solution. What will happen in the future will be no different from the first time Hitong seized power. The rest of the people will sit on the sidelines and watch his end with cold eyes. No friendship, no interests, and no value. No one will risk offending Longu, a strong man, and stand on his side to protect himself. Zheng Qing felt a little sad in his heart. This was the price of being weak. Fan Ji was a shrewd man. Even if he joined Yu Wenchang's line, it was for points. He would never meddle in other people's business. For him, this was also an interesting thing. He could only rely on himself. Zheng Qing's eyes were slightly complicated. He thought about his actions. He had to be fast and disappear before everyone reacted. Only in this way could he ensure safety and not give Longu a chance. The war started and the sound of fighting came from the west. The battle lasted until the afternoon. Fan Ji noticed something strange in his camp. There was only drums and music in the east, but no fighting. The cavalry sent to check the situation was also stopped by the opponent's scouts and blocked back. What is Yuan Zhuxiao doing? Something is wrong. Zhu Guansheng also looked to the east. Our allies seem to be sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Fan Ji nodded and said, take a cavalry of 100 people to see what Yuan Zhuxiao is doing. Zhu Guansheng took the order and left. He separated 100 cavalry from the camp and galloped eastward. The Linjiang sentry, who was in charge of blocking the way, saw the 100 riders running under the smoke and dust, realized that something was wrong, and quickly turned around and fled. Seeing this scene, Zhu Guansheng's uneasiness in his heart became more and more serious, and he ordered the riders to speed up. When he arrived at the Linjiang Corps' formation location, the scene in front of him made Zhu Guansheng's face change drastically. There were many flags on the ground, and a large number of military drums were left. The figure of the drummers fleeing in a hurry was not far away, and the cavalry dragging branches and fleeing could be seen farther away. This was a trick. The main force of the Linjiang Corps was not here at all. Where did they go? Zhu Guansheng was deeply uneasy and ordered the whole army to charge and capture the escaped drummers alive and torture them. The drummers who escaped on their two legs naturally couldn't run faster than the cavalry, and were soon surrounded and surrendered and begged for mercy. Where is Yuan Zhuxiao? Zhu Guansheng rushed over and asked. We only know that the general went to the west, and the rest are not aware of it. Please spare my life, sir. A drummer replied. Kill him. Zhu Guansheng's face was as gloomy as water. He waved his whip and rushed back to Fan Ji's camp without looking back. He fell into a trap. Yuan Zhuxiao went to attack Langwen and cut off their way back. Zheng Qing saw that the smoke and dust in the east had decreased in the camp. He guessed that Yuan Zhuxiao's actions had been seen through. He hoped that he had taken Langwen, otherwise he would be attacked from both sides by Fan Ji, who returned to the army. The situation would not be friendly to Zheng Qing and his men. Not long after, the sound of the gong came from the west to withdraw troops. At this time, Longu should know that he had to bite hard and prevent Fan Ji from getting away easily. It will be another melee. Zheng Qing walked to the nearest sentry tower and climbed up to look at the scene in the west. The soldiers of the Huaixi Corps retreated quickly like a tide and broke contact with the defenders of the camp. But on the left and right sides of the Huaixi Corps, each killed a group of soldiers and horses, trying to cut off the retreat of the Huaixi Corps, like two sharp knife tips inserted into it. The defenders in the camp also shouted and rushed out, attacking the retreating Huaixi soldiers. However, farther away, the outposts of Fanji's main camp were slowly retreating. It seemed that Fanji was going to sacrifice some of his troops and horses in exchange for time and speed to rescue Langwen. The next step was to wait for news. Man proposes, God disposes. Zheng Qing couldn't guarantee what would happen next, or whether things would go according to his ideas. Fortunately, before the war, there were a large number of scouts active outside Langwen to monitor the situation. If Langwen changed its owner, the news should have been reported back. Zheng Qing got down from the sentry tower and saw Jing Wulei running over. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You ask me." Jing Wulei took off his helmet and said with a smile, "You should think about what you should do. Have you forgotten how you lost your voice last time? They don't need you now." Zheng Qing said, "Did Yuan Zhuxiao take over Langwen?" Jing Wulei said, "I came to inform you the first time the scout brought back the news." "What are you going to do now?" Zheng Qing smiled, "Are you going to help me?" Jing Wulei decisively refused, "I can't beat Longu. The weapon refiners in the spiritual world are all perverts. With their extremely sharp weapons, they are enough to attack and kill most of their opponents. I happen to be among them." Zheng Qing said, "Then do you want me to escape?" Jing Wulei said, "Not really, I just want to know if you have any good solutions in this situation." "You think too highly of me," Zheng Qing smiled bitterly, "what else can I do besides running away?" "Then you have to do it as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble," Jing Wulei reminded solemnly. Zheng Qing felt a little warm in his heart and said, "It's not urgent yet. There is one last thing to do. Longu won't rush to attack me." Jing Wulei said, "How do you know that Longu doesn't think so? He is taking advantage of your luck in attacking you." Zheng Qing said, "The current situation is still turbulent. He needs me. If the situation collapses again, then we will lose completely. Longu doesn't dare to take this risk. His primary goal is to confirm that the points are obtained smoothly. Before that, he will let me live and help him achieve his goal." Jing Wulei said, "Then you take care of yourself." Zheng Qing smiled and said, "Thank you for your good wishes. I'm going to prepare a horse to go to Huaixi Court to find Fanji. Langwen has been broken, and Yuan Xianji must be alive. Now is a great opportunity to win over Fanji." Jing Wulei said, "Take care on the way." Zheng Qing went to the stable and led out a horse. When he was about to leave, he ran into Zuo Fihu again. "Brother Zheng," Zuo Fihu greeted with a smile. Zheng Qing felt a little uncomfortable when he saw his smile. His smile was full of a condescending and playful feeling, which made people feel uncomfortable, as if he saw through everything. "Hey, Brother Fihu, is there something wrong?" Zuo Fihu smiled greasily. "I think Brother Zheng and I are going to the same place. Longu asked me to persuade Zhu Guansheng and Yuan Xianji's camp. After all, I was his teammate and I can say more." Zheng Qing became alert and said, "Why not Jing Wulei to go?" Zuo Fihu said, "Because I have a better relationship with Zhu Guansheng." "Really?" Zheng Qing jumped on the horse and pretended not to care. Zuo Fihu led out his horse, rode on it, and said, "When do you plan to leave?" Zheng Qing said expressionlessly, "When do you plan to leave?" "Me." Zuo Fihu showed that kind of superior smile again, as if everyone else was drunk and he was the only one sober. "I can leave any time." His smile made Zheng Qing very uncomfortable. Compared with those who really saw through the world, Zuo Fihu lacked the freedom and uniqueness, but he couldn't do these two things, which formed his current weird feeling of imitating others. The more he wanted to show that he was the only one sober, the more uncomfortable it made people feel, just like seeing a three-legged toad jumping and making noise on the street. Although it was harmless, it was also strange. Zheng Qing said, "I will leave when the battle outside the camp is over. If you want to go with me, follow me closely." Chapter 58. 100,000 points. Two riders galloped out of Yuan Chang's camp and headed for Fanji's army. Now Fanji's side was in chaos. "It seems we have lost," Zhu Guansheng said, looking at Fanji, whose face was as dark as it could be. "No need for you to remind me," Fanji said, suppressing his anger. "What should we do next?" Zhu Guansheng asked. "What do you want?" Fanji said, with veins on his forehead suddenly appearing and disappearing quickly. "The situation is turbulent and ever-changing. Now it is the moment of decisive victory. Of course, the last bet must be made carefully and cautiously." Zhu Guansheng talked about the truth, but never mentioned joining that side. Fan Ji sighed and said, we have been calculated and lost the chance of victory. Yuan Xianji's name has been crossed out from my mission. At this time, the only way to save our losses is to choose a force that can establish victory. Zhu Guansheng asked, which of the remaining two do you think will win? Report, an envoy came to ask for an audience. A soldier arrived and interrupted what Fan Ji was about to say. It seems that the other party has come uninvited, Fan Ji said, please ask the envoy to come. Zheng Qing strode in front, and Zhuo Fihu walked casually behind, looking nonchalant. See you again, Fan Ji smiled when he saw Zheng Qing. I believe you are also very clear about the purpose of my coming this time. I would like to invite you to join us. Zheng Qing said straight to the point. You received the news just after the incident at Langwen, and your actions are too fast, Zhu Guansheng said with a slight sarcasm. Of course, the incident at Langwen was planned by Brother Zheng, Zhuo Fihu boasted loudly, even more arrogant than Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing frowned slightly. This man is really bad, and he doesn't consider the occasion when speaking. Oh, it turned out to be the work of Brother Zheng. A cold light flashed in Fan Ji's eyes. I was wondering why Yuan Zhuxiao suddenly awakened, and I didn't expect Brother Zheng to be behind him. Before, we each did our own thing. Is Brother Fan going to blame this? Zheng Qing said with a little bit of grit. The originally well-thought-out negotiation process was disrupted by Zhuo Fihu's move, which was really damnable. Fan Ji laughed dryly a few times and said, I am not such a stingy person. Brother Zheng's comeback is really amazing, but I don't know why Brother Zheng is so sure that we will join you and not Yuan Zhuxiao. Whoever we join at this time will have the greatest capital for victory. Brother Zheng should understand this. Now the chips are on our side. Zhuo Fihu said, Brother Zhu, can you come with me? I have something to discuss with Brother Zhu. Zhu Guansheng smiled slightly contemptuously, walked over, and went to another place with Zhuo Fihu. Zheng Qing narrowed his eyes and suppressed his murderous intent towards Zhuo Fihu. He really didn't know whether he did it on purpose or out of ignorance, but seeing him so complacent, Zheng Qing felt a touch of irony. Did he really not know that it would cause trouble? Yuan Zhuxiao killed Yuan Xianji, the former leader of the Huaixi Legion. The Huaixi Legion must be extremely hostile to the Linjiang Legion. Brother Fan's power came from Yuan Xianji. Now that Yuan Xianji is dead, if you go to join him, I'm afraid the generals under his command will not agree. By then, Brother Fan's so-called capital will only be himself. The best plan for Brother Fan is to join us and raise the banner of revenge for Yuan Xianji, so that he can still maintain his prestige among the generals. Zheng Qing said after careful consideration. Upon hearing this, Fan Ji applauded and said, Brother Zheng is still so smart, I feel inferior to him. Zheng Qing smiled and said, Brother Fan, why don't you belittle yourself? In fact, you know better than me what choice to make. Brother Zheng thinks highly of me. I really don't understand, Fan Ji smiled. If I really understood, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Zheng Qing said, Brother Fan was just blinded by the illusion of victory for a while. When Brother Fan wakes up, who can hide it from Brother Fan? Fan Ji smiled and said, one miscalculation, the whole game is lost. I am not as good as Brother Zheng after all. Zheng Qing glanced at Zhuo Fihu in the distance and said, my situation has never been better. Fan Ji also looked at Zhuo Fihu and understood what was happening inside Yuan Cheng's camp. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked. When the birds are gone, the good boa is hidden. Brother Zheng's value is about to burn out. Zheng Qing said, I wonder if I can ask Brother Fan for a favor. If Brother Fan is willing to do me this favor, I will definitely help Brother Fan with all my strength next time we meet, regardless of the reason. Fan Ji approached Zheng Qing and whispered, Brother Zheng wants me to stop Zhuo Fihu for you. Unfortunately, I refuse. Now Brother Zheng is asking me to do it. Whether I should do it or not is up to me. If Brother Zheng doesn't want to bleed a lot, then forget it. Zheng Qing didn't want to get entangled with Fan Ji. Zhuo Fihu's actual purpose was to monitor him for Longgu. Zhuo Fihu dared not disobey Longgu's words. This was also the reason why Zhuo Fihu was always proud, because in his eyes, his fate was already dead. How could he not be proud of watching a person who didn't know he was going to die? Brother Fan, just make a request, I will never return the price. Zheng Qing had to compromise when asking for something from someone. Fan Ji raised 3 fingers and said, if we meet in the next mission, you have to do me 3 favors. Of course, I won't bet on Brother Zheng's life. Just kidding, I absolutely guarantee this. Deal. Zheng Qing agreed without thinking. Fan Ji smiled with satisfaction and said, Brother Zheng is so straightforward. I will give Brother Zheng 2 extra good horses to help Brother Zheng. Zheng Qing clasped his fists and said, Thank you. After that, Zheng Qing turned around and walked away quickly. Fan Ji would choose the side that was beneficial to him. There was no doubt about that. Even if he was still unwilling to admit it verbally, his body would make an honest choice. The next thing was his own business. He had to escape from Longu's pursuit range and ensure that he could survive. Yuan Zhuxiao would be destroyed within 10 days, and he only needed to hold on for 10 days. Zhuo Fihu saw Zheng Qing trying to escape, and regardless of his conversation with Zhu Guanxin, he hurried to chase him. He couldn't afford to offend Longu. Fan Ji smiled, stopped in front of Zhuo Fihu and said, If you don't want to hurt the relationship, you'd better stay here honestly and don't go anywhere. Now the mission is about to end, it's not worth dying here. Zhuo Fihu's face quickly fell, and he said, This has nothing to do with you. Fan Ji smiled and said, It's naturally related to me in my territory. If you dare to move a step, I will cut off one of your feet. If you move 2 steps, I will cut off both your feet. Zhuo Fihu's face looked ugly. Thinking of the terrifying Longu, his heart trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, Can you rely on you? Of course there is me. Zhu Guanxing walked to about 10.5 feet behind Zhuo Fihu, which was the perfect distance for him to attack. If you don't mind, we can settle old grudges and review your wonderful life when Tang Liangfang was still alive. Zhuo Fihu was attacked from both sides and was terrified. He no longer cared about the terrifying Longu. His own life was more important at the moment. He quickly said with a sly smile, We all have to become one family. Why do we have to do this anymore? Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. As he said this, he was about to raise his footsteps to Fan Ji, wanting to go over to get closer and make peace. One step. Fan Ji's voice was as cold as a knife, which made Zhuo Fihu tremble and quickly retract his footsteps. I won't leave, I won't leave, I won't go anywhere. Zhuo Fihu said with a smile. Zheng Qing came out of the Huaixi Corps, and took the 2 good horses given by Fan Ji and galloped towards the dangerous mountains in the south. In the wilderness, a lone knight stood on a hillock, waiting for something. Li Zuanai. Zheng Qing was surprised to see the person on the hillock in front of him. Why was he here? Could he also come to block him? Zheng Qing quickly reined in his horse, hesitant, not expecting that his actions would be easily seen through by so many people. If he turned around and fled, he would not be faster than Li Zuanai even if he rode a horse. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well walk over openly and see what he was doing here. Gee! Zheng Qing shouted, rode to the foot of the hill and shouted, Brother Li is not on the camp, what are you doing here? Li Zuanai waved the reins, stepped down the hill and said, I knew that Brother Zheng would not come back, so I bet on fate and waited for Brother Zheng here. I didn't expect that my bet was right. How unlucky I am. Zheng Qing was so unlucky that he could be caught. Brother Li and I are really destined to be together, only a ghost could understand how bitter Zheng Qing felt at this time. Li Zuanai said, Brother Zheng wants to leave, I will not stop him, nor will I tell Longu. I am really sorry for Brother Zheng this time, please forgive me. God, you didn't come here just to say this. Zheng Qing's head was big. In the spiritual world composed of consciousness, interests are the only criterion, and Zheng Qing is not unaware of this. Brother Li, there is no need to be like this, Zheng Qing said, I am not that narrow-minded and hypocritical, and you have no grudge against me, so why should you be like this? I killed Yitong because Yitong and Longu had murderous intentions towards me. Brother Li had no intention of killing me from the beginning to the end, so why should I resent Brother Li? Just because Brother Li does not stand with me, then I am too naive and not worthy of Brother Li's friendship. Besides, our friendship is shallow to begin with, and Brother Li does not need to sacrifice for me. I know this very well. Brother Li, don't worry about it. Li Zuanai sighed, Brother Zheng always sees things so simply and thoroughly, but I think too much. Zheng Qing said, Brother Li, please take care of the next thing. The victory has been won, and I am waiting for your good news. Li Zuanai said, Brother Zheng, take care. Zheng Qing nodded, turned his horse and left. When he passed Li Zuanai, cold sweat broke out on his back. He forced himself not to look back and ran forward. He ran a long way before reining in his horse to take a breath. His back was slightly wet and soaked with sweat. How could he easily believe that Li Zuanai came here for only this one thing? His life was his own. With his life at stake, Zheng Qing would rather be suspicious of a villain than give up a little more trust. After a long pause, Zheng Qing dismounted and whipped his mount hard with a whip, causing it to run away and disappear from sight. Then Zheng Qing changed to the good horse given by Fenji, changed direction, and continued to run away. Zheng Qing did not stop until late at night. On the way, he changed horses again and changed direction several times. He abandoned his original goal of going to the southern mountains and went straight to the southeast to avoid being discovered. Finally, Zheng Qing released the only remaining mount and sneaked into a forest, waiting for the mission to end. He didn't need to eat or drink, so he just had to wait patiently in the forest. He had run so far and avoided the eyes and ears of others. Even if Longu wanted to find him, it would be difficult. On the seventh day, a burst of light shone, and the woods around Zheng Qing gradually melted away, losing their color and turning into white fragments flying in the dark space. Mission completed. Zheng Qing returned to the real world and immediately checked the points he had earned. 100,000. Seeing the zeros behind the points value column, Zheng Qing suddenly felt a dry mouth and his breathing became heavy. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be a nouveau riche. Chapter 59, Level Up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 zeros. It's really 100,000 points. Zheng Qing counted them carefully, and suddenly felt rich. He immediately went to the skill store to arrange all the attributes that he had not learned. He quickly browsed through the skills and found several skills that he had chosen while waiting for the end of the task, the spiritual attribute of sun and moon contemplation, and the speed attribute of small spirit wind step. Zheng Qing had analyzed these two skills. Sun and moon contemplation implies the law of yin and yang, and it is consistent with the yin and yang transformation of the two ki, and will not form a conflict with the body. And small spirit wind step is a body movement, which will not affect the body. After the basic skills of the four attributes were determined, Zheng Qing began to upgrade the level. These days, he had had enough of being worried because of his weakness. Zheng Qing upgraded all the four attributes to the level of the first level 6 in one breath, and then he stopped to adapt to the expanding power in his body. After the basic strength increased, Zheng Qing went to the store to look for skills. In response to the increase in strength, more skill books appeared in the store, and a large number of old skill books disappeared. Zheng Qing has lost interest in the summoner profession. The skeleton warriors are of little use to him. Zheng Qing does not want to spend points on this. Besides, the points of the second profession are very expensive, so he has to choose carefully. He remembered Li Zuanai's admiration for the weapon refiner and Jing Wulai's fear of Longu, who is a weapon refiner. He made up his mind to choose the weapon refiner as his second profession. Zheng Qing found the skills related to the weapon refiner in the store. It really fulfilled the saying that you don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. Just like when you were in elementary school, you thought that you could master mathematics by learning addition, subtraction, multiplication and division well, but when you grew up, you realized that you didn't even touch the edge of the mountain of mathematics. This is the shock Zheng Qing is facing the skills of the weapon refiner now. There are hundreds of swords, hundreds of knives, and 18 kinds of weapons. There are also skills that can add various characteristics to the equipment. They are as numerous as stars. Only the tip of the iceberg is revealed in the store, and the most superficial things are listed. It is estimated that when I really improve the profession of weapon refiner, there will be more skills in the store. Zheng Qing had a headache and felt numb after watching it. After some hesitation, he chose a skill to forge the juke sword. It was nothing else. The sword looked big, heavy, and domineering enough according to the introduction. It looked very much like the sword that Longu used when he fought against Master Xia Haobu. After learning the skill, Zheng Qing immediately upgraded his weapon refiner profession to the primary weapon refiner, and then planned to try to use the skill of forging the juke sword, but then two prompts popped up: lack of sufficient iron materials and lack of the skill Zuanbing treasure house. Zheng Qing could understand the lack of iron materials, but what did the lack of skills mean? He returned to the store and looked for the skill of the Zuanbing treasure house. After a careful search, Zheng Qing finally found the Zuanbing treasure house. After checking the skill introduction, he found that it was a skill to create space and store weapons. As the most basic skill, the Zuanbing treasure house can store 36 weapons, worth 3,000 points. It was really expensive. Zheng Qing felt a little distressed and bought this skill that was necessary for a weapon refiner. Unable to refine weapons, Zheng Qing took advantage of the points he still had and searched in the store for a while. He bought a skilled book on forging the Overlord halberd and the Fihong sword. Then he took a fancy skilled book on forging the Demon Fox mask. This skill introduces that wearing a Demon Fox mask can change one's temperament and voice, and exude the unique breath of a demon fox. After learning this skill, Zheng Qing can use the Demon Fox mask to hide his identity and act secretly. This is undoubtedly a great help to Zheng Qing, who is full of cameras and worried about exposing his identity and strength. He bought it without hesitation. After that, Zheng Qing began to buy other skills to enrich his strength. After the first profession was established as a monk, most of the skills that appeared were centered around the monk. First, Zheng Qing chose a skill of spiritual attribute. In order to avoid encountering attacks from spiritual power users in the future, Zheng Qing felt that he needed to learn the skills of spiritual defense and spiritual attack. He chose a defensive mental barrier in the store, which is a ranged defense skill that can protect many people. There is also a soul protection realm, which can use spiritual power to condense into a mirror to resist the enemy's spiritual attack. With these two skills, plus the inherent ability of the sun and moon contemplation, Zheng Qing was able to cope with the situation. Zheng Qing chose two offensive spiritual skills, the cheap condensation sword and the more expensive soul sealing. The condensation sword can condense spiritual power into a spiritual long sword to attack the opponent's spirit. Soul sealing can seal the opponent's spirit, restrict the opponent's spiritual ability, and even make the opponent fall into a sluggish state, completely cutting off the connection between the spirit and the body. Then it was time to choose skills with strength attributes. As a regular and frequently used skill, Zheng Qing insisted on choosing the best one. It's not expensive, now I have money. The first one Zheng Qing learned was the sealing technique, which can seal the opponent's body, which is very important to a certain extent. The second one is the Zuaniyang fist, the most expensive skill in the store at present, with 5,000 points. After learning this, Zheng Qing will not choose skills with strength attributes. Such a skill is enough to defeat 100, and Zheng Qing can't bear the extra points. Looking at the remaining points, Zheng Qing found a resistance skill of the light seal. Using this skill can enhance the resistance of the light attribute body to attack, which is a skill that temporarily improves the body's defense ability. He bought it, because if the light magic body does not learn magic, it is really useless. This light seal can definitely make up for the shortcomings of the light magic body. Zheng Qing completed the gaps in his skills and added all the remaining points to speed. What will happen in the future is unpredictable, and excellent escape skills are indispensable. Whether it is the spiritual world or the real world, Zheng Qing knows that there are people outside people and there are heavens outside heavens. He must adjust himself to avoid causing jealousy from others. Moreover, in the spiritual world, Zheng Qing faced a group of veterans. He did not see a novice in the three tasks. He was definitely defeated. The only way was to do something about speed to delay time. As long as there was time, Zheng Qing felt that he had a chance to survive. The speed attribute stopped when it was upgraded to the first level 10, and there were still 200 points left. 100,000 points were used up in the blink of an eye. I was really a bit of a spendthrift. Others could probably upgrade to the second level with 100,000 points, but I was still at the first level. But now I am like a first level bully. Even if there are people I can't beat, at least no one can hurt me at the first level. Such a comprehensive and outstanding attribute development should not be underestimated. Now my comprehensive strength is basically invincible in Xiningayu, Zheng Qing thought. S level can no longer be used to describe my strength, I need several S's. But the more at such a moment, the more I need to be calm and low-key. You must know that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The stronger the strength, the stronger the enemy, and the more complicated and dangerous the problems. I must be careful to hide my strength. Even if I encounter an enemy, I can't release it all at once. I have to suppress the opponent and play a stable pressure situation, so that others can't figure out how strong I am. In this way, if someone wants to harm me in the future, they will only send a strong person who exceeds my surface strength. With my hidden strength, I can cope with it easily and ensure safety. Besides, I have a vest of Liang Wuji of Jiu Island, and I can use it when the situation is not right. I disguise myself. What a great tactic. Ever since the title of Liang Wuji of Jiu Island was known by the security deacon, Zheng Qing has been thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. The security deacon will definitely keep his eyes on me, especially after I have demonstrated his excellent ability to develop supernatural powers. With this vest, I can pretend to be possessed when I encounter problems in the future, so that I can solve the problem safely. Outsiders will only think that there is a mysterious strong man in my body, and will never associate it with me. After I have the demon fox mask, I can open another vest, and even this vest can be set up with a background of having a great grudge with Liang Wuji of Jiu'ia land. In this way, there is a certain chance to break into the enemy camp targeting me. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle, and you will never tire of pitting people and destroying people. As long as I open more vests, who can tell the true from the false? But in this way, I have to pay attention to the distribution of my strength, and I can't expose it at the same time to arouse other people's suspicion. I must be using my own abilities. Liang Wuji's vest has exposed the yin-yang transformation. So in the future, the skills of strength attributes will be assigned to Liang Wuji's vest. Other skills will be hidden for the time being and will be determined according to the situation, so that I can have more opportunities to open vests. Whoever dares to target me, Zheng Qing, will not live to see the third watch. Zheng Qing exited the Lingyao system and laughed while lying on the bed with a quilt in his arms. The sound was blocked by the quilt, and it sounded a little weird and deep. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile, and keep a low profile. Even if I am a master, I can't let anyone know. Zheng Qing patted his face to avoid being laughed at. When the excitement subsided, Zheng Qing thought about how to activate his own equipment refiner skills. After all, he couldn't just use the 5 skills he learned as a vase. Lack of sufficient iron. He could go to the scrap collection station and buy scrap iron from the owner of the collection station at a price higher than the market price. After thinking of the idea, Zheng Qing closed his eyes and went to sleep. He had to participate in training tomorrow, and he would have to wait until the holiday to have free time. In the early morning, Zheng Qing squeezed into the bus to go to school. When he passed the accident site, he looked at the platform beside the slope and did not find the hooded boy. If he relied on his current mental strength, he would definitely be able to find the reason why he noticed something strange about the hooded boy. When they arrived at the school playground, everyone gathered when Zhu and Shehu arrived. Zheng Qing saw a slight smile on Zhu and Shehu's face, which was very friendly, but the experienced Zheng Qing did not relax his vigilance. He knew that the instructor's smile was often the nightmare of the students. Whenever he could torture the students, the instructor's uncontrollable pleasure would be released in the form of a smile. Zheng Qing was mentally prepared for bad luck. Hello everyone, I wonder if you forgot something yesterday. Zhu and Shehu said in a gentle and friendly manner. The students were silent, and even those who guessed did not dare to say a word. Do you remember what I told you on the first day we met on the playground? Zhu and Shehu's expression gradually became cold, making the students uneasy. 10 points will be deducted for each break. Yesterday I was waiting for someone to mention running, but unfortunately, your awareness was very poor, so now everyone will be deducted 10 points, including the 20 laps yesterday and today. But teacher, you didn't say we have to run every day. Liu Fisheng raised his arms and said loudly. The same is true today. Zhu and Shehu said sternly with a sharp look in his eyes. Chapter 60 Buying Scrap Metal. Don't reason with the instructor, this is the eternal truth. The students ran slowly. Zheng Qing didn't care, his speed increased to the first level 10, 20 laps were no problem, but he was more worried about Qinji. After 20 laps, even if Qinji could finish, he would probably lose 5 points for speed. In this case, could Qinji still hold on to the end? Or in Zhu and Shehu's cognition, the current group of people who have awakened their superpowers have good physiques and can withstand and complete the training within his requirements. Zheng Qing didn't know the details, but he couldn't watch Qinji leave the training because of the problem of running out of points. When necessary, Zheng Qing would help Qinji and use yin-yang to help him. With Zheng Qing's current strength, it is not a problem to use yin-yang without making a sound. After 20 laps, many people were deducted points again, but more people passed safely. Zheng Qing discovered Zhu and Shehu's flexible method, only picking the worst performers to deduct points. Zhu and Shehu also understood that it was impossible to suddenly ask a group of students to complete the task goals according to the standards. They needed to proceed step by step and give them an adaptation process. Daily training began after the running. Zheng Qing sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the copper plate. He did not dare to exert too much strength, so as not to be too ostentatious and cause a commotion. He carefully controlled the light to hit the copper plate. This was very easy for Zheng Qing. He pretended like this every day. If he was bored, he could lower his head and pretend to think and take the opportunity to sleep. Anyway, he could not perform too much better than others. When someone also completed the first stage of training goals, it would not be too late for him to make progress, so as to give people the illusion of orderly improvement of strength. Zuan Shi, who paid attention to Zheng Qing from time to time and had expectations for him in his heart. Zhen Ningai was now in great need of manpower. The power of the underground supernatural organization Nitron was expanding. The sudden huge power aroused the evil in people's hearts. There were many people who wanted to break the rules and rebuild a privileged world headed by supernatural people. What was more troublesome was the sponsors behind this organization and the corrupt members of the city council. It was only a matter of time before Zhen Ningai fell into chaos. The goal of the Security Council is to delay the arrival of this time as much as possible. Zheng Qing didn't care about all this, because the situation was still under the control of the Security Council. He was not afraid of danger. So far, he had not seen any of the so-called underground forces with superpowers. Now Zheng Qing's mind was slipping to the iron bricks in other people's hands. This was a good treasure. Zheng Qing was quite envious and wanted to take a piece to refine the tools. There were so many iron materials that could be used to refine tools on the playground. How could Zheng Qing not be tempted? But Zheng Qing was just thinking about it and envious for a while, and he didn't bother to do it. It was time for lunch break. Zheng Qing asked Qin Ji at the dinner table, "Do you know where there is a scrap collection station?" Qin Ji was surprised and said, "What's the matter, you want to sell something?" Zheng Qing said, "I want to buy something." Qin Ji was puzzled, suspecting that he had heard it wrong, and said, "Is there a scrap collection station selling things?" "What are you talking about?" Liu Fishuang and Han Yuan came over. Qin Ji put aside his disdain for Liu Fishuang and said, "Do you know what the scrap collection station sells? Aren't scrap collection stations for buying things?" Han Yuan's clear and lively eyes flashed with confusion, and she took a seat next to Zheng Qing with her meal tray. Who said it wasn't? But Zheng Qing wanted to buy things from the scrap collection station. Qin Ji decisively led the topic to Zheng Qing. "What do you want to buy?" Liu Fishuang was surprised. Could this be some method Zheng Qing used to develop his superpowers? Han Yuan also looked at Zheng Qing curiously. "Buy scrap metal." Zheng Qing felt embarrassed. Being stared at by three people like this, he couldn't explain directly why he wanted to buy scrap metal. The three were all surprised and couldn't understand why Zheng Qing wanted to buy scrap metal. "Why do you want to buy scrap metal?" Han Yuan's delicate and fair face was full of confusion. "I have a use for it," Zheng Qing explained vaguely. Liu Fishuang sensed that Zheng Qing was unwilling to talk about this matter, so she changed the subject and said, "Zheng Qing, do you have any secret to achieving Teacher Zuinitun's goal so quickly?" Zheng Qing saw that Liu Fishuang wanted to find out the secret of his ability development, and felt that in addition to the core secret, the rest of the experience about the development of superpowers could be shared with him. It would be useful for Zheng Qing to brainstorm and exchange experiences with each other. "There is no secret, but I think the development of superpowers should be related to the spirit. You have to get close to the superpowers you have mastered and understand the essence of this ability. Of course, a strong physique will help you to control superpowers faster and improve your superpowers." Han Yuan said softly, "Why can't we integrate superpowers? Just like the superhuman ability, we can incorporate the abilities we have mastered into the body and integrate them with the body. I am Han Bing, Han Bing is me." This is a novel idea. Zheng Qing was moved, but soon lost interest, because he didn't need to do this. His basic ability value was high enough. Even if the degree of superpower development was low, he could still rely on basic abilities to raise his combat power. Moreover, if the body is really integrated with the power of light, it will inevitably affect the yin-yang Kigen body that Zheng Qing is currently practicing, causing it to completely become a situation where yang is dominant and yin is weak, destroying the balance of the body. Liu Fishuang said, "I've thought about this idea, but the specific operation is too difficult and makes people lose their direction, so I gave up." Zheng Qing had an idea and reminded them, saying, "You can shrink the outward power into the body, let the body gradually adapt to the fusion, and wait until the affinity between the body and the superpower reaches a certain level, that is, the accumulation of strength, and then change the inward superpower to release outward. At that time, the power should be several times greater than it is now." Qin still didn't understand and said, "How should I do it?" Zheng Qing sighed and glanced at Qin with disdain. Didn't he have to teach him step by step? But he still used more detailed language and said, "Your ability is to control the shadow, so you absorb the original outward power, that is, the shadow, into your body, merge it with your body, and change your body, which is equivalent to some kind of alternative evolution. When you feel that your body is full of shadow superpowers and reach a bottleneck, you will change this inward accumulation into an outward release. Release the accumulated superpowers in your body, and then accumulate again, just like water dripping through a stone, impacting and expanding your body's adaptability to superpowers little by little." "Oh, it's so troublesome." Qin was very disgusted. "It's troublesome to have 3 meals a day. You can try fasting and avoid this trouble." Zheng Qing suddenly became angry. He thought it was troublesome to guide you patiently. "If I tell you to compete with your talent is poor, otherwise why would you need training? The talented strong can get it easily. Developing superpowers is like drinking water with a ladle. People with superpowers like them have to find the raw materials and craftsmanship of making the ladle by themselves, and then find the water source by themselves. There is no guarantee whether the water source is dead water, running water, dirty water, or spring water. You can only know it by tasting it yourself. If you make a mistake, you have to start over. It's good to have a safe way to improve your strength." Han Yuan smiled softly twice and said, "Thank you, Zheng Qing, your opinion has helped me a lot." Zheng Qing said, "It's good if it can help you." A hint of jealousy flashed in Liu Feixuang's eyes, and the food in her mouth felt like chewing wax. After lunch break, the 3 people who received Zheng Qing's instruction also followed Zheng Qing's original appearance, meditating on the spot, gathering their outward abilities into their bodies, and trying to practice with Zheng Qing's method. Zheng Qing himself continued to slack off to kill time. Time passed in a flash, and it was afternoon school. Zheng Qing and Qin went to the bus stop to wait for the bus as usual. Han Yuan, wearing a blue motorcycle helmet, rode a white electric motorcycle from behind and stopped next to Zheng Qing and the others. She looked at Zheng Qing and said, "Aren't you looking for a scrap collection station? I know where it is. I'll take you there." Zheng Qing was stunned and at a loss. Qin pushed Zheng Qing from behind with an expressionless face, and said, "Go quickly, why are you still standing there?" Thank you." Zheng Qing hurriedly thanked Han Yuan, and then carefully sat on Han Yuan's white electric scooter, delicately sitting behind Han Yuan, only a thin distance away. The tip of his nose could smell the smell of shampoo on Han Yuan's hair, and his hands were redundant, not knowing where to put them. "Sit tight," Han Yuan reminded. Zheng Qing hurriedly put one palm on the cushion behind him to relieve the awkward presence of his arm. Han Yuan put away her toes, started the electric scooter, and gradually increased the speed until she was out of Qin's sight. On the road, Zheng Qing felt a cold wind blowing in his face, but the anxiety in his heart did not decrease at all. Han Yuan drove the electric scooter seriously, traveled on the road, and stopped in front of a scrap collection station. "We're here." Zheng Qing got out of the car cautiously, smiled faintly at Han Yuan, then turned around and let out a long breath, walked towards the scrap collection station, and said, "Boss, do you have any scrap iron to sell here?" The boss of the scrap collection station was confused at first, thinking he had heard wrong, and said, "Do you want to sell scrap iron?" Zheng Qing said, "No, I want to buy scrap iron. Do you have any here?" After discussing with the boss, Zheng Qing bought 10 kilograms of scrap iron, packed it in a woven bag, brought it in front of Han Yuan, and said, "This is very heavy. I'll take a taxi back. I won't bother you." Han Yuan squinted her eyes slightly and smiled, "It's okay, get on." Zheng Qing was worried, and said, "You'd better be careful." He slowly got on the electric scooter carrying the woven bag. Han Yuan held the scooter steady, her breathing becoming slightly more rapid, and she said, "Are you sitting well?" Zheng Qing said, "Okay, let's go." The moment Han Yuan put her feet away, the scooter tilted towards the side with the extra 10 pounds. Zheng Qing realized that something was wrong, so he stretched out his left palm and pressed it on Han Yuan's shoulder, outputting the yin and yang ki to help her maintain balance. "Are you okay?" Zheng Qing asked, and at this time, his right palm was also holding the woven bag and using the yin and yang ki to unload the extra weight. "No, it's okay." Han Yuan let out a small breath, feeling a lot more relaxed, and drove the scooter away. "Where's your home?" Zheng Qing withdrew his left palm and explained to Han Yui in the street where his community was located. Chapter 61, Night and Dawn Moanjin. Thank you. Zheng Qing sent Han Yui off on the street in front of the community, and hurriedly carried the woven bag home, otherwise he would be scolded by his parents when he asked about it. When he got home, Zheng Qing returned to his room, locked the door, and then opened the woven bag. Looking at the scattered rusty scrap iron inside, he sat down cross-legged and tried to use his skills to forge a Fihong sword. A burst of blazing white light lit up in the worn-out woven bag, emitting warm heat. When the light faded, a brand new Fihong sword appeared on the woven bag. The sword body was narrow and bright, flashing with sparkling cold light. Zheng Qing picked up the hilt and held the Fihong sword in his hand. The long sword was light and wielded flexibly and freely. I just don't know how powerful this sword is. Zheng Qing wanted to test the sharpness of the Fihong sword, but it was not good to damage the furniture in the house. After scanning the room, he really didn't find anything to test the sword. He had to think about it and put the Fihong sword into the Zuanbing treasure house and gave up the idea of testing the sword. After dinner, Zheng Qing curled up in bed and prepared to sleep. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, a sudden phone call came to Zheng Qing's mobile phone, waking him up. Zheng Qing took the phone in a daze and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He swiped it to answer. Hello, who are you looking for? You are Zheng Qing, right? A cynical voice of a teenager came from the other end of the phone. Yes, you are. Zheng Qing sat up from the bed in confusion and asked the identity of the person on the other end. We are the same as you. We are now under the Zheng Qing tree in the park behind your community. You'd better come out and meet us. The other party's tone was overbearing and unfriendly. How did you know my phone number? Zheng Qing had a bad feeling and wanted to find out how his information was leaked. It's easy for us to get your identity information from your school. Not only you, but also your parents' information can be easily obtained, so you'd better be obedient and come down to meet us. The person on the other end of the phone was hinting at threats. Zheng Qing wanted to say more, but the other party had hung up the phone. He sat on the bed, his face slowly becoming gloomy. He didn't expect someone to be targeting him. Did he reveal a flaw somewhere? Zheng Qing lifted the quilt, got out of bed, put on his clothes, and tiptoed out of the door to the park to meet the person who called him. Under the ancient tree, a thumb-sized firelight flickered with a click sound, and two figures, one tall and one short, appeared within the range of the faint firelight. You are Zheng Qing. The boy who was playing with the lighter put the lighter in his pocket, looked at Zheng Qing who was walking over, and said, Who are you? Zheng Qing said with a look of alertness. The boy snorted, I am Mo Engine. The big man next to him, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with a face full of flesh, said, Hero Chen. Zheng Qing looked at Mo Engine, and a familiar feeling came to his heart. It's you. The hooded boy. Mo Engine smiled and said, It seems that you still remember me. Zheng Qing frowned and said, What do you want to see me for? Mo Engine said, I want to invite you to join our Night Dawn organization. Zheng Qing said, What if I refuse? Mo Engine smiled and said, You can try, but I want to tell you that this city is about to fall into our hands. Think about what will happen if you offend us now. It's best not to make a stupid decision. Don't think that you are so great just because you have superpowers. In our eyes, you are just a seedling worth cultivating. Compared with genius superpowers like us, your ability is nothing. It's easy for us to beat you to death. It's so normal for a person to disappear in the night of this city. I refuse, Zheng Qing said after Mo Engine finished speaking. The smugness on Mo Engine's face froze slightly, and a burst of anger emerged, saying, Say it again. Zheng Qing said, It doesn't matter if you say it 10 times, I refuse. You kid. Mo Engine was furious and stepped forward. Chen Daxia stretched out his arm to stop Mo Engine and said, You are a very courageous boy. Go ahead. Zheng Qing was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the other party would let him go so easily. He looked at Mo Engine's cold eyes, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and went back along the same way. Chen Daxia stared at Zheng Qing's back with a mocking look in his eyes. Did the brat really think he could go back so well? He put down his arm that was blocking Mo Engine. Mo Engine's face was full of anger. He walked towards Zheng Qing with a grim smile. His steps were light and quick. Silently, a solid steel rod slipped out of his sleeve. He held the steel rod and hit Zheng Qing's head quickly and accurately. Bang! Zheng Qing's reaction speed was beyond Mo Engine's expectation. Zheng Qing held the steel rod with his right palm and stared at Mo Engine coldly. What are you doing? As soon as the voice fell, Zheng Qing clenched his left hand and punched Mo Anjin in the face, knocking him to the ground. I knew that these two people had bad intentions and wanted to relax their vigilance so as to attack from behind. It was really a cruel and despicable method. Originally, Zheng Qing wanted to use these two people to follow them to the base of Night Dawn and destroy all the people there, but now it seems unnecessary. These people threatened Zheng Qing's family. In Zheng Qing's eyes, they were already enemies. There was nothing to say to the enemy. If you don't make the enemy afraid, then make the enemy perish. Is this the strength you are proud of? Zheng Qing threw the steel rod he took from Mo Anjin on the ground, so weak. Even if the maggots have wings, they are still green-headed flies. Do you know what green-headed flies eat? They eat feces. The two of you didn't hide in the dark corners to steal feces, but appeared so openly. What's wrong? Do you think that no one dares to provoke you because you are covered in feces? Asshole. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Mo Anjin, who fell to the ground, was furious. He stood up again, and punched Zheng Qing in anger, trying to get back at him. Zheng Qing's basic physical attributes now far exceed those of ordinary people. In his eyes, Mo Anjin's movements are like slides, full of flaws and loopholes, but Zheng Qing doesn't want to show too much strength, so he kicks out with one foot, simple and real, kicking Mo Anjin's lower abdomen and knocking him to the ground. Oh, this is the strength of a genius, so scary. Stinky boy. Chen Daxia couldn't stand it, rubbed his fists, and made a clacking sound. Don't interfere. Mo Anjin spit out a mouthful of blood foam and yelled at Chen Daxia, this kid is mine. I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I tear him into pieces. He moved his eyes and stared at Zheng Qing grimly, wishing to tear Zheng Qing into pieces immediately. It's really scary. Zheng Qing didn't miss any opportunity to stimulate the opponent. Making the opponent blindly confused under stimulation is also a tactic. Even if Zheng Qing's strength exceeds that of the opponent, he has no intention of suppressing Mo Anjin immediately. He thinks more long-term, and it is not worth exposing his strength for them at the moment. Moreover, Zheng Qing was intentionally using them as an experiment to see if constant verbal stimulation could make the opponent lose his method of attack. Using the opponent's words to constantly provoke the opponent would undoubtedly make him more angry and frustrated. Of course, there is a limit to this, that is, launching verbal stimulation around the opponent's words, without any other burden, so as not to wake him up. Only in this cycle of self-frustration and anger can the opponent make mistakes and achieve the perfect stimulation effect. Mo Anjin wiped the blood foam from his lips with the back of his hand. His face and lower abdomen were throbbing. He stood up again and said, Boy, have you seen the sun? Zheng Qing felt that familiar strange feeling coming from Mo Anjin again, getting stronger and stronger, as if it was about to burst out. Suddenly, Zheng Qing understood that Mo Anjin's ability was the sun, which resonated with his own light ability, which made him have a special reaction to Mo Anjin. I guess Mo Anjin was the same. If there was nothing wrong, this was also the reason why the Night Dawn organization wanted to pull him in. Explode. Mo Anjin clenched his right fist, and a ball of scorching flames emerged from the center of his fist, pouring out extremely high temperatures, like a small furnace, baking the surroundings. The low and drooping leaves on the ancient trees curled up, lost moisture, and became dry and cracked. The grass beside the road was also scorched and dried. Zheng Qing felt a heat wave coming towards him and cheered up. It seemed that the title of genius superpower was indeed well deserved. Compared with the light gun he developed, Mo Anjin had already made more use of his superpowers. Asshole boy, I will turn you into a dried human body and let you die miserably in the pain of all the moisture and blood in your body being evaporated. Mo Anjin's face was ferocious, his eyes flashed with crazy light. He raised his right fist, strode towards Zheng Qing, and punched him. Zheng Qing dodged, and the speed of breaking through to the second-level attribute easily avoided Mo Anjin's fist, and the high temperature and heat emitted from the fist could not hurt Zheng Qing's body. Too slow, Zheng Qing dodged and punched Mo Anjin. Mo Anjin stumbled again and almost fell. His attack missed. He turned around suddenly, found Zheng Qing's position, raised his right fist, and released it with 5 fingers. Go to hell. Mo Anjin roared, and the flames that originally covered his fist turned into a beam of flames, and quickly shot towards Zheng Qing. Light gun. Zheng Qing calmly raised a finger, released his own superpowers, and shot out a bright light. With the powerful basic attributes, it completely wiped out the flame beam that the fierce explosion turned into. How is it possible? Mo Anjin couldn't believe that his fierce explosion would be defeated by the beginner's light gun. He slapped out with one palm, and the flames boiled in his palm, emitting extremely high temperatures, blocking the light gun that broke through the fierce explosion in front of his palm. The next moment, a black shadow rushed into Mo Anjin's eyes. Zheng Qing's cold eyes flashed into Mo Anjin's eyes. Without giving Mo Anjin a chance to react, he was about to hit Mo Anjin's forehead with a punch. Scorching sun. A touch of calmness flashed in Mo Anjin's crazy eyes. Boom. A huge heat emanated from Mo Anjin's body. Zheng Qing felt it burning before his fist touched Mo Anjin. He wanted to see how far Mo Anjin's ability had been developed, so he pretended to retreat and took 3 consecutive steps back. In less than a breath, the changes in Mo Anjin's body escalated again. The huge heat turned into fierce white light and almost blinded Zheng Qing. At this moment, Mo Anjin seemed to be shrouded in holy light, shining brightly in the dark night, and the surging heat spread from his body. The grass in the park became dry and broken in a moment. The green grass quickly lost its color and turned into powder in the impact of the heat wave. A trace of water vapor emerged from the moist soil. The soil quickly dried and formed into lumps, cracking on the ground, and countless cracks emerged. After the heat wave, dust flew. The branches of the ancient tree were on fire, and the flames quickly spread from the low branches to the high branches. In a short time, the entire tree's crown was on fire, and the flames were blazing. Black smoke rolled out from the flames. The electrical appliances in the park were also exploding, and the wires broke. They twisted their bodies like snakes, flashing electric light and hissing. The abnormal situation here quickly attracted the attention of residents in the nearby community. Looking at the burning tree, someone soon made a phone call to notify the safety committee. Chen Daxia stood under the burning tree without moving, and sparks and burning dead branches and leaves kept falling from his head. But when they approached Chen Daxia, these sparks were brushed away by an invisible gas mask and could not be approached. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, Liang Wuji in the Netherworld. I didn't expect that he could force Mo Anjin to use the burning sun. This is an S-level treatment. Chen Daxia took out a cigar box, took out a cigar from it, and put the rest back. He held the cigar from South America between 2 fingers of his right hand, stretched his right arm upward, and with the help of the huge heat in the air and the falling sparks from above, he instantly ignited the cigar. Chen Daxia put down his arm, took a puff of the cigar, opened his mouth and blew out a thick smoke, and calmly watched the battle in front of him. It's a big deal. Zheng Qing glanced at the ancient tree burning like a torch. The people of the Security Deacon Association will definitely arrive as soon as possible. He must end the battle as soon as possible without revealing his true strength, forcing the two to flee back to the base where Nitron is located, and then take them down in one go. There is no other way. He can only pick a time to open the vest. After Mo Anjin released his superpowers, he changed into the second state, Burning Sun. The whole body exudes a dazzling and extremely hot light, and any ray of light is enough to melt the flesh of an ordinary person. If Zheng Qing had failed in front of such a strong Mo Anjin before the third mission, he would have been unable to resist his superpowers. Boy, let's see how long you can hold on. Mo Anjin took a step forward, and the heat waves on his body rolled out. A large area of vegetation in the park died, and the soil turned into yellow sand, flying in the dark night. The street lights near the road outside the park burst continuously, and the highway was soon swallowed by darkness. The scorching light emitted by Mo Anjin was like the quills of a porcupine, forming a nearly perfect defense, making it difficult for people to get close. But he forgot that Zheng Qing's superpower was light, and light and the sun coexisted. With such a strong light, Zheng Qing's superpowers would undoubtedly be strengthened. You are too happy too early. Zheng Qing manipulated the light, like drawing a wire. The light originally emitted from Mo Anjin's appearance in all directions changed its path together, gathered towards Zheng Qing's palm, forming a water drop-shaped light path, and created a second light source on the spot, just like the moon shining with the sun. Oh, restrained. Under the flaming tree crown, Chen Daxia smoked a cigar nonchalantly and watched the battle with cold eyes. See how long you can absorb it. Mo Anjin found that the light was absorbed by Zheng Qing, but he was not angry. Instead, he increased the output of light, trying to strengthen the light absorbed by Zheng Qing to the point where even Zheng Qing himself could not control it. When the light exploded out of control, Zheng Qing, as the core of the explosion, would inevitably disappear in the light and turn into dust. However, what Mo Anjin did not expect was that this level of light was not enough to make Zheng Qing unable to control it. He could absorb as much as Mo Anjin had. Not long after, a ball of extremely high temperature and blazing light appeared in Zheng Qing's palm. The light emitted even swallowed Zheng Qing himself, and outsiders could not see the situation in the light at all. "What, can't you bear it?" Mo Anjin roared happily. "Turn into dust, Zheng Qing. I'm sorry to disappoint you." Zheng Qing's voice came from the light, and then a strong light began to move. The outward light shrank inward and turned into a light ball full of huge energy. Zheng Qing rushed towards Mo Anjin with the light ball in his hand and slapped it towards him. "What? Don't even think about it." Mo Anjin was stunned and roared. He put his palms together, gathered the energy of the sun in his palms, and blasted out with all his strength. Light explosion killing cannon. A beam of light as thick as a bucket burst out from the intersection of Mo Anjin's two palms and shot straight at Zheng Qing. The cobblestone cement-paved park road broke under the power of the light explosion killing cannon. The dust evaporated like water vapor under the powerful power. Wisps of fine dust emerged from the ground like fog, and quickly disappeared as they approached the light explosion killing cannon. Boom! The light explosion killing cannon collided with the light ball in Zheng Qing's hand, and the roar resounded through the world. All the residents of the community outside the park were awakened and got up from their beds in a panic. Strong light filled every corner of the park, like the sun setting on the ground. The dazzling light illuminated all the residential buildings facing the park, as bright as day, causing countless people to panic. The ground of the park was shattered, and the mud and rocks quickly disintegrated in the explosion, turning into dust and being swept away by the impact of the explosion. The earth trembled slightly, like a slight earthquake. The park was almost flattened in the explosion, and the burning ancient trees were torn into pieces by the impact of the air wave like paper and disappeared on the spot. Chen Daxia stood motionless in the air wave, only the smoke from the cigar on his mouth quickly dissipated backwards. At Zheng Qing's home, Zheng's father and mother were awakened and hurriedly got up to check what happened. Zheng's mother came to Zheng Qing's room and saw the empty room. She was immediately dissatisfied and said, "The brat is not at home. What are you doing?" As she said that, she went to get her mobile phone to call Zheng Qing, but the ring came from Zheng Qing's room. The shock wave of the explosion spread out of the park. The strong wind, like a wind wall, pushed down the street lights on the road, uprooted the green trees, and overturned the vehicles parked on the roadside. The strong wind hit the residential building, and the sound of glass breaking rang out. People screamed and huddled in panic. The night turned into day, and the light emitted by the park could be seen throughout the Zingayu area. The safety deacon would quickly rush over here. The strong light of the explosion disappeared, and only the light emitted by Mo Anjin remained on the barren plain of the park. A deep pit appeared in front of him, emitting curls of hot steam. "Oh, are you dead?" Mo Anjin exhaled and said contemptuously. "Yin and yang become two energies." Zheng Qing's voice sounded from the bottom of the pit, and he decided to take this opportunity to change his vest. This timing was perfect, because it would be difficult for a novice like Zheng Qing to survive such a powerful impact. At that time, this problem would inevitably attract the attention of those who were interested. Taking this opportunity to change his vest would just solve this problem, and he could also let go a little and do a big job. A gray streak shot out of the deep pit and hit Mo Anjin's chest. Mo Anjin groaned, his body flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, coughed up blood, and the light covering his body was shattered and disappeared in this blow. Huh? Who is this boy who forcibly broke Mo Anjin's scorching sun? The information shows that he has only been in supernatural training for a short time. Why does he have such a powerful ability? Chen Daxia took off the cigar in his mouth and frowned deeply. Zheng Qing jumped out from the bottom of the pit, looked at Mo Anjin lying on the ground, took a step in the air, and shot at him diagonally. When Mo Anjin saw Zheng Qing shooting at him, his eyes showed a strong sense of disbelief. How could he suddenly become stronger? But at this time he had no time to think about it. Zheng Qing punched him with a sound of breaking through the air. Mo Anjin hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest to protect his head and throat. Bang! Zheng Qing's punch fell. Mo Anjin's face turned pale, his arm seemed to be broken, his upper body was smashed into the ground, the blood in his body boiled, rushed to his head, and turned into blood and vomited out uncontrollably. Zheng Qing lifted Mo Anjin out, and a layer of dirt fell off his body. "Who are you?" Mo Anjin asked with a strong breath. "Liang Wuji of the Netherworld." Zheng Qing looked at Mo Anjin and answered, then threw Mo Anjin in the direction of Chen Daxia like throwing garbage, saying, "It's your turn." Chen Daxia caught Mo Anjin, who was flying over, put him on the ground, threw the cigar in his hand on the ground, and stepped on it to extinguish it. "What is Liang Wuji of the Netherworld? Don't pretend to be a ghost here. I will show you your true self." After saying that, Chen Daxia took off his tie, put it in his pocket, stepped to the side, the soles of his shoes squeaked, and the ground rang with a slight cracking sound. Zheng Qing stared at Chen Daxia intently, and he didn't know what a supernatural power was yet. With a bang, the ground beneath Chen Daxia's feet broke, and a cloud of dust emerged. Then his body shot out, and his right palm clenched into a fist and hit Zheng Qing, 10 times the force of the punch. Zheng Qing saw Chen Daxia shooting at him, and was slightly surprised at his speed. Seeing the fist coming, he swung his left palm out, and with a dark sound, Zheng Qing's left palm wrapped around Chen Daxia's fist, and the huge force was completely melted in front of Zheng Qing's palm. Chen Daxia's face changed, and before he could wait for the next move, Zheng Qing's right fist moved, and swung out quickly and continuously, hitting Chen Daxia's lower abdomen. Chen Daxia's eyes widened, his face suddenly pale, and his internal organs seemed to be vomited out of his mouth under the heavy blows of Zheng Qing's punches. Bang! After Zheng Qing finished the last punch, he threw Chen Daxia to the ground fiercely, hitting him so hard that he saw golden flowers. "This is your ability. You, who are you?" Chen Daxia's mouth was bleeding, and he couldn't believe the identity of the man in front of him. Liang Wuji. Zheng Qing wanted to establish the image of a vest to the end. Get lost. He stared at Chen Daxia indifferently. "While the people from the Security Deacon Council have not arrived yet." Chen Daxia got up in a panic, his lower abdomen felt like it was on fire and a knife was stabbing. He did not dare to say much, went to help Mo Anjin up, and left here in a hurry. Next, it was time to follow them to find the base of Night Dawn. Zheng Qing waited until they relaxed their vigilance and disappeared into the darkness, and then planned to chase them out. "Stop." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind Zheng Qing. He turned his head and saw that it was Zuan, who was running in the dark with a black steel suitcase. "It's you." Zuan was shocked to see Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing certainly could not expose himself, and glanced at Zuan with an extremely cold look, and said, "Do you also want to taste my power?" "Zheng Qing, what's wrong with you?" Zuan was alert and puzzled, looking at Zheng Qing now. "Zheng Qing, interesting name. My name is Liang Wuji, remember it." Zheng Qing didn't want to fight with Zuan, so he stood up and went to track down the escaped Night Dawn cadre. Zuan didn't stop Zheng Qing, but remembered a report from the meeting. "Liang Wuji, Zheng Qing," he murmured in a low voice. Chen Daxia fled very quickly with Mo Anjin, obviously worried that they would be discovered by the Security Deacon Committee in this state, so they wanted to leave as soon as possible. During the escape, he did not notice Zheng Qing following him in the darkness. They fled all the way to the famous villa on the outskirts of the city. Zheng Qing remembered that the villa was large in scope, with a wall surrounding the entire mountain, a special road built inside, and checkpoints for security at the entrance and exit. The owner of the villa was a big businessman behind many members of the city council. Chapter 63, Battle of the Villa. On a quiet and peaceful night, a villa located in a lonely mountain still had a few lights on. Two figures jumped over the guardrail and fled into the mountain. Zheng Qing followed them all the way behind until he saw Chen Daxia and Mo Anjin enter the villa with his own eyes. Zheng Qing did not immediately appear to take action. He summoned the Fihong sword and used the sun and moon contemplation to spread his will to the entire lonely mountain except for the villa, looking for power cables, network cables, and cameras. After finding the locations one by one, he controlled the Fihong sword to shoot out, quickly cutting off the power supply and network signal supply of the villa, and destroying all the cameras. What happened? A scream came from the villa. "Quickly turn on the backup power system," someone shouted hurriedly. After a while, the power of the villa returned to normal and the lights came on again. Zheng Qing put away the Fihong sword, looked at the villa, took a deep breath, jumped to the gate of the villa, and slapped out a gray stream of light with his palm. Yin and Yang become two energies. Boom! The special door that was designed to prevent theft and bullets was shattered into countless tiny pieces of iron, which blasted into the villa along with the gray streak, and several screams were heard. Zheng Qing stepped into the door and scanned the luxurious decoration of the villa. 3 people were lying on the ground, their bodies were covered with tiny pieces of iron, and blood was pouring out. Who are you? One of them leaned forward with a hideous and terrifying look, his wound bleeding profusely, staring at Zheng Qing in fear. Is this the base of Night Dawn? Zheng Qing walked slowly into the hall, alert to the superpowers who might appear at any time. I don't know what you are talking about. This is private territory. If you don't leave quickly, don't blame us for being rude. The man threatened while enduring the pain. I followed Chen the hero all the way here. Lying is useless. You'd better lie on the ground and call an ambulance, so as not to lose too much blood and die here. Zheng Qing observed the possible hiding places along the way, and his eyes kept an eye on the expression of the injured man from time to time to see if there was anything unusual. If you don't leave, I'll call the Security Council. The injured man threatened loudly, feeling extremely anxious. Just right, so I don't have to worry about it. Zheng Qing agreed to his request. The battle will be over in 15 minutes, and the Security Council will come to put handcuffs on you, and it will be just enough time to send you to prison. What do you want? My master is very rich, and he can meet any of your requests. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Zheng Qing, the man became even more panicked. When you are in prison, my request will naturally be met. After Zheng Qing finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up to the second floor, broke the wall on the second floor with one punch, grabbed a man from behind the wall, threw him to the ground on the first floor, and used the sealing technique to seal the supernatural power in his body. This is the first one, you can start calling. The man couldn't help but reveal a look of despair in his eyes. Good skills. Suddenly, a man walked out of the second floor, wearing a woolen sweater and white sweatpants, looking casual. Zheng Qing saw him and attacked him without saying anything. He came here to eradicate Night Dawn, not to chat about family matters. Come on. The man yelled, releasing his mental power to attack Zheng Qing. He was a psychic. Zheng Qing noticed it and used the sun and moon contemplation to defend against his mental attack. He took the opportunity to get close to the other party and punched him in the abdomen. How is it possible? The psychic arched his body like a shrimp and vomited bitter water, unable to believe that his method would fail. Where are the others? Zheng Qing grabbed his neck and forced him to look at him. I don't know. The young man in the woolen sweater retained the last bit of toughness. Zheng Qing didn't say much, and sealed him and threw him to the first floor. The young man in the woolen sweater fell to the ground with a scream. Your Excellency is acting so recklessly. Are you going to fight to the death with us, Night and Dawn? A man in a nightgown, with strong muscles and explosive mechanical beauty, appeared from the second floor room behind Zheng Qing. Oh, you finally admit it. Zheng Qing turned around and looked at the man. Fight to the death? When you decided to kill me, you were already fighting to the death. Now that you find that the damn bug is suddenly stronger than you, you want to kneel down and beg for mercy and get along with each other in a friendly manner. Isn't it too late? You are so arrogant. You want to eradicate us, but you can't do it yet. The man kicked the ground and shot up, lightning flashed around his body, and thunder roared. Zhou Changlong pays homage. Boom. Zhou Changlong punched out in the air, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a fist mark condensed by lightning hit Zheng Qing. Bang! Zheng Qing used the yin and yang to transform the two ki, and waved his palm to slap out a yang ki, and the white ki flowed like a waterfall, facing the thunder fist head-on. The moment the ki and thunder collided, the railings and walls on the second floor collapsed and fell to the first floor. There were constant noises in the villa, and lightning fragments flashed above the hall. The gorgeous chandelier was struck by lightning and exploded with a bang. The light fragments fell like rain, and the hall was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the flashing lightning. There was another bang, and the chandelier fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Thunder waterfall kill. Zhou Changlong's voice sounded on Zheng Qing's side. He took advantage of the darkness and rushed to Zheng Qing's side. A large column of lightning broke through the darkness and illuminated the hall. Boom. Zheng Qing's figure was instantly swallowed by the lightning column, like a young tree in the flood. The lightning column shot through the villa and rushed straight into the sky. Incompetent. Zhou Changlong looked at the disappearing Zheng Qing. His eyes followed the remaining lightning in the hall, through the hole blasted by the lightning column, and looked into the air. I'm afraid that this kid has been blasted into pieces by me. Suddenly, Zhou Changlong's pupils contracted, and he saw a slender figure outside the hole as the lightning gradually disappeared. He is still alive. Zhou Changlong was shocked and felt it was difficult. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zheng Qing dissolved the last bit of lightning, poured away the yin qi, and used both palms to work together. Yin-yang transformed into 2 qi. Zheng Qing stared at Zhou Changlong in the hole, and a gray streak blasted out. After using yin-yang transformed into 2 qi, Zheng Qing fell down. Boom! Yin-yang transformed into 2 qi blasted open the hole in the villa, and a wall collapsed directly. Zhou Changlong saw the gray streak coming, and his breath tightened. He quickly dodged to the side and narrowly escaped. Yin-yang transformed into 2 qi directly blasted through the villa and hit the rock behind the villa, exploding into several layers of earth waves, and rocks and mud rained down from the air. That was close. Zhou Changlong secretly said that he was lucky. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind again, and a figure suddenly flashed in. It was Zheng Qing who was using the little spirit wind step. One punch. Simple and unpretentious. Zhou Changlong raised his arm to block, but gravity pressed down, and Zhou Changlong's forehead was covered with cold sweat. With a bang, the ground on the second floor where he was broken, and Zheng Qing punched him to the first floor. As soon as he landed on the first floor, Zhou Changlong immediately turned over and jumped up, not caring about the numbness and pain in his arm, and growled, "Thunder Seal!" Visible lightning burst out from his body. Zheng Qing stood on the second floor and saw it clearly. He was not in a hurry to attack. He also wanted to understand how these superpowers developed their abilities and what kind of abilities they developed. Zhou Changlong's whole body was bathed in lightning, and his short hair stood up like thorns. His arms took off his bathrobe, revealing the solid bronze muscles of his upper body, full of powerful beauty. The flashing lightning gradually penetrated Zhou Changlong's body, gathering into a dark blue lightning symbol, like a ferocious long snake twisting on his body's surface with a trembling of muscles. His momentum rose steadily, thunder and lightning trembled, and the air wave rushed out of the gap on the second floor from bottom to top, forming a visible air column, piercing the third floor. Stone sand fell from Zheng Qing's head in strands. The whole villa was trembling under the influence of Zhou Changlong's power. With a bang, Zhou Changlong broke through the ceiling of the first floor and jumped to the second floor. His chest was full of lightning symbols, and so was his face. The dark lightning symbols conveyed a dangerous signal. "You didn't take this opportunity to attack me. This will be the biggest mistake you made tonight and the last mistake of your life." After Zhou Changlong completed the transformation, his self-confidence rose sharply. He looked at Zheng Qing with contempt. If he looked at a kid who didn't know how to live or die, he would be so stupid to give his enemy a chance. Really? Others in your organization have also said this to me. I hope you can be more powerful when you say this. Zheng Qing was as calm as before. His own strong strength did not require him to worry about the growth of Zhou Changlong's strength. Zhou Changlong snorted coldly, "Then let's try." He stood up and ran towards Zheng Qing, clenching his fist. Although there was no lightning, it was full of lightning power. "Take my punch." Bang! Zheng Qing caught it with his palm, and lightning instantly burst out from his palm. Zhou Changlong's body was like a sponge filled with water. With a little effort, the water could be squeezed out. At this moment, lightning accumulated in his body, and a little external force could stimulate this lightning, which was regarded as an outlet for catharsis and gushed out violently. "Do you know how powerful it is?" Zhou Changlong roared proudly, and after his right fist, his left hand also turned into a fist and hit Zheng Qing's cheek. Zheng Qing raised his right palm to block it, and lightning burst out on both palms. The violent lightning swallowed Zheng Qing's palms and continued to attack with the power of lightning. Slowly, Zhou Changlong realized that something was wrong, because Zheng Qing was still standing still, and the strength of his two palms did not decrease at all. He carefully moved his eyes and climbed up to Zheng Qing's calm and indifferent face. He was suddenly shocked. He was fine. "It's my turn." Zheng Qing looked at Zhou Changlong, and used both palms to clench Zhou Changlong's fists. The lightning immediately became more violent and violent. A large group of lightning filled the second floor, overflowing from Zhou Changlong's body, and wantonly attacked any object within the range. The sound of explosions continued on the second floor, tiles exploded one by one, and pockmarked thunder pits appeared on the walls. The villa rumbled and continued to tremble slightly, as if it was about to collapse. The people who were still awake on the first floor hurriedly fled, with horror in their eyes. They didn't expect a battle to reach this level. Boom! The lightning in Zhou Changlong's body exploded collectively, like a sponge squeezed dry of all water. The lightning wrapped Zhou Changlong and Zheng Qing in the blink of an eye, and spread rapidly along the interior of the villa. The wooden furniture turned into powder as soon as it touched the lightning, and exploded in the air, and was swept outside by the thunder. Not long after, from the perspective of people outside the villa, the entire villa was filled with lightning that was emitting ferocious electric snakes, and lightning flashed out continuously. Suddenly, several people outside had tinnitus and buzzing in their ears at the same time. A column of lightning broke through the villa, and dissipated in the night sky like a fountain. The villa was submerged in the sea of lightning and disintegrated bit by bit. Soon it lost its outer shell, leaving only the skeleton of the villa. Soon even this skeleton melted in the sea of lightning, leaving nothing. In the end, the lightning disappeared, and only 2 people stood on the scorched red ground. Chapter 64, Possessed by Thundergod. The ground was steaming hot. Zheng Qing released Zhou Changlong's fists, and the opponent fell to his knees like a puddle of mud, lying on the ground with his face facing the charred ground. The lightning symbol on his body completely disappeared, and he was still breathing with only 1 breath left. The strength in his body was completely drained under the raging lightning and Zheng Qing's stimulation. There must be a basement here. Zheng Qing noticed that the figures of Chen Daxia and Mo Anjin did not appear. Do you think this is the end? Zhou Changlong, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spoke. How many cotters are there in Naitan? Zheng Qing lowered his eyes and looked down at Zhou Changlong, who was lying on the ground, from a proud angle. I haven't lost yet. Zhou Changlong propped up one arm and tried to support his body. Really? Zheng Qing looked at his violently shaking arm. Of course it is. Zhou Changlong shouted, suddenly attacked, stretched out his palm to grab Zheng Qing's ankle, and wanted to knock Zheng Qing down when he was not prepared. Is it interesting? Zheng Qing did not move at all, and looked at Zhou Changlong quietly. This scene was quite funny. Zhou Changlong was so angry that he let go of Zheng Qing's ankle. He slapped the ground, bounced back, somersaulted for half a day, and landed lightly. Your injury seems to be lighter than I thought. Zheng Qing thought Zhou Changlong was seriously injured. How? My own superpower is thunder and lightning. How could I be injured by thunder and lightning? I was just temporarily exhausted just now. Zhou Changlong sneered coldly, trying to get the upper hand verbally. Then what other means do you have? If not, it's time to end it. Zheng Qing wanted to know how far Zhou Changlong's superpower development had reached, which was very enlightening to him. You will see. Zhou Changlong's eyes suddenly darkened, revealing a fierceness. Zheng Qing was at ease and waited calmly. Thor. Zhou Changlong looked up to the sky and roared. Invisibly, a circle of air waves was born around Zhou Changlong, spreading rapidly and raising dust. Not long after, another new wave of air was generated. Circle after circle, all the dust on the ground was swept away. The speed of the air wave was getting faster and faster. Zheng Qing stood in the wind and waves and watched Zhou Changlong's body change. Just like Mo Anjin, his body was gradually covered by lightning, emitting a terrifying power. Countless lightning bolts were born around Zhou Changlong, venting the power, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The wind level of the impact wave rose step by step, and the wind was howling. Several people standing a little further away were pushed out of their original positions by the strong wind. The trees around the villa shook wildly, and the fallen leaves filled the forest. Then there rose up with a strong wind, like the beautiful dance of a singing girl, flying over the woods, flying over the mountain slope and disappearing behind the mountain. Crack! A sound of trees being broken by the strong wind was heard. Zheng Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the core of the strong wind and lightning, the birthplace of the storm, Zhou Changlong. The bathrobe on his body was quickly incinerated in the thunder and lightning, and his body seemed to have turned into a blue gem, shining with an extraordinary light. It was the lightning hidden in it, full of inexplicable and powerful power. In Zheng Qing's eyes, this was more like an upgraded version of the thunder seal just now. Zhou Changlong's body was completely transformed by thunder and lightning. Thunder. Zhou Changlong waved his arms, clenched the thunder in his fists, and roared. Boom boom boom. Even in the urban area of Zeningaiu, the thunder and lightning that broke out here could be seen. Several lightning bolts like pillars struck from the dark and endless sky, illuminating the earth in an instant. The thunder rumbled, like a landslide. No one in the urban area could sleep tonight. They were all awakened, and countless children were frightened to the point of wetting their beds and crying under the thunder. The wind, clouds and thunder of the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and the leaves blown from the Gushan villa fell randomly on the streets of the city. People in Xinangai were panicked. What on earth has this kid been doing? Zheng Qing's mother was almost crying in anxiety. There was a frightening noise outside, and Zheng Qing was missing again, with his cell phone left at home. I'll give him a good beating when he comes back. Zheng's father frowned and agreed. Do you think he went online with his friends? Zheng's mother suddenly found a reasonable explanation. Zheng's father nodded hesitantly. He knew that Zheng Qing would not be so inappropriate as to sneak out of the house in the middle of the night to surf the internet, but in order to comfort Zheng's mother and reassure her, he could only agree. I have to take good care of his little treasury when he comes back, Zheng's mother said angrily. There were suddenly a few flashes outside the balcony. Zheng's father's eyes flashed with worry, and he said, What happened outside? There was an accident outside the community just now, and what happened now? What's going on in the middle of the night? The lonely mountain caught fire. A lightning bolt struck the trees and ignited the fire. The wind helped the fire. In a moment, most of the lonely mountain was engulfed in flames. Zhou Changlong's body was completely transformed by lightning, becoming lighter and faster, floating slightly from the ground without touching the ground. His body was crystal blue, as if it was made of a beautiful sapphire. His eyes were full of lightning. Every move he made was accompanied by lightning that could not be suppressed and burst in the air. A sharp and dangerous aura emanated from his whole body. Thunder. Waterfall. Kill. Zhou Changlong's voice became particularly hoarse and low. He raised his index finger and pointed at Zheng Qing. A flash of lightning appeared in front of his finger, absorbing lightning continuously. The blue light spot turned into a white and terrifying tiny ball of light. With the appearance of the white ball of lightning, the area near the villa was instantly quiet, and the wildfire that engulfed the forest was also suppressed invisibly. The flying fire fell to the bottom of the valley, and a large area of wildfire disappeared suddenly, leaving only scattered branches burning. The air also became particularly heavy, and every breath seemed to be cherished. Several people who had escaped from the villa outside the venue realized that there was a risk of suffocation, and hurriedly ran away from here. However, as soon as they moved their feet, they felt weak all over. They fell to the ground limply after running a few steps, and slowly died of suffocation. The oxygen was becoming thinner, and Zheng Qing also realized that the opponent had completed the lightning transformation, and had completely changed his body structure and achieved alternative evolution. Oxygen had become unimportant to Zhou Changlong, but he could use oxygen to strangle Zheng Qing. Even if his companion died first, he would not hesitate. Boom! The white and terrifying ball of light was released, and a pale lightning column shot out, breaking the dull air. The area around the villa suddenly changed from depression to mania. The ground became charred and blackened under the passage of the lightning column, and mud and rocks exploded all the way, and the earth was cracking on both sides of the lightning column. Yin and Yang become two energies. Zheng Qing sensed a hint of danger and blasted out with both palms, using 80% of his strength. Boom! Thunder was violent, and gray shattered mist flew everywhere. The earth instantly turned into a deep cave, exposing the basement below. Many members of Nightdawn were strangled by the broken air of thunder that leaked from the sky, and died in the basement, but what followed was a more terrifying oxygen consumption, and those who survived by chance would not be able to escape the disaster. The gray streak and the pale lightning column were deadlocked for less than 10 seconds, and then immediately pushed the pale lightning column back to Zhou Changlong. What? Zhou Changlong was startled and dodged quickly. Watching the gray streak wipe out his thunder waterfall, and there was still power to bombard the mountains and forests behind, he had a new understanding of Zheng Qing's strength. You are really strong. Zhou Changlong looked at Zheng Qing, floating in the air. His eyes suddenly became cold. But no matter how strong you are, you will definitely die tonight. As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Changlong's speed suddenly increased, and he shot towards Zheng Qing, releasing lightning and forming a tail of lightning. Zheng Qing saw Zhou Changlong coming, and he leaned to the right to avoid Zhou Changlong's fist. At the same time, he swung his right fist and hit Zhou Changlong's cheek. But the expected knockback did not happen. Instead, a more powerful lightning burst out, stinging Zheng Qing's palm. Zhou Changlong glanced at Zheng Qing with a proud look, and said, "Are you surprised? My strength is more than 10 times stronger than before." As soon as the voice fell, Zhou Changlong turned his head to avoid Zheng Qing's right fist, turned his body slightly, and condensed a punch to hit Zheng Qing's waist and abdomen from bottom to top. Lightning burst out, and the strong power of lightning penetrated into Zheng Qing's body, destroying his internal organs. Do you know how powerful it is? Zhou Chenglong roared ferociously, continued to burst out his strength, and punched Zheng Qing out. Zheng Qing flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and stopped before almost crashing into the forest. He landed using the little spirit wind step and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Chenglong's pupils contracted, and he felt incredible. Zheng Qing's difficulty was so difficult that even he couldn't suppress it when he turned on the thunder god state. Is this the extent of your strength? Zheng Qing stood on the ground and asked seriously. A sense of humiliation enveloped Zhou Chenglong's heart. Damn boy. Then I'll let you know my strength. Don't regret it, bastard boy. Zhou Chenglong flew out with a bang, and hit Zheng Qing with a series of fast punches like a machine gun. It was so fast that it was dizzying. It was difficult to see which direction the fist shadow came from, and it was difficult to distinguish which was the remaining phantom and which was the real fist that was about to attack. But these were not a problem for Zheng Qing. The first order 6th level spiritual attribute plus the blessing of the sun and moon visualization was enough to enable him to quickly distinguish Zhou Chenglong's fist, and then rely on his strong physique to react one by one, and punch. The collision of fists sounded like the explosion of lodum shells, fast and continuous. Until Zheng Qing was slightly annoyed, he increased his strength and knocked Zhou Chenglong out with a punch. Zhou Chenglong flew backwards into the air without any thoughts or hesitation. His fighting instinct had completely taken over his mind and nerves. Thunderfall kill. This time, the Thunderfall kill was not charged. Zhou Chenglong threw the Thunderfall kill with one hand, shouting and madly throwing it at Zheng Qing. The lightning pillars formed a river of thunder, like a real thunder and lightning waterfall falling from the sky, bombarding Zheng Qing. Yin and Yang become two ki. Zheng Qing held Yin in one hand and Yang in the other. The black and white ki each held one palm and shot out like a string of bullets. They were not fused into one ki by Zheng Qing. Boom boom boom. The explosion resounded throughout the Xiningayu area. Tonight was destined to be unavoidable. The flashing lightning illuminated the faces of many people. They stood on the balcony, on the street, and on the rooftop, looking at the place where the battle broke out. People were suspicious and nervous, not knowing what was going on. Some people even turned on their mobile phones to live broadcast, which instantly attracted many sleepless viewers. Can you see the scene over there in the villa? Zuan who stood outside the lonely mountain, watching the flashes of fierce fighting inside. Just the aftermath of the sweep made his heart palpitate. It's difficult. A satellite will pass over the area in half an hour. We can access satellite monitoring at that time. A woman's voice came from the communication headset. Arrange someone to bring a drone over. We must have the first-hand video data of the battle. Zuan who pressed the headset and ordered the person on the other side. They are already on the way. Yes, I have seen them. Goodbye. Zuan who saw 3 vehicles of the Security Deacon Association coming urgently on the road, hung up the communication, ran over, and went to meet the security deacons who came. 3 cars that were about to go to the scene of the incident were stopped by Zuan who. Captain. The person who got off the car said in surprise. Don't go any further. It's too dangerous ahead. The oxygen is getting thinner. If you go any further, you'll suffocate. Zuan who said, take out the drones in your cars and control them remotely. I want to see the situation on the scene. Everyone immediately got busy on the spot, released the drones, and headed for the villa. Zuan who stared at the screen, watching the drone approach the villa. When the drone reached the sky above the villa, the camera was aimed at the battle scene below. The people gathered in front of the screen were suddenly shocked and speechless. What level of battle is this? S? SS? Or SSS level? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Zuan who looked solemn. Seeing the figure under the black and white air on the screen, he felt a little familiar. His heart suddenly moved, and he ordered, enlarge the video and aim at the person who is emitting the black and white air below. It's him. Wang Mingke, who had met Zheng Qing once, was shocked. Zheng Qing, who was fighting, suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He glanced in the direction of the drone in the sky, was secretly surprised, and immediately shot out a ninja sword to destroy the drone. Chapter 65, Thunderstorms wreak havoc on the world. The people watching the game outside the field with the help of drones saw Zheng Qing glance at them indifferently, and then the screen fell into darkness. The drone is destroyed. The security steward who operated the drone looked at Zuan who innocently. Who is that person? A curious person asked Wang Mingke. Wang Mingke explained, Zheng Qing. He was suspected to have appeared at the scene of a capture of a fugitive supernatural criminal. The security steward who handled the case came back and reported that someone who claimed to be Liang Wuji from the Nine Netherworld helped them capture the fugitive and used a magical skill called Yin Yang, transformed into 2 Qi. According to the information, Zheng Qing should be a student under the captain now. Everyone focused their attention on Zhu and Shihu again, hoping for an answer. Why does Zheng Qing, who is obviously a student, have such a powerful ability? Zhu and Shihu looked at everyone's eyes and said, Zheng Qing, Liang Wuji, different names bring completely different strengths to the same body. This is indeed worth wondering, but it is not impossible, such as a mysterious strong man's host possessing Zheng Qing. But is this possible? Someone questioned softly. Nothing is impossible in the world. Once it happens, it is destined. Who could have expected the world to change like this before? Zhu and Shihu said, do you have any drones? Release another one. Be careful not to be discovered by Liang Wuji. There is one more. Someone immediately went to get it. Captain, the counselor called and asked us to rush to the scene immediately to deal with the incident. Someone in the car shouted out of the window. Tell him we are on the way. Zhu and Shihu responded with disgust. Captain, the chairman of Yumeo Group called and asked the person in charge to answer the call in person. Someone else opened the window and shouted. The villa on the lonely mountain is the property of the chairman of Yumeo Group. Tell him I am busy and go to the counselor to discuss anything. Zhu and Shihu skillfully rejected it. On the flattened villa, the thunder was rampant, and the surging air waves swept across the fields, blowing away the roots and uprooting the trees, and even rolling up the mud and rocks on the ground, rolling all the way to the back of the mountain. Boom! The last thunder waterfall was annihilated by the black airflow. Zhou Changlong panted slightly. His supernatural power was greatly consumed. He stared at Zheng Qing on the ground with solemnity and annoyance. The opponent's strength seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong his power was, Zheng Qing could swallow it safely. Damn it! What a bastard! Then, it's my turn. Zheng Qing looked at Zhou Changlong and spoke softly but seriously. Question mark. Zhou Changlong kept his eyes straight and found that a gust of wind hit his face head-on. Before he could see clearly, Zheng Qing, who had activated the little spirit wind step, appeared beside him and punched Zhou Changlong hard in the face. Zhou Changlong screamed and fell to the ground. With a bang, the ground that had been crushed by the thunder wave several times was cracked, revealing countless spider web-like cracks. Zheng Qing didn't give Zhou Changlong a chance. Without waiting for Zhou Changlong to get up, he swooped down from mid-air, clenched his fists and aimed at Zhou Changlong, with a sharp cold light in his eyes. Bang! A punch fell. The smoke and dust shook the ground and attacked all around. The impact wave penetrated and wiped out the smoke and dust, spreading out like a circle. Zhou Changlong's thunder-transformed body was hit hard by Zheng Qing, and a clear fist mark appeared on his chest. His body also sank into the ground. The lightning and thunder emitted seemed to be frightened by Zheng Qing's fierceness. He couldn't shrink his body. There was great pain on his face and his eyes rolled back. But Zhou Changlong's eyes burst into strong lightning at this time. Extremely unwilling emotions grew from Zhou Changlong's heart. The lightning was like water and flames, seeping out of Zhou Changlong's body. Zheng Qing saw that the situation was not right, so he put away his fist and jumped away to see what changes Zhou Changlong would have. He became more and more interested in this route of developing supernatural powers that fully strengthened the body. Zhou Changlong slowly stood up from the pit, hunched over, his arms drooping weakly, but his eyes were still shining, shooting a resentful look at Zheng Qing. The lightning on his body burned like fireworks. The blue flames of lightning surrounded Zhou Changlong, gradually burning more and more, emitting a raging fire, but there was no temperature, like a cold flame. Die? Zhou Changlong let out his last roar as if from the abyss. Boom! The sky suddenly changed, and there was a rolling thunder. A lightning column as thick as the mouth of a jar shot out from Zhou Changlong's body and went straight into the sky. At this moment, the people in Zingayu area saw an unforgettable scene. After the lightning column shot into the night sky, countless dark clouds appeared, and layers of them fell from the sky, as if the sky and the earth were about to merge. The huge and heavy dark clouds gave everyone a heavy shadow in their hearts. Fortunately, those dark clouds only appeared above the villas in the suburbs and did not affect the city. In the large dark clouds, lightning flashed, and countless electric snakes were hidden in the dark clouds and twisted fiercely, eager to land and destroy everything they saw. Is this Zhou Changlong's back move? A sharp wind blew past Zheng Qing, sweeping up the dust that had just been produced on the ground. Then let's go all out. Zheng Qing's face showed a refreshing and happy look. He could finally go all out, and let me see how strong I am. Yin and Yang become two ki. Zheng Qing roared, and went all out, blasting out a gray ki sea with extraordinary power. It's not a gas column, it's a ki sea. Zheng Qing wanted to use the ki sea to confront the thunder sea, a direct collision of hard power, to test his own strength. Boom! The gray ki sea rushed against the sky with overwhelming momentum, and the forest on the lonely mountain was directly submerged. A large number of remaining trees were flattened, and even the peak of the lonely mountain disappeared after the ki sea, leaving only a smooth cross-section of the mountain rock. The countless electric snakes and the dark clouds seemed to be stimulated and quickly became agitated. The lightning became more and more dazzling, and the frequency of its appearance became faster and faster. Large pieces of lightning connected into a network, emitting a terrifying power in the dark clouds, as if hiding the power to destroy the world. Boom! A collision sound that caused tinnitus in everyone's ears rang out. A huge impact wave swept out from the collision interface between the Sea of Qi and the Sea of Thunder. People on the ground could feel the existence of the fierce wind. If there was a direct collision, I am afraid that the glass of a large number of high-rise buildings in the Xiningayu area would be shattered, turning into a murderous weapon in an instant and shooting at the walls of the house. Boom boom boom. The Sea of Qi and the Sea of Thunder continued to collide. The gray Sea of Qi pushed the Sea of Thunder back to the sky. The crazy flashing lightning seemed unwilling to fail and kept trying to counterattack and crush the gray Sea of Qi. Boom. There was another loud noise, and the glass of the houses near the Gushan Villa shattered at the same time. The Sea of Thunder accelerated its defeat, the dark clouds fled in all directions, the thunder and lightning disappeared, and the gray Sea of Qi rushed into the sky, flattening the sea of clouds in the night sky, revealing a bright moon behind the clouds. Bang! Zhou Changlong's body seemed to have been hit by an invisible attack. He spit out a mouthful of blood. The lightning around him turned into blue light spots that emerged from his body and disappeared. Zhou Changlong finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The speed at which the lightning disappeared was also accelerating. His body soon returned to its normal state and he lay naked on the ground. Zheng Qing exhaled a sigh of relief, and found the deep cave that exposed the basement. He walked in to see if there were other people. There were several floors in the basement. Many people from Nidron fell on the shallowest upper floor. Most of them were dead. The oxygen here was so thin that Zheng Qing could barely cope with it. Weak people like them naturally had no chance. The battle is over. Wang Mingke seemed to wake up from a dream. You stay here. Don't come over without my order. Zuan Shehu picked up the steel suitcase and planned to go to Gushan Villa. Captain. Everyone looked at Zuan Shehu worriedly. Zheng Qing was now lying Wuji, but he didn't recognize him. It's okay. I've met him. He shouldn't attack me. I just need to pay attention to the oxygen and adjust my breathing. It didn't cause any trouble to me in the past. Besides, the battle is over now and the oxygen should be back to normal. One more thing. If anyone calls again, don't disclose Zheng Qing's information without my order. Violators will be dealt with according to the confidentiality regulations. Zuan Shehu picked up the suitcase and left, running towards Gushan Villa. In the basement, Zheng Qing came to the entrance of the third underground floor, which was closed by a heavy steel door. Zheng Qing used the yin and yang key to break the steel door. He glanced inside and saw several armed men holding guns nervously pulling the trigger. Flames spewed out of the muzzles, and the sound of gunshots echoed in the third underground floor. That was close. Zheng Qing headed to the side at the critical moment. Looking at the black muzzle of the gun pointed at him, he still instinctively chose to dodge. When the gunshot stopped, Zheng Qing used the Xiaoling Fang step and rushed in quickly, knocking out the armed men in the corridor with his hand knife. After dealing with the militants, Zheng Qing did not dare to be careless. Who knows if there will be another cold gunshot from a corner. He glanced at the corridor and found a surveillance camera, so he slapped it and broke it. After that, Zheng Qing was still worried. He turned back and walked to the entrance of the third floor. He confirmed that there was no camera and used the light seal to blast his body. In this way, even if a tank came, he should be fine, Zheng Qing thought with a sense of security. He stepped into the third underground floor again, looking for Chen Daxia and Mo Anjin. Zheng Qing did not find any trace of these two people on the two upper floors. Liang Wuji. Suddenly, an iron door opened in front of Zheng Qing, and Chen Daxia came out holding a syringe with a light red unknown liquid in it. Do you want to continue to resist? Zheng Qing's attention was mostly attracted by the mysterious liquid in the syringe. Chen Daxia's face was pale, and the cramps in his lower abdomen did not subside at all. Instead, they tended to get more and more severe. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, stabbed the syringe in his arm, and transferred the light red liquid into his body. Will I surrender and be killed by you? Kill you? I just want to eliminate your fighting power. The security deacons who maintain the order of your world will arrive soon, and they will deal with you at that time. Zheng Qing told Chen Daxia his attitude towards them in the tone of a visitor from another world. They come to deal with us? Then I might as well fight you now. If people like us are not sent to the laboratory as materials for researching superpowers, it would be really a ghost. Chen Daxia showed a trace of pain on his face, and roared into the iron gate, not enough. Not enough. If you fight too much, your body will not be able to bear it and you will be paralyzed. The weak voice of an old man came from inside the iron gate. To deal with him, I must have a strong force. Even Zhou Chenglong was defeated. I need more liquid medicine. Chen Daxia endured the pain and made a request to the old man inside. Zheng Qing watched calmly. There was no need to stop Chen Daxia, because he also wanted to see what the mysterious liquid was like. Nitron is the dark side of this city, representing a desire to subvert the existing order and rebuild a new order that belongs to their interests. Under the tide of superpowers, this dark trend is secretly unfolding in many parts of the world. Their demise is a blessing for ordinary people. Chapter 66, Powerful Medicinal Effects. An old doctor in a white coat walked out of the iron gate. His pale hair was mixed with a few gray and black short hairs. His forehead was bald at the back. His hairstyle was like a concave character, but he was not bald. His face was thin and covered with a few fine wrinkles, but his eyes were bright and energetic. He held a box of syringes filled with different liquids in his skinny fingers like chicken claws. He glanced at Zheng Qing fearfully and carefully, handed the box to Chen Daxia, and went back into the iron gate. With a clang, the old doctor closed the iron gate. Chen Daxia held the box in one hand and took out a syringe filled with light green liquid from it with a slightly trembling hand. He stabbed his arm and slowly pushed the light green liquid into his arm. Zheng Qing waited patiently, watching Chen Daxia's face show intense pain. The muscles on his face seemed to be cramping and trembling continuously. Bloodshot appeared in his eyes, and scarlet tears flowed from the corners of Chen Daxia's eyes, which were so red that they made people tremble. After a violent shudder, Chen Daxia screamed and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nose. His body was under great pressure. But Chen Daxia resolutely picked up the 3rd syringe, and this time the liquid inside was dark red. Not enough. Not enough. Chen Daxia repeated, his fingers trembling as he gave himself the 3rd shot. Before the 3rd syringe was finished, Chen Daxia screamed miserably. The pain in his body was unbearable. The teeth in his mouth ejected and fell off in the scream, and blood could not stop flowing out of Chen Daxia's mouth. He was trembling and in pain, and the muscles in his arms were cramping, but he still pressed the 3rd syringe to the bottom. Then came the 4th one, a dark green liquid. Zheng Qing vaguely guessed that red and green were 2 different potions, and the depth of the color of the 2 potions was the strength of the potency. Hiss. Chen Daxia's clothes ripped with a sound, squeezed by his swollen body. After taking the 4th potion, Chen Daxia completely changed his appearance. He had a strong back and legs, and his exposed limbs were filled with tendon meat, full of violent and strong beauty. His skin color also turned into a strange dark red, like red soil stained with blood and dried up. He was panting, and his bulging back was full of strong muscles, which made people feel numb. At this time, only his head was still normal. When Chen Daxia picked up the 5th syringe, Zheng Qing's expression gradually became solemn. This kind of earth-shaking force change to the body must have endured great pain and torture. Until now, Chen Daxia can still stay awake and inject himself calmly. He has not lost himself in endless pain. His willpower is really terrible. The red liquid in the 5th syringe is glittering, as if it has been integrated into a gem. It is full of activity, but also weird, as if the liquid medicine has come alive. Chen Daxia tried to give himself an injection in his arm, but now his body was wrapped in strong and sturdy muscles, which were harder than steel, and the needle could not penetrate at all. He tried several times without success, so he stopped, fearing that the needle would lose its sharpness. This delicate mind in the severe pain was enough to verify Chen Daxia's terrible willpower. Otherwise, he could not become a genius superpower. After a little hesitation, Chen Daxia pointed the needle at his cheek. Now only his head was normal, and only his head could penetrate the syringe. The red liquid that shone like a gem was quickly pushed into his cheek by Chen Daxia. Snap! Chen Daxia threw the syringe to the ground, and the box also fell to the ground. Visible bloodshot appeared on Chen Daxia's face, and his whole face began to swell and swell. His hair fell off, revealing a dark red bald head. Blue veins on Chen Daxia's face were like a spring, sometimes rising and sometimes lying low. A low roar like a beast came from the depths of Chen Daxia's throat, resounding in the third underground floor. His face seemed to be torn apart, completely losing its previous appearance, becoming hideous and strange, with blood flowing from his eyes, and the sight from them becoming more and more divergent, making it difficult to know where he was focusing. However, there was another will that firmly occupied Chen Daxia's mind, which was to destroy Zheng Qing. Bang! Chen Daxia's enlarged bare feet took a step forward, and then his huge body suddenly shot towards Zheng Qing, like a human cannonball. With a bang, Zheng Qing was caught off guard and was hit against the wall by Chen Daxia, smashing into the stone wall, and the whole basement trembled. If Zheng Qing had not opened the light seal in advance, he would have suffered a great loss this time. Roar! Chen Daxia roared at Zheng Qing, and pressed Zheng Qing into the stone wall with his palm like a cattail leaf fan. He raised his fist with his other hand. Under the effect of his power, Chen Daxia's fist suddenly swelled and became as big as a sandbag, and ruthlessly smashed towards Zheng Qing's head, trying to smash Zheng Qing's head with one punch. Yin and Yang become two ki. Zheng Qing's left palm is yin, and his right palm is yang, and the black and white ki are brewing in the palm of his hand. He raised his left palm to hit the sandbag-like fist of Chen Daxia, and his right palm hit Chen Daxia's 6 abdominal muscles through the air. Roar! Chen Daxia's punch failed, and his lower abdomen was attacked by Zheng Qing. He suddenly stepped back several steps and released his suppression of Zheng Qing. As soon as he was released, Zheng Qing immediately shot at Chen Daxia, took the initiative to attack, and used all his strength to punch out. Chen Daxia was not willing to be outdone, and punched back with a big fist like a cattail leaf fan. Bang! A circle of impact waves was generated in the narrow basement, rushing along the corridor to the opposite end. Zheng Qing gritted his teeth, resisted the power, and pushed Chen Daxia back with a punch like a young seedling sprouting under a stone. Chen Daxia, who stumbled back, became more and more angry. "I'll kill you!" he roared, stopped in one step, and used his fist to hit again. The fist changed during the process of fortune, expanding like a balloon, and the violent breath was undoubtedly leaked. The air explosion of the fist's might would have knocked anyone else away. But his opponent was Zheng Qing. Facing the huge shadow of the fist that expanded to the size of a water tank, Zheng Qing held his breath, and a black airflow emerged from the center of his right fist, surrounding and wrapping the fist. One punch. Another punch. Simple and direct release of power. The powerful physical strength of the two was released at the moment of fist collision. Chen Daxia's arm trembled slightly, and blue veins emerged from his arm like a dragon, extending all the way to the taut fist. The flesh that was far stronger than steel could not withstand Zheng Qing's power at this time. Roar! Chen Daxia roared, and the overall coordination of his body, which was originally tense interlined to transmit power to his fist, was destroyed. He was inevitably repelled by Zheng Qing's punch. Yin and Yang become two energies. Zheng Qing, who repelled Chen Daxia again, slapped a gray streak with his palms together, hitting Chen Daxia's lower abdomen. Roar! Hero Chen screamed and flew backwards. After falling to the ground, he rolled several times before he stopped. Zheng Qing put away his palms, feeling a little tired, and exhaled. He had fought too much tonight. With a snap, the ground shook slightly. Hero Chen slapped the ground with his palm, jumped up with a force, stood up again, panting, staring at Zheng Qing with savage hostility. Boom! Boom! Hero Chen took one step at a time, heavy and fast, and rushed straight towards Zheng Qing like a wild bull. He was not seriously injured. Zheng Qing suddenly realized that the mutated and enlarged body brought Chen not only powerful strength, but also reduced a lot of damage. His attack was greatly reduced on him. And this place is small and can't be used. It is necessary to lure Chen out and give himself more flexible tactics, instead of playing against Chen in the corridor all the time. The appearance of Gushan Villa has completely changed, and even the mountain has lost its original appearance, leaving only tree stumps. Zuan Shehu landed with a black suitcase in his hand and looked around. The first person he spotted was Zhou Changlong, who was lying on the ground with his bare buttocks. He took a quick look and paid no attention to him. His sight was focused on the entrance to the basement, where there were sounds of fighting. Who is Liang Wuji still fighting with? The information showed that Zhou Changlong was already the strongest person in Nituan. Who else could stop Liang Wuji underground now? Zuan Shehu couldn't figure it out, so he walked quickly to the entrance of the basement, next to the deep cave. A figure suddenly jumped out. Just as Zuan Shehu was about to be on guard, the man dodged him and ran away. It seemed to be Liang Wuji. Zuan Shehu suddenly realized. Suddenly, he instinctively felt a dangerous breath approaching rapidly, and hurriedly turned back to be on guard, but what he was greeted with was a slap as big as a water tank. Zuan Shehu was stunned, and subconsciously raised the black suitcase in front of him as the first layer of protection. Bang! There was a loud noise. Zheng Qing turned around when he heard the voice. The person standing at the entrance just now seemed to be Zuan Shehu. He was a little slow to realize it. Looking again at this time, Zuan Shehu had been hit by Chen Daxia's palm and flew into the air, falling in a beautiful arc. Roar! Chen Daxia's anger eased a little after hitting the man, and he roared loudly and excitedly. Zheng Qing felt a little overwhelmed, hoping that Zuan Shehu could withstand this blow. Zuan Shehu, who was about to fall to the ground, reacted quickly, flipped in the air, and landed gracefully and firmly. After standing firm, Zuan Shehu breathed a sigh of relief. His body was not seriously injured. He lifted his black leather suitcase to check it out. Seeing that the suitcase had no damage, he was relieved. Zheng Qing's attention returned to the alienated Chen Daxia, and he could finally use it at will. If you don't mind, please give him to me. Zuan Shehu suddenly spoke to Zheng Qing, staring at him with burning eyes. Zheng Qing was startled, remembering his identity as a vest, and sneered. He took a step, turned his back to Zuan Shehu, and said, "Please do as you please." Zuan Shehu smiled slightly and opened the black suitcase in his hand. Zheng Qing peeked at it with his eyes slanted, and was very curious about what was in Zuan Shehu's suitcase. Zuan Shehu took out a jet-black folding umbrella from the suitcase, straightened the umbrella pole, and opened the umbrella. A golden tiger was depicted on the jet-black umbrella. Click! Zuan Shehu pulled a mechanism, and a sharp sword tip shot out from the top of the umbrella, flashing a cold light. Then Zuan Shehu folded the umbrella, fastened the switch of the black suitcase, pointed the umbrella sword in his right hand at Chen Daxia, and said, "You can come over." Chapter 67 Invitation. Chen Daxia ignored Zuan Shehu. He stared at Zheng Qing, roared, and rushed over. Zuan Shehu was left standing. Zheng Qing noticed Chen Daxia running behind him, and felt a slight vibration from the ground. A confident sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stepped on the ground and his body rose up. Chen Daxia rushed over, but his punch missed. He was angry and looked up to find Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing turned over in midair and fell quickly. He came behind Chen Daxia and punched Chen Daxia on the back of his thick neck. Chen Daxia staggered and glanced back at Zheng Qing angrily, but he saw another punch in his eyes. Chen Daxia's eye socket was injured, and his head tilted back uncontrollably, but the iron fist as big as a palm leaf fan swung back at a faster and faster speed. Zheng Qing dodged and grabbed Chen Daxia's wrist with his left hand. He took the opportunity to raise his feet and kicked Chen Daxia in the chest. He used force, but most of the kicks were neutralized by Chen Daxia's strong physique, and did not cause much actual damage. The kick was useless. Zheng Qing retracted his legs, seized the opportunity, and before Chen Daxia could stand firm again, he hooked Chen Daxia's wrist with his left hand, slashed under his arm, flew out, and stood 2 meters away. Roar! Chen Daxia roared, staring at Zheng Qing. "Hey, your opponent is me, don't be distracted." Zuan Shehu's voice sounded, and his figure flashed, with terrifying speed, using the umbrella sword to pass behind Chen Daxia, and the tip of the sword accurately cut into the back of Chen Daxia's knee. "I don't know what this sword is made of." Chen Daxia's physique is far better than steel. Even the armor of a tank cannot compare with his physique, but under this sword, Chen Daxia's physique is like paper, and it is easily cut. Blood spurted out, staining the charred ground red. Chen Daxia screamed in shock and anger, his legs uncontrollably kneeling on the ground. The blood behind his knees was quickly clamped by the muscles, but the damaged tissue would not heal immediately. Zheng Qing jumped back, leaving the battlefield to Zuan Shehu to see what he could do. Second sword. Zuan Shehu's cold voice sounded behind Chen Daxia. The tip of the umbrella sword pierced from behind Chen Daxia's right shoulder and cut down along the armpit. Wow! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Chen Daxia screamed miserably, pounding the ground with his left arm fiercely, trying to use the force of the recoil to stand up. Third sword. Zuan Shehu calmly removed Chen Daxia's left arm. The gushing blood gathered on the ground where Chen Daxia was kneeling, forming a pool of blood. 3 swords. Zuan Shehu eliminated Chen Daxia's fighting power. But Zuan Shehu's actions had not stopped. He flicked his finger holding the black suitcase, opened the case that had not been fastened just now, put the folding umbrella sword into it, and then took out a silver-white, about 20 centimeters long hollow short spear. Zuan Shehu skillfully operated the short spear, like the pole of a folding umbrella, and suddenly stretched the tip and tail of the spear to 1 meter long. He inserted the elongated short spear into the ground, and took out another short spear from the black suitcase, and still stuck it into the ground after stretching it. In total, Zuan Shehu took out 5 short spears, stretched them one by one, and only left the last one in his hand. Zheng Qing watched curiously. He had roughly analyzed Zuan Shehu's ability, which was superhuman speed. Zuan Shehu held the elongated short spear in his hand and came behind Chen Daxia. On the back that was as wide as a wall, he glanced at Chen Daxia's limbs with indifference, and stabbed Chen Daxia's calf with a spear, nailing his calf to the ground. Chen Daxia roared in pain, and frantically tried to turn his head to attack Zuan Shehu. Zuan Shehu's movements were also speeding up, nailing Chen Daxia's limbs to the ground one by one, and finally pulled out the only remaining short spear, stabbing Chen Daxia's back, and nailing him to death. He must have taken a strengthening potion. Simply removing his combat power can only work temporarily. He must be nailed to the ground to prevent him from rushing into the city and hurting people when he is furious. Now we can only wait for the effect of the drug to pass before arresting him. After Zuan Shehu finished, he explained to Zheng Qing, and at the same time, he carried the black leather case away from Chen Daxia, obviously also afraid of the outbreak of Chen Daxia's drug effect. This matter is over, you can handle it yourself. Zheng Qing turned his back to Zuan Shehu, calm and composed, but what he was thinking in his heart was whether Zuan Shehu would see that he was using a vest, or turned his back to him, so that Zuan Shehu would not notice the subtle changes in his expression. Zheng Qing was very unsure about acting when facing people who knew him, and he needed more training. I wonder what the 9 netherworld you claim to be. Zuan Shehu didn't intend to watch Zheng Qing leave, so he temporarily kept him there under the pretext of trying to get information. Huh. Mysterious and wonderful, it's definitely not something you can comprehend. Zheng Qing had no idea what the 9 netherworld was, he just said it casually, and now that he was being taken seriously, he had no choice but to continue making up stories. Then why did you come to Earth from the 9 netherworld? Zuan Shehu secretly took note of Zheng Qing's words, and then tried to find out the purpose of this so-called Liang Wuji, wanting to learn more about the truth about the Earth's changes from him. But Zuan Shehu would never have thought that the powerful Liang Wuji in front of him had not learned more information than himself. Purpose of finding out? I guess our relationship is not that good yet. Zheng Qing glanced back coldly, wanting to end the topic as soon as possible. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. If he wanted to play the role of a pseudonym smoothly, it would be better to keep a certain degree of mystery. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you, but I want to ask you one thing. Why did you attack Yus and On? Have they offended you in any way? Zuan Shehu immediately changed the subject when he saw that Liang Wuji's bottom line had been touched. The fighting tonight was too loud. The powerful Yusedon organization, which was entrenched in Xinangayu, was picked off by Liang Wuji alone. If it got out, it would quickly cause a huge storm. If the fighting tonight was spread online, it would quickly attract the attention of people in other parts of the world. This is bound to become a hot topic on social networks tomorrow. In fact, this topic has already become a hot topic. Since they attacked me, they should know what the price behind this is. I hope you understand this too. Zheng Qing felt a little headache. He was not prepared for what Liang Wuji was like. This was his explanation for his sudden increase in strength. It was an armed vest that could be put away after use. Now that Zuan Shehu was asking, he couldn't just leave, lest Zhuan Yunshihu come to interrogate him again tomorrow, so he had to warn him with a threatening tone. Then, Mr. Liang, do you know whose body you are in now? Zhuan Yunshihu further tested Liang Wuji. It's a guy named Zheng. Zheng Qing almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard Mr. Liang. It seemed that Zhuan Yunshihu seemed to want to win him over. Then I wonder if Mr. Liang is willing to join the Security Deacon Committee. We will share first-hand information with Mr. Liang. If Mr. Liang has any requirements, we will try our best to meet them. Zhuan Yunshihu really asked. Zheng Qing thought to himself that now that he has participated in training, he will definitely join the Security Deacon Committee in the future. It is better to join early than late. Moreover, he has a strong bargaining power with the vest of Liang Wuji at this time, and he can discuss the treatment issue properly. After all, he can't do all the work by himself, and the treatment is still the same as others. It's better to fish honestly. After I go into hibernation, you can ask Zheng Boy yourself about this matter, don't bother me. Sir, do you mean that Zheng Qing will make the decision on this matter? Zhuan Yunshihu was secretly excited. If he couldn't deal with Liang Wuji, it would be easy to deal with Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing did not answer, but stepped away, using the little spirit wind step, and quickly disappeared into the night. Zhuan Yunshihu looked at the dark night, turned on the communicator in his headset, and said, you can send a security deacon to Gushan Villa. Also, notify the medical team and call an ambulance. There are a lot of criminals here who need emergency treatment. Also, urgently notify the criminal team. There is a lot of evidence that the chairman of Yumeo Group is conspiring to contact Yusel Liming. Tell them to quickly go to the chairman's home in the city to monitor him and prevent him from escaping until the prosecution is over. Zheng Qing went all the way back to the outside of the house and tidied up his appearance a little to avoid being noticed by his parents. With such a big commotion, his parents must know that he was not at home, but he had already thought of an excuse, that he just couldn't help but go to the internet cafe to play games. He was too focused and didn't notice the changes outside. When he reacted, he went home immediately. Looking at the door, Zheng Qing took out the key but hesitated for a moment, his expression slightly nervous. He took a few deep breaths, trying to relax and calm himself down, and then he mustered up the courage, inserted the key, and opened the door. The lights in the living room were on. Zheng's father and mother sat on the sofa, staring coldly at Zheng Qing who had returned home. I haven't slept yet. Zheng Qing smiled shamelessly while changing into slippers. Where did you go? Zheng's mother asked seriously. I went out to play games for a while. I have classes tomorrow. I'll go back to sleep first. Zheng Qing changed into slippers, smiled embarrassedly and trotted back to the room. What kind of attitude is this? Zheng's mother was so angry that she glared at Zheng's father. He really has classes tomorrow. Zheng's father pretended to be confused and tried to smooth things over for Zheng Qing. You gave birth to a good son. Zheng's mother returned to the room angrily and slammed the door shut. Isn't he fine? What are you still worried about? Look at this door. Ouch, don't break my door. Zheng's father followed behind, opened the door distressedly and looked at it, and then gently closed it. Zheng Qing returned to the bed, which had become cold at this time. After seeing Zhuan Yunshihu's ability, he believed that Zhuan Yunshihu could handle the basement alone and didn't need to worry about it. Could Mo Anjin and the old doctor still run away on the third floor underground? He was lying on the bed and found that the notification light on his mobile phone was flashing, so he took it to check. In addition to the call from his mother, there were also messages from Kinji and Niudana, as well as messages from the class group, elementary school, junior high school, class, grade, alumni. Fortunately, I didn't create a group when I was in kindergarten. Otherwise I would still have a kindergarten classmate group. The messages they sent were similar, all about the fighting in Zinagayu tonight. The park behind his community was flattened. It is estimated that many people will go to pay their respects tomorrow. If there is no cordon, Zheng Qing thought. The losses caused are also huge. If someone comes to Zheng Qing with these bills to ask for money, Zheng Qing will be worried all night and can only move to escape debt. However, he solved the big problem of night run for the Security Deacon Association, and they should be able to do a good job of the aftermath. Zheng Qing thought that this would eradicate the hidden worries of Zinagayu's future. Without these dangerous elements, the security environment will be greatly improved. Zheng Qing sent a message back to Kinji and Niudana, reporting that he was safe and letting them know that everything was fine at home, then turned off his phone and went to sleep. Chapter 68, Aftermath. Have you heard about what happened last night? I know, I know. The flashing light illuminated the entire city last night. How could I not know? I heard that the glass of some residential buildings was completely shattered, and many people were hospitalized. Yet, the lightning column that appeared at the end of last night was amazing. And the thunderstorm was just like watching a visual blockbuster. The internet says that this is the fluctuation caused by the confrontation between powerful superpowers. I wish I were also a superpower. Doesn't our school have a superpower class? Sooner or later, we will definitely be able to awaken superpowers. Two high school girls were chattering about what happened last night next to Zheng Qing. Huh? What do young people know? An old man sitting with a cane said disdainfully, "This is the noise caused by the military testing weapons. Such a big scene must be the result of the failure of some weapons research. Why don't you read a book all day and just talk nonsense?" The two girls glanced at the old man with dissatisfaction, but they didn't dare to refute. They muttered and stopped the discussion. Zheng Qing stood beside them and heard one of the girls whisper to another, "This old man is so annoying. It's none of his business, why is he butting in?" The bus arrived at the stop. Zheng Qing got off the bus and saw New Dana's chubby figure running towards him from a distance, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand. When he got closer, Zheng Qing found that the milk tea was lemon tea. He must have something to ask of him. Zheng Qing could still clearly understand New Dana's little thoughts. "Good morning." New Dana greeted with a smile. "Give me the milk tea first, and ask if you have anything to ask." Zheng Qing was quick to speak, took the milk tea, peeled off the straw, inserted it, and took a sip. The sour and astringent taste was still so pleasing to him. "How much did you see behind your community last night? Tell me about it." New Dana's face was full of curiosity and desire to explore. "This matter. Isn't it just boom boom boom, boom boom boom, claw? Don't be like this. What exactly is going on?" New Dana was very dissatisfied. How should I put it? There was a ball of light brighter than the sun in the park, and the heat waves were rolling. You know the ancient tree from the Zisson in the park? It caught fire. The wind blew violently, and the wind was so strong that it broke the glass in the community and the street lights exploded. Zheng Qing recalled the general situation and said, "Is that it?" New Dana glared at Zheng Qing, still dissatisfied. "How can I see it so carefully at home? If you want to see the scene, go by yourself after school today. The park is destroyed anyway, as if it has been flattened, and there is a big pit." Zheng Qing thought for a while and said, "I heard that this is a battle between powerful superpowers. Did you see the two warring parties?" New Dana asked without giving up. "I didn't see it, but I have an exclusive secret here. Do you want to know?" Zheng Qing said mysteriously. "What secret?" New Dana became excited. "I heard that this battle was between the security deacons and an organization called Night Dawn, and they wiped out the superpowers in Night Dawn at night. The lightning you saw last night was caused by the superpowers releasing their superpowers." Zheng Qing said carefully beside New Dana's ear. "Really?" New Dana's eyes widened for several minutes, and his breathing became slightly heavier. "This is a big secret." Zheng Qing nodded seriously. "This is an exclusive report I saw on the internet. It was blocked not long after. You should know the weight of this news." New Dana swallowed nervously. "I understand. It's good that you understand, so the lemon tea in my hand is safe," Zheng Qing thought while holding the cold milk tea. After parting with New Dana, Zheng Qing went to the playground. Qinji came over again, also with a curious look on his face, and said, "Do you know what happened near your home last night?" Zheng Qing said, "I know. How could I not know about such a loud noise?" Qinji hurriedly said, "What did you see?" "It was just light, a bright light that blinded my eyes. What else could I see?" "If you really want to know, why don't you go to the park and see it yourself?" Zheng Qing was a little helpless. He couldn't say that he had done it himself, otherwise what would be the point of the vest? "Do you know, this matter is popular all over the world. The search index has risen sharply, and the attention has exceeded 1 billion. Qinji said slightly exaggeratedly. "If you work hard to develop superpowers, there will be such a day. Come on. Work hard." Zheng Qing encouraged Qinji without any care, and said, "Do you also think it was a battle between superpowers?" Qinji's interest did not diminish. "Then what else do you think it was?" Zheng Qing asked back. It was already an implicit consensus that what happened last night was a battle between superpowers. "Your information is too backward, so you just know this." As far as I know, the place where the thunderstorm broke out last was the villa of the chairman of the Umeo Group, a wealthy man in the city. The latest news is that the security deacon has completely monitored the home of the chairman of the Umeo Group. I'm afraid he will be tried and punished soon. Liu Fishong walked over and said proudly. The imprisonment of the chairman of the Umeo Group is first-hand information that only a few circles can get. Why? Qinji hadn't reacted yet. Of course it is related to the superpower battle last night. Most likely, the chairman of the Umeo Group harbored a superpower fugitive and planned to do something bad. The security deacon found out. This matter is not trivial. It is estimated that several city councillors related to the chairman of the Umeo Group cannot escape responsibility. Liu Fishong analyzed. Zheng Qing didn't know that the subsequent development would involve so many problems, but he didn't care. According to his estimation, Zuan Shehu would come to him today to discuss his joining the security deacon. Qinji didn't react much to Liu Fishong's subsequent words, and said, "It would be great if I could achieve such a powerful superpower one day." Liu Fishong smiled and said, "Forget it. I don't know how strong a talent is needed to forge such a power. People with poor talents like us can't even reach that level." Zheng Qing's expression moved. In the battle last night, he saw a completely different way of developing superpowers. Everyone in the Nightdawn used the explosive form of comprehensive strengthening to develop superpowers, so that the body and superpowers could reach a high degree of fit at a certain moment, which was similar to Zheng Qing's fusion with superpowers. The difference is that one is an explosive enhancement of ability, and the other is a gradual accumulation of strength. The former emphasizes talent, and the latter emphasizes persistence. Who said it can't be achieved? Zheng Qing has the opportunity to reach that level. Qinji said unconvinced. Liu Fishong just smiled, with a slight contempt at the corner of his mouth. He disdained to argue with Qinji. When Qinji was about to say something, Zuan Shehu had arrived with a black suitcase, and he closed his mouth unwillingly. After everyone finished running as usual, Zuan Shehu ignored Zheng Qing and arranged for everyone to train as usual. This made Zheng Qing puzzled. Did something unexpected happen again? As usual, he sat cross-legged on the ground, facing the copper block, focusing on the light and staring blankly. Until lunch break, Zuan Shehu left Zheng Qing alone after announcing the disbandment. "Teacher, is there anything?" At this time, Zheng Qing naturally pretended to know nothing. "Do you remember what happened last night?" Zuan Shehu looked at Zheng Qing, as if to see how he was different from Liang Wuji. "Someone called to ask me out, and then I went. 2 people on the other side said that they wanted me to join something called Nightdawn. I didn't agree, so they let me go." Zheng Qing didn't lie at all in this sentence, but something unexpected happened later. Mo Anjin went back on his word and attacked him from behind, trying to smash his head with a stick. "What happened after that?" Zuan Shehu asked anxiously. "After that, I went home. Nothing happened, right?" Zheng Qing replied. "Did you experience anything strange during the winter vacation? In addition to known changes in the era and the birth of superpowers?" Zuan Shehu wanted to find out about Liang Wuji's origins from Zheng Qing. "No, I haven't experienced anything else." Zheng Qing blinked innocently and said. Zuan Shehu pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and said, "Zheng Qing, don't be afraid of what I'm going to say next." Zheng Qing was a little confused, not knowing what Zuan Shehu was going to say, but for some reason, he was a little panicked in his heart, feeling that something bad might happen. Zuan Shehu said, "Zheng Qing, there is a very powerful strong man living in your body. His name is Liang Wuji. In order to maintain the order of the Earth Union in East Asia and fight against the rising superpower forces, we need the help of the strong man in your body. Do you understand?" Zheng Qing was dumbfounded. "Is it okay to tell yourself so bluntly? Is this a test of my acting skills? I didn't graduate from a drama academy, so where can I get my acting skills? This is too embarrassing. What should I do now?" Shocked, surprised, crying, scared to the point of weakness, crying and shouting for mom. Zuan Shehu saw Zheng Qing standing there stupidly, and sighed. No one who knew this news could accept it calmly. It was normal for Zheng Qing to be unable to react for a while. Then, what should I do? Zheng Qing was at a loss, lowered his head and asked carefully with a wrong attitude. "We need you to join the Security Deacon Committee and contribute to the stability of the world." Zuan Shehu said firmly and nobly. "How much is it a month?" Zheng Qing looked at Zuan Shehu innocently, without hiding his purpose. Shehu was stunned. He had never seen such a direct person. This bastard boy was too realistic. He was still afraid just now, but now he was so mercenary. 5,000 a month, Shehu compromised. It's too little, it's better to be 10,000. Zheng Qing raised a finger and said sincerely. Brat, I only have 8,000, and you want 10,000. Shehu was almost angry. This is asking for his boss. No, the career has a system, and the salary is fixed. Shehu refused without hesitation. Then you can give the extra part as a bonus. Zheng Qing made an honest suggestion. Shehu's eyes were about to pop out. Is this kid obsessed with money? He can even come up with such an idea. Teacher, you will get paid according to how much work you do. After all, this body is mine. What if someone breaks it? I think it is necessary to buy life insurance for me, as well as disability insurance to prevent accidents to my fingers, legs and feet. Do you think you can afford this fee? Zheng Qing said sincerely. Am I inviting a big shot back? Shehu thought. I originally thought that Zheng Qing was easier to fool, but I never expected that this guy was obsessed with money and came out with money. It's so realistic. Why didn't I see that Zheng Qing's kind appearance hides such a calculating heart? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Joining the Security Council. I'll try my best to help you report to the superiors. Shehu didn't dare to agree rashly. The power and responsibilities in the ground union are clear, especially when it comes to spending money. Teacher, you should try your best. Think about it, if a special talent like me joins you, won't the security deacon have a killer weapon? This is equivalent to the existence of an atomic bomb. Zheng Qing explained honestly, with me, you are equivalent to having a white jade pillar that supports the sky and a purple gold beam that spans the sea. Is it too much for a talent like me to ask for high salary and insurance? Is it too much? Not too much? There is no one else who can do this job except me. Teacher, you must fight for it with all your heart. Shehu's head was dizzy. How could this brat act like his leader? Was it me who arranged the work for him, or did he pull me in? What a hateful boy. He gave me such a big problem. I will try my best to report your request to the higher-ups, but it may take a week or more for things to be approved. It's okay, I will wait patiently. Zheng Qing patted his chest and guaranteed that as long as the salary issue could be met, everything else would be easy to talk about. Okay, wait for the news. Shehu quickly sent Zheng Qing away, fearing that if he stayed a little longer, he would have other requests in his mind. Zheng Qing went to the cafeteria to eat. Qinji had already prepared Zheng Qing's meal. Seeing him come back, he whispered, "Why did the teacher ask you to stay?" Zheng Qing glanced at the other curious eyes in the cafeteria and said, "This matter cannot be said. You will know when that day comes." Qinji's heart was like a cat scratching, and he said, "What is so mysterious?" Zheng Qing took a bite of the meal and smiled. "Important things." Qinji snorted in dissatisfaction. After the afternoon training, Qinji and Niu Dana pestered Zheng Qing to go to the park behind his community together. Zheng Qing had no choice but to take a car with the two back to the neighborhood and headed to the park. At this time, the park had been cordoned off, and someone was standing here on duty to dissuade people who wanted to enter the park. But even so, there were still a large number of people gathered here. Zheng Qing also saw someone in the crowd broadcasting live to show the situation on the scene to those who could not come. "Alice, we can't see it." Niu Dana was disappointed. "We can go to the rooftop of Zheng Qing's house to see it." Qinji thought of a way and said happily, "Yes." Niu Dana's eyes suddenly shone. Zheng Qing had no choice but to take the two back to the community, take the elevator to the top floor, and go to the rooftop. But even on the rooftop, there were many people standing, gathering at the end facing the park, looking at the park that had been flattened, and talking about their own opinions. Niu Dana and Qinji squeezed over and looked at the deserted park with great interest. The wind blew and the dust flew. It was really fierce. Qinji looked excited. "It was like a baptism of artillery shells," Niu Dana echoed. "I saw an article on the internet that analyzed through sporadic videos that the combat level last night had exceeded SSS and reached 4S or even 5S combat power." Qinji licked his lips. unable to hide his excitement. Zheng Qing heard this somewhat professional analysis and hurriedly asked Qin Ji where he saw it. Qin Ji was so impatient that Zheng Qing disturbed him from admiring the holy relics. This is the first top-level battle that has been noticed by the world since the outbreak of superpowers. He took Zheng Qing's mobile phone, entered the keywords, searched for a while, and clicked on the web link of the article, and returned the phone to Zheng Qing. "Take it and read it yourself, don't bother me." Qin Ji said disdainfully. Zheng Qing didn't care about him and focused his attention on the article. After reading the article, the author couldn't help but analyze the battle and reminded the backward superpower classification method of the Earth Union. In the future, more people will be born with superpowers and superpowers will grow up. Battles like today will become more frequent and more intense. At the end of the article, people are even warned not to stay in the city, especially in high-rise buildings. Because once a superpower battle breaks out, the destructive power will be extremely strong, and high-rise residents will have no chance to escape and can only be trapped in their own homes. There are such powerful Super 3S masters in Xinangai alone, so what about other places? Will there be more superpowers? After last night's fight, Zheng Qing had a general understanding of his own strength. When only using yin and yang to transform the two ki, his strength should be around Super 4S. If I add a few times the speed of the little spirit wind step, then it will not be a problem for me to exceed 5S. Moreover, I have not used the Zuaniyang fist, which is the trump card of Liang Wuji. With the addition of Zuaniyang fist, my strength can at least reach 7S. The development of superpowers on Earth is still in its primitive stage, and the division of power levels is still very immature. Of course, this is also due to Zheng Qing's strong strength. After all, not everyone can have a spiritual tour ring. Zheng Qing turned off his mobile phone and moved his sight to Qin Ji. His current strength is probably not even D-level. Qin Ji, who was looking at the park, felt that he had no reputation. A sense of malice came over him. He frowned, glanced to the side, saw Zheng Qing staring at him, and said, "What are you looking at?" Zheng Qing, who was caught red-handed, coughed dryly, pretending that nothing had happened, and said, "Nothing, nothing." Zheng Qing had no way to improve superpowers, so it all depended on Qin Ji's personal talent and hard work. After looking at the park, Qin Ji and Zheng Qing went to Zheng Qing's house for a meal before saying goodbye to each other and going home. A few days later, Zheng Qing went to school and trained step by step, waiting for someone to break through like him, so that he could make the next breakthrough conveniently, so as not to be so outstanding. On this day, Zuaniyang found Zheng Qing again and said, "After research by the superiors, it has been decided that your monthly salary will be 9,000 yuan, and your insurance requirements can be met. What do you think about this?" Zheng Qing did not expect to be deducted 1,000 yuan. He felt strange, as if there was some trap waiting for him. First, be a villain and then a gentleman. Ask the question clearly to avoid any resentment in the future. How much room is there for salary increase? If I become stronger in the future, I can't always get the same salary. Zuaniyang said, "Promotion can increase salary." The young Zheng Qing did not deeply understand this sentence. It was not until many years later that he recalled this sentence and realized that he had fallen into Zuaniyang's trap. "Okay," Zheng Qing agreed. Zuaniyang breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I will go with you to your home after school this afternoon and discuss with your parents to sign the documents. After that, you will be a member of our security deacon committee." Zheng Qing nodded. After school, Zuaniyang drove a black cart to take Zheng Qing home. Zheng Qing sat in the back as usual, leaning against a car window, looking at the scenery outside that passed by like a shuttle. "Do you know the current situation of the world?" Zuaniyang asked in the front. Zheng Qing shook his head. Zuaniyang said, "In East Asia, or more precisely in China, there are only 72 strong people like me who can change their surnames to Zuaniyang. After we changed our surnames, all our household registration information and school information were erased. In short, the 72 of us are like falling from the sky. You can no longer find any information related to us. Even if a similar photo is uploaded to the internet, it will be locked and blocked in no more than 3 seconds, and the person who sent the photo will be immediately checked for background. Do you know why? Why is the information of the 72 of us so strictly protected?" Without waiting for Zheng Qing to answer, Zuaniyang continued, "This is because we are fighting the most severe war since the construction of the new civilization. This is different from the fighting in the disordered period. You are still in high school and probably haven't learned about the history of the disordered period. You will have the opportunity to come into contact with it in college, and only specialized historical researchers will know it clearly. We won't talk about this. Because of the arrival of the new era, the upper echelons of the Earth Union have decided to name this era Kishi. A large number of ordinary people are born with powerful abilities that they cannot control. This brings up a very serious problem, the failure of the deterrence of violent organs in the past. In other words, facing the evil elements, the suppression and control means of the ground union will be much worse than before. Powerful power will devour people's hearts, Zheng Qing. It will turn people into monsters who believe in violence, thus causing great harm to more ordinary people. The world needs stability. Without stability, the economy cannot be developed. If the economy cannot develop, the people will fall into hardship. The people's hardship will inevitably breed lawlessness, especially at this juncture. The emergence of a large number of supernatural lawbreakers is enough to shake the world situation. The evil they spread unscrupulously will destroy the achievements made since the reconstruction of human civilization. If the war against illegal supernaturals becomes a protracted situation, then the unrest in the world will become more and more serious. There is also a more critical thing in this: food. Zheng Qing, you must understand that people need to eat, and food cannot mature suddenly. If illegal supernaturals attack food-producing areas and destroy food-producing areas, it will bring about unstoppable famine. Famine will prompt more desperate people to join the ranks of illegal superpowers, because they want to survive. By then, the world will be completely out of control, and you will see with your own eyes the people of the previous civilizations cannibalizing each other, wild bones on the ground, and the population plummeting. At that time, hell will be on Earth. This is the consequence of our failure. The superpower craze is hope for many people, but it is pressure for the Earth Union and an unavoidable responsibility for our Security Deacon Council. We hide our names and change our ancestral surnames. We can't go home and can't see our relatives, just to deal with the conspirators who have risen in this superpower craze. Their cruelty is beyond your imagination. We do this just for the safety of our family. When you join the work, you can rest assured that your family will be properly arranged, and we will not let them be in danger of being investigated at will. Your existence is a great help to us, enough to stabilize the morale of the people who are in danger. I am very grateful to the existence in your body. If it weren't for him, I alone would not be able to stop Zhou Changlong and stop the expansion of Night Dawn in Zhengayu. He saved a lot of people. Zheng Qing was greatly shocked. He had never thought that the rise of superpowers would be so serious to the Earth Alliance. Don't we still have the army? Zheng Qing said with a dry mouth. Zuan Shehu smiled bitterly and helplessly. The security war is also a very difficult problem for the army. Moreover, the soldiers are facing superpowers with extremely strong individual combat capabilities. The firepower of the army's equipment is difficult to concentrate, and it cannot launch attacks on cities. Under various restrictions, the role played by the army will gradually weaken over time. The only thing we can hope for is that a group of mature superpowers will rise in the army, so as to alleviate our current situation. Chapter 70 Security Deacon. Arriving at the street outside Zheng Qing's neighborhood, Zuan Shehu parked his car. Zheng Qing took Zuan Shehu to his home and waited for Zheng's father and mother to get off work and come home. The living room was quiet. Zheng Qing felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he turned on the TV to play the news to ease the awkward atmosphere. The news channel on TV was broadcasting some unimportant things. After a while, Zheng's father and mother came back and were surprised to see Zuan Shehu sitting on the sofa. Who is this? Zheng's father looked at Zheng Qing in confusion. Zuan Shehu pushed his glasses and said, I am the supernatural training teacher of Zheng Qing College and the person in charge of the supernatural group of the Zhengayu Security Deacon Association. My name is Zuan Shehu. Hello. I came here this time because your Zheng Qing has a supernatural talent. We want to absorb him into the Security Deacon Association and conduct special supernatural training to bring out his greater abilities. What do you think? How should we answer you when you ask this suddenly? Zheng's mother said in hesitation. Zuan Shehu said, during the training period, we will pay Zheng Qing a salary according to the specifications of a formal security deacon, 9,000 per month, and there will be life insurance and disability insurance tailored for him. Please rest assured about this. Zheng Qing was dumbfounded sitting on the sofa. How could it be played like this? These were clearly the conditions he proposed. How did they become generous treatment in Zhu and Ninshihu's mouth? Although the essence is the same, the meaning is completely different now. Zheng Qing looked at Zhu and Ninshihu's back with a strange look in his eyes. He saw that you are an honest scholar, but he didn't expect you to be so petty. Really? Zheng's mother's eyes lit up when she heard this treatment and shouted. Hey! You won't sell your son like this. Zheng Qing felt cold in his heart. In the end, he still calculated himself. Zhu and Ninshihu took out a contract document from the briefcase he brought with him and said, the details are all above. You can take your time to read it. If you confirm that it is correct, you can sign it as a guardian. Zheng's father took the contract and checked it with Zheng's mother separately. They are willing to train Zheng Qing and give him such a high salary. This is 100 benefits for Zheng Qing, and I think he can go. Zheng's father said while flipping through the contract. But it's so dangerous. You saw what happened a few nights ago. What if something happens to the child? Zheng's mother said worriedly. Zheng's father said, you are short-sighted. I will make the decision. Let him go. He should be trained at this age. Besides, they are offering such a high salary. Are they asking your son to be a boss? Our son has the ability, so let him do his part. It will be glorious for us to tell others about it later. At worst, there is life insurance. Zheng Qing was stunned. Was it decided just like that? Zhu and Ninshihu was very polite and said with a smile, have you two decided? Zheng's father said, okay. Let's sign. Zhu and Ninshihu led the two to sign their names in the corresponding places, and then instructed Zheng Qing to sign his own name. After the contract was signed, Zhu and Ninshihu put the contract away and put it in his briefcase, saying, a special plane will come to pick up Zheng Qing to go to Suchin for training the day after tomorrow. He doesn't need to come to school tomorrow. We will handle the school matters, so you don't have to worry. Going to Suchin. Zheng Qing looked at Zhu and Ninshihu in surprise. He had never mentioned this before. Suchin is the highest level training base of the East Asian Security Deacon Association. All the talented supernatural people in the Chinese region will go there for training. It is the ace among the elites. You will receive the most professional and targeted training there. Zhu and Ninshihu explained, with a sly look in his eyes. This routine is really one after another, eating him to death. Zheng Qing's eyes were full of resentment. Then what do we need to prepare? Zheng's mother asked. No need, everything is ready there. Zheng Qing can bring some small things with him, but it's best not to bring any electronic communication products, because it is prohibited to bring electronic products there, and serious cases may even lead to criminal liability. Zhu and Ninshihu said, I will pick up Zheng Qing at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning, and the rest of the time will be left to your family. Zheng's father sent Zhu and Ninshihu out, turned around, and said with a stiff movement for a moment, let's eat first. After dinner, everything was normal at home. Zheng's mother was washing dishes in the kitchen, Zheng's father was watching TV on the sofa, and Zheng Qing was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone. He sent a message to Qinji and Niu Dana respectively that he was leaving, and then he was stunned. He didn't expect to leave so soon. He originally thought that he would leave home only when he went to college and go to another city to study in college. It's okay to leave now, it's just that the time is advanced and it seems a little hurried. The phone suddenly rang, and it was a message from Qinji. Are you kidding me? A few seconds later, Niu Dana also sent a message, where are you going? Zheng Qing held the phone and thought for a while, then sent a message to the two. I was selected to join the Security Deacon Committee for special training, but the specific location is not convenient to disclose. Really? Qinji replied in disbelief. That's a good thing too. Niu Dana was very open-minded. I'm leaving the day after tomorrow, and I won't come to school tomorrow. I'll come back when I have time in the future. Zheng Qing replied to the two. Then take care. Qinji sent a message right after. Have a good journey. Niu Dana also called. After the conversation, Zheng Qing held the phone in a daze for a while, and then entered keywords on it to search for the superpower organization. Suddenly, a lot of information popped up, most of which were useless novel information. The emergence of the Kashijian brought superpowers into reality. Now superpowers have become a hot topic in society, so it's not surprising to create works around superpowers. Zheng Qing found a key piece of information from a series of novel information. Bronze Front. An underground group of superpowers that is rampant in South Asia, with tentacles all over Southeast Asia and gradually extending to East Asia. The article only describes the Bronze Front in a few words, focusing on the hugeness of this force and the underground transactions involved. If it is normal, this kind of article is almost all a fake article, born to cheat clicks. But now Zheng Qing doesn't think so. After experiencing the incident at dawn and talking to Zhu Ninshihu, he deeply understands the huge hidden worries behind world peace today. The outbreak of the superpower tide will have a greater impact on the more populous areas. If these populous areas happen to be very poor, then violent incidents and imaginable chaos will inevitably appear like a blowout. If someone combines and wins over these superpowers who are dissatisfied with reality and launch violence, a powerful and influential organization will be formed. This organization will continue to expand like a snowball in a turbulent world until the day it causes an avalanche. If this article is not lying, and there is such a powerful organization in the real world, then it is definitely a disaster rather than a blessing. The population of South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia together account for the majority of the world's population. If a disaster occurs here, the impact on the world will be huge. If the Bronze Front is allowed to grow, then the Earth Alliance will be overthrown and replaced by the Bronze Front one day. Moreover, the Chinese region with good economic development and stable public security has been threatened by this threat. Other economically developed regions with poor public security may have caught fire in the backyard, and it is difficult to extinguish it. Even a powerful criminal with superpowers is enough to make the residents of a city panic, and the city's prospects fall into bleak. Destruction is always easier than development, and it is much easier to implant fear in people's hearts than to establish a sense of security. Zheng Qing exited the article, thought about it, and entered the night one as the keyword. What appeared were two wanted warrants, one with Mo Engine as the head and the other with the head of the old doctor. They ran away. Zheng Qing sat up from the bed suddenly, sweating coldly. How could Zhu Ninshihu be so stupid that a seriously injured old man with no power could let them escape? What happened? What if Mo Engine comes back to seek revenge on his parents? He can't always be by his parents' side. 1,000 days of defense will eventually lead to slackness. He was still careless. He shouldn't have trusted Zhu Ninshihu. He looked reliable and powerful, but he was so unreliable. It would have been fine if the old doctor had escaped, but he let Mo Engine escape. Zheng Qing was speechless. He was extremely disappointed with Zhu Ninshihu's ability. He shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. Zheng Qing turned off his phone casually. He felt irritable and could hardly watch it anymore. He thought about what to do in the future. The person had already escaped. Looking for him again would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Security Deacon Committee couldn't find the two people with their power, let alone himself. Unless one day his spirit can cover the entire Earth and conduct a full-scale search. If that day comes, he won't have to worry about things happening outside the situation. It's a pity that Zhu Ninshihu looks reliable and trustworthy. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He is so careless in doing things that people are worried. Zheng Qing muttered angrily while lying on the bed, and he didn't want to sleep at all. After the night, Zheng Qing sorted out his things at home, cleaned the room, and made a dinner for his parents. Then it was the third day. He put on a casual outfit and brought nothing else. Seeing things reminded him of his parents, which only added to his troubles. It's not like he can't come back. He sat at home and waited quietly for Zhu Ninshihu to pick him up. It was exactly 9 o'clock, no more and no less. There was a knock on the door. Zheng Qing stood up from the sofa, let out a long breath, and walked out the door with a slightly heavy heart. "Let's go," Zhu Ninshihu said simply and clearly. Zheng Qing and Zhu Ninshihu walked into the elevator one after another and took the elevator downstairs in silence. Did that Mo Engine escape? Zheng Qing took the initiative to break the silence. They escaped. There's an emergency exit in their basement. We checked the surveillance and found a car driving out of the villa after the incident. When we found the car, it had been abandoned. There was no surveillance on the road. They had plenty of time and opportunity to take other prepared vehicles to leave Zhengqing. Zhu Ninshihu explained the cause and effect in detail. Damn it. Zheng Qing was annoyed. He should have killed Chen Daxia directly. Who would have thought that these people would dig an emergency exit on the third underground floor? Chapter 71, Such an Training Base. After leaving the community, Zheng Qing got into Zhu Ninshihu's black car and headed for the airport. Have you heard of the Bronze Front? In the car, Zhu Ninshihu revealed some information to Zheng Qing. I've seen it on the internet. I heard that their influence spreads throughout South Asia and Southeast Asia. Zheng Qing didn't expect Zhuan Shehu to mention this, and answered without thinking. Zhou Changlong is the person in charge of the underground supernatural organization sent by the Bronze Front to Xiningayu, which means that Nitron is actually a subordinate organization of the Bronze Front. There are many such organizations in China, Japan, Southeast Asia and South Asia. So you can probably understand Zhou Changlong's position in the Bronze Front, right? Zhuan Shehu told these top secret news. You mean Zhou Changlong's strength is not outstanding in the Bronze Front, and there are many people like him? Zheng Qing's expression was instantly solemn. Zhou Changlong's evaluation was Super 3S level, and the thunderstorm he sent out at the end was close to 4S power. If such a person can only serve as a regional leader in the Bronze Front, then how many masters are there in the Bronze Front? That's true, but there are only a few people like Zhou Changlong who risk their lives to exert power beyond their limits. He had already lost his breath before the ambulance arrived. The subsequent autopsy found that Zhou Changlong's body was completely charred, which means that when he exerted his powerful strength, his body suffered unbearable pressure. Zhuan Shehu stared at the road ahead, slowly slowed down, and waited for the red light to pass, and said. Hearing that Zhou Changlong was dead, Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief. If the leaders of the Bronze Front were all this powerful, then you can imagine how powerful their leaders would be. But don't be too happy too soon. There are masters in the Bronze Front. Their research and development of superpowers far exceeds ours. The strength and number of masters they have cultivated cannot be underestimated. For example, the mysterious 12 kings in the Bronze Front, we know almost nothing about them, and no one has ever seen the true faces of these 12 people. Above the 12 kings, there are 4 commanders, Dragon Military Advisor, and the most mysterious actual leader of the Bronze Front, the God King. Zhuan Shehu poured a basin of cold water on Zheng Qing again and said. After this series of titles, Zheng Qing's face turned slightly bitter. The other side has many talented people, mastered the method of developing supernatural powers beyond the Earth Union, and can continuously cultivate strong people. On our side, in addition to the 72 Zhuan like Zhuan Shehu, Zheng Qing found that he was simply a pillar of the sky. No wonder Zhuan Shehu said that Liang Wuji's existence was inspiring. A ray of light suddenly appeared under a gloomy prospect. How could it not make people happy? What made Zheng Qing even more worried was that Zhuan Shehu once said that he couldn't beat Zhou Changlong. Did he mean that he couldn't beat Zhou Changlong's Thunder God state or Thunder Seal state? Zheng Qing didn't dare to ask, feeling that this question was very sharp and would hurt Zhuan Shehu's self-esteem. For his face, he should remain silent. From this calculation, Zhuan Shehu is one of the 72 Zhuanidans, that is to say, as the main elite of the Huaxia Regional Security Deacon Council, the strength of the 72 Zhuanidans is comparable to the regional leaders within the Bronze Front, and it is even more incomparable with the 12 kings and the 4 commanders. Suddenly, a question popped up in Zheng Qing's mind. In this situation, how did the security deacon withstand the erosion and expansion of the Bronze Front? Zheng Qing thought of it and asked, the Bronze Front is so powerful, so how did the security deacon persist until today? Zhuan Shehu said, because the Bronze Front is too ambitious and has launched attacks from multiple directions, according to the existing intelligence, in addition to the Dragon Army Advisor who is stationed in the Bronze Front headquarters in South Asia. One commander is responsible for guarding Southeast Asia, and the other 3 commanders are responsible for attacking West Asia and Central Asia, Oceania, and East Asia. Their forces are too dispersed, and they adopt a steady and cautious approach of gradual erosion and waiting for it to blossom everywhere, so for a while the security deacon can still suppress the situation. Zheng Qing immediately realized the problem and said, that is to say, when the subordinate organizations established by the Bronze Front in major cities gradually mature and become powerful, and when they blossom everywhere, the security deacon will be defeated. That's right. Zhuan Shehu said in a deep voice, our supernatural research lags behind the opponent, and the Bronze Front adopts an urban strategy. With the rapid development of the economy, more and more cities have gathered a large population, which will undoubtedly make the army cautious. After all, such a fight will not only destroy the economy, but also make people feel depressed just by how difficult the security war is. Zheng Qing said, since we have recognized the crux of the problem, how will the security deacon respond? Zhuan Shehu shook his head, a little desperate, and said, there is no response. Even if we know how to solve some problems, we can't come up with a solution for the time being. In the current dilemma, We can only have a chance of winning if we continue to invest in supernatural research and narrow the research gap with a bronze front. I have a way. Zheng Qing decided to give it a try. We can use Liang Wuji in my body as the main force, draw on elite forces, set up a supernatural assault team, and carry out targeted eradication of underground supernatural organizations in various cities to eliminate hidden dangers invisibly. Zuan Shehu frowned and said hesitantly, "What if Liang Wuji is dissatisfied with this?" Zheng Qing was slightly startled. He never expected Zuan Shehu to think like this. After all, Liang Wuji was just his pseudonym. Of course, he would not seriously consider Liang Wuji's emotions. If he considered his own feelings, wouldn't that be idle? But Zuan Shehu's consideration was not unreasonable. Even if it was a pseudonym, he had his own independent personality and emotions in the eyes of outsiders. He had to play this well. I will negotiate with Liang Wuji about this matter. You can rest assured that I will find a way to convince Liang Wuji. However, I have a request before this plan is implemented, and it is also the only request. Zuan Shehu said, "You say." Zheng Qing said solemnly, "I must ensure the safety of my parents. They cannot suffer any loss. Please take good care of my friends." Zuan Shehu nodded slightly and said, "I will solemnly inform the higher-ups. If the plan is approved, your parents will be properly arranged." They arrived at the airport. A military helicopter landed on the tarmac, waiting for Zheng Qing to arrive. "I will inform the higher-ups of the plan you mentioned as soon as possible. Once there is a response, the people in Suchin will contact you." Zuan Shehu sent Zheng Qing into the helicopter and said, "I understand." Zheng Qing nodded and watched Zuan Shehu slowly retreat. The door of the helicopter was quickly pulled up by the soldiers, and the propellers started to rotate, speeding up and making a whirring sound. Zheng Qing felt that he glanced out the window and the ground gradually became farther away. "How long will it take us to reach Suchin?" Zheng Qing asked the soldier sitting next to him with a steel gun in his arms. "If there is no accident, we will arrive around 2:30 in the afternoon." The soldier answered in a sonorous voice. Zheng Qing calmed down and leaned back in the seat, waiting to arrive in Suchin. The helicopter flew across the land of China and arrived in Suchin, which is close to the seaside. Outside Suchin, it landed on the helipad of a hidden academy built in the mountains. The door of the helicopter opened, and Zheng Qing walked off the helicopter in confusion and longing. A row of people in suits and leather shoes with shiny shoes stood on the edge of the helipad to greet Zheng Qing. In front of the row of people stood a dignified and solemn middle-aged man. When he saw Zheng Qing getting off the helicopter, he strode forward and said kindly, "I am Yu Husheng, the dean of Zhuangwu College. Welcome to you, student Zheng Qing." After that, Yu Husheng stretched out his palm. "Hello, dean." Zheng Qing hurriedly shook hands with Yu Husheng. He didn't expect that the dean would come to greet him. It seemed that the people in the row behind him were all important personnel of Zhuangwu College. This was too much? "With your joining, our Zhuangwu College has increased its confidence a lot," Yu Husheng said with emotion. "The dean is too kind." Zheng Qing suddenly felt pressured. It was the first time that someone praised him like this since he grew up. "Come, I will introduce you to the other people in our Zhuangwu College." Yu Husheng took Zheng Qing's wrist and walked to the row of people behind him, introducing Zheng Qing one by one, starting from the vice dean. Zheng Qing shook hands with each one and greeted them with a smile. In a short period of time, Zheng Qing's heart was ups and downs, and he fully felt the scenery and dignity of the leader's inspection. "This is your special training teacher Zheng Liangzhao." Yu Husheng pointed at the last person and said, "Hello, Teacher Zheng." Zheng Qing shook his hand and said, "Next, Teacher Zheng will take you to the dormitory and meet your classmates." Yu Husheng ordered. "Come with me," Zheng Liangzhao said in a broad voice. Zheng Qing followed Zheng Liangzhao from the apron. "There are some rules to tell you after entering here. When you come here, you can't use your previous name. The students will use a unified code name. This code name will follow you until you die and be engraved on your tombstone. Your code name was decided after discussion and is called Washuang. So no matter who asks about your name and origin, you can only tell them that you are Washuang from Zhuangwu Academy. You can't even mention the place name Suchin. Do you understand?" Zheng Liangzhao told them the rules here. "Washuang understands," Zheng Qing responded. They would give themselves the code name, Washuang Washuang, Washuang in the world? According to the explanation I gave them, I am indeed the only person in the world who is possessed by a strong man. Zheng Liangzhao nodded with satisfaction and said, Here I hope you can seriously develop your own abilities, instead of relying solely on the powerful existence in your body. This will be harmful to your future development. You must know that power must be in your own hands to have deterrent power. Relying on the power of others, one day you will become destitute because of the loss of support. By then, the people who gather around you to praise you and respect you will all scatter like birds and beasts, because you are worthless in their eyes. Although this is cruel, it is the norm in the world, so I hope that one day you can rely on your own strength to attract people's attention and don't have to fall into that tragic end. If you can listen to what I say, then listen. If you find it irritating and useless, it doesn't matter if you just let it go in one ear and out the other. I have finally fulfilled my mission as a teacher. Whether you can open your mind depends on your own understanding and ideas. Zheng Qing's heart trembled, and he said, "Students, listen to my teachings." Chapter 72, Powerful Geniuses. Zhang Liangzhao said, "I will take you to meet your classmates first. Each teacher here has 5 students under him. The number is determined according to the standard combat team. In other words, they are not only your classmates, but also your future comrades in arms. It is very important to have a good relationship with them, but if you are not good at this, I will not force you. I just want to remind you to pay attention to the overall situation." Zheng Qing bowed his head and listened respectfully. The two walked slowly in Zuanwu courtyard and gradually approached the dormitory area. At the entrance, under 2 large ginkgo trees, 4 students were standing in a row, 2 boys and 2 girls, wearing standard school uniforms, white base mixed with azure clothes and jackets, and even shoes were uniform white with blue stripes. "Hello, teacher." The 4 saw Zhang Liangzhao and Zheng Qing coming, and greeted in unison. "These are your classmates," Zhang Liangzhao said to Zheng Qing, and nodded slightly to the 4 people. "He is the last one among you, Wuxiang." "Hello everyone," Zheng Qing smiled modestly at the 4 people. "I'm Zhu Zi," one of the boys, a sunny and handsome boy, came out. "I'm Zhu Ying," said the other boy, who was more gloomy and had a melancholy temperament with a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I'm Ling Yu," said a girl with black hair, sweet and clear looks, and extremely beautiful smiles and frowns. "I'm Ling," said the last girl, who was shorter and petite with a baby face. Zhang Liangzhao said, "After you get to know each other, you can practice on your own. I will also take Wu Shuang to his dormitory to familiarize yourself with the environment. Now that everyone is here, you can compete to select the captain and vice captain tomorrow." "Yes." Zhu Zi's mouth curled up slightly, and his expression was a little impatient. The 4 of them walked to the practice room together to practice their abilities and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Zheng Qing saw them walking away and asked, "Master Zhang, why do we have to compete to select the captain and vice captain?" Zhang Liangzhao said, "Your combat team is composed of geniuses who are 1 in a million. The 4 of them have S-level strength, and it is difficult for them to accept each other. Let's have a fight to decide the winner and choose the strongest one, who will be the captain. In this way, everyone will accept it and there will be no complaints." Zheng Qing heard the 4 S-levels smacking their lips and thought of Qinji again. "Alice, we are all human beings, why is there such a big gap?" Qinji, who was in Xiningayu, felt a familiar evil thought again. There are 4 buildings in the dormitory area, each of which is 12 stories high. Zhang Liangzhao led Zheng Qing into room 4 on the 2nd floor of building A. It was a single room with an independent bathroom and a small balcony. The room was furnished with a single bed and a large wardrobe, as well as a desk and a computer. Zhang Liangzhao said, "There are school uniforms and underwear in the closet. We prepared your physical information through the information reported by your previous school before you came. If it doesn't fit, you can go to the life teacher to make a request. She is in the bungalow inside the entrance of the dormitory area. While in the college, you must wear school uniforms. If you leave the college for personal reasons, you must change into regular clothes. This is a requirement and a rule. You have to remember it. As for the computers here, they are connected to the college's local area network. Your network activities are under the surveillance of the college's network monitor. You can only find information stored in the college. Don't even think about any other activities. Here is the key. You can have a good rest here today. Gather outside the dormitory area at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will take you to the martial arts hall for the competition." Zheng Qing took the key. "You can go out and get familiar with the environment and move around freely, but I have to remind you that the students here are all geniuses carefully selected from the Huaxia region. Some of them are very domineering and aggressive, And the academy will not prohibit invitations to competitions. After all, you will all go to the battlefield in the future. It is better to be beaten by your own people than to die in the hands of the enemy. Zhang Liangzhao finally said one sentence, then closed the door for Zheng Qing and left. Zheng Qing sat down on the edge of the bed and lay down, breathing a sigh of relief. He finally arrived. A strange and fresh feeling spread in his heart. After lying for a while, Zheng Qing got up, opened the closet, and changed into his school uniform. Even the underwear and socks in the closet were standard, which really left Zheng Qing speechless. The new clothes were a little cold on his body. Zheng Qing sat in the dormitory for a while, feeling bored, and wanted to go out for a walk. He didn't care much about the domineering students Zhang Liangzhao mentioned. First, his foundation was good enough, and second, everyone was probably training now. How could he happen to meet a combative person who wanted to duel with him? Zheng Qing went out and locked the room, put the key in his pocket, and then went downstairs to Building A. He walked around in the Zuanwu courtyard, observing curiously, a bit like a fool who had never seen the world. He wandered all the way and came to the outside of the competition martial arts hall. Zheng Qing could sense the fluctuations of supernatural powers emanating from it. According to his speculation, the people inside were probably similar to Mo Anjin in the scorching sun, all of whom were S-level fluctuations. Compared to Mo Anjin, who had to burst out to reach S-level combat power, these people inside could normally have this combat power, which was really terrible. Once they grow up, they will not be underestimated. Hey, classmate, where are you from? Suddenly, a dragging voice sounded at the door of the competition martial arts hall. Zheng Qing turned his head and saw a student with a crew cut, holding a lollipop in his mouth, standing on the stairs of the competition martial arts hall, looking down on Zheng Qing with a defiant and disdainful look. I'm just passing by. Zheng Qing smiled and said, and walked away. I didn't expect that I would be so unlucky to really meet such a person. Alice, I ran into trouble right after I arrived. What should I do in the future? He didn't want to become the object of hostility and competition in the eyes of everyone because he was too powerful. Classmate, are you new here? The airplane-haired student looked at Zheng Qing with interest and said, Well, I just came today and I'm getting familiar with the environment. Zheng Qing stopped and said with a slightly bad feeling. In that case, I am your senior. Junior, it's not very polite to see you in such a hurry to leave. The airplane-haired student walked down the stairs, with a malicious smile, and walked towards Zheng Qing. Senior, you think too highly of yourself. I don't think the word politeness will allow you to teach me. Zheng Qing saw that this man was aggressive and could not avoid him, so he simply faced him directly. Anyway, he couldn't beat him. Originally, he wanted to save some face for him, but since the other party didn't want it, there was no need for him to save it for him. The senior with the airplane haircut was stunned. He did not expect Zheng Qing to react so violently. After a slight surprise, his expression became more arrogant. Does a little cat want to turn into a tiger? It takes more than just showing your immature fangs to speak arrogantly. Junior brother is so arrogant. How dare you talk to me like this? Zheng Qing smiled lightly. You are not even 1/10,000th of me. Why do you have to jump up like a cat whose tail is stepped on? This will inevitably make the junior brother look down on you. The senior with the airplane haircut smiled coldly, bit a lollipop in his mouth, took out the plastic stick, and kneaded it into a small ball bit by bit. He threw it back casually and it hit the trash can. He chewed the pieces of the lollipop, and the smile on his face became more and more cold and proud. My name is Zhu Hai, what's your name? Zheng Qing was not afraid at all, and said, Junior brother, I'm not talented, I'm Wushilong. Wushilong. Zhu Hai frowned, revealing a hint of doubt, and said, You dare to choose a good name, why not call yourself Invincible? Zheng Qing smiled and said, Junior brother is a low-key person, and Woody is too arrogant. Even if you want to choose this name, you have to take a step back and change it to Wushilong for fear of the jealousy of people like seniors. Zhu Hai laughed angrily, what an arrogant junior brother. Zheng Qing did not give in either, and said, what a coercive senior. Zhu Hai said, Junior brother, you are so ostentatious, do you dare to accept my invitation to compete? Zheng Qing sighed, does resisting seniors' unprovoked trouble become ostentatious? Senior is too arrogant, too stupid, and too self-righteous. If I offend senior because of this, I can only say sorry first. I never give face to shameless people. Zhu Hai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was so angry that his face was smiling but not smiling. His cheeks trembled and a low laugh came out of his throat. "So you accepted it?" Zheng Qing said. "Senior is pressing me. If I don't accept it, I will be beaten by you on the spot. Then it will be my cowardly sin. Well, if you want to fight, I have to accompany you. I just hope you won't regret it after today. Follow me." Zhu Hai suppressed his anger and walked towards the martial arts competition hall. Zheng Qing followed behind him slowly. There was a window on the inside of the entrance of the martial arts competition hall, and an old man was sitting inside. "I want to compete with Wuxiang. Please open an open competition venue for me," Zhu Hai said politely to the old man. He wanted to use the open competition venue to attract the attention of other students, publicly humiliate Zheng Qing, and beat him until he kneeled down and begged for mercy. "So you can talk well." Zheng Qing didn't mind stabbing him again. Zhu Hai snorted coldly. The old man handed over the key and said, "Room 17. Zhu Hai took the key, glanced at Zheng Qing, and said, "Let's go." Zheng Qing glanced at the old man in the window and followed Zhu Hai to room 17. As they were walking, a broadcast suddenly sounded in the competition martial arts hall. "Room 17 will stage an open competition. The two sides are Zhu Hai and Wuxiang. Welcome to room 17 to observe the competition and learn from experience." The students who stayed in the competition martial arts hall were immediately shocked when they heard the broadcast announcement. "Zhu Hai, it's Zhu Hai again. This Wuxiang is going to be killed. Zhu Hai has a record of 12 consecutive victories. Where did Wuxiang come from? Is he a newcomer? Wuxiang? The academy must have a deep meaning for giving him this code name. Maybe he can break Zhu Hai's winning streak. This Wuxiang is probably a newcomer and doesn't understand Zhu Hai's power at all." The training room. Each room is a single room, and is distributed like a grid in the training building. It is required to be very quiet here, and no noise is allowed. Even the partitions of each room are made of special soundproof materials. It is said that even if a bomb explodes next door, it cannot be heard. Zhu Zi sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat in the room, and a piece of precious incense rose from the incense burner. This kind of incense helps to calm the mind and assist the practitioner to merge with his own supernatural powers. A slight bell rang in the room, breaking the silence inside. Zhu Zi frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. He stood up and extinguished the incense, opened the door and looked outside. It was a close classmate. "What happened?" he asked. "Zhu Hai is challenging someone again," the man replied. "Oh, who is so unlucky?" Zhu Zi smiled slightly gloating. "A newcomer named Wuxiang who I have never heard of," the person who informed the news said. Zhu Zi's face changed drastically, and he said solemnly, "Take me there quickly." Dean's office. Mu Sheng looked at the news reported on the computer by the old man guarding the competition martial arts hall, smiled slightly, looked at Zhang Liangzhao in front of him, and said, "Your new student is quite noisy. He wants to compete with Zhu Hai on the first day of school. Young people are full of energy." Zhang Liangzhao drank a sip of tea and said, "Most likely he was caught by Zhu Hai while strolling. When he found out that he was a newcomer, he was inevitably bullied by Zhu Hai. It's good that he entered the competition martial arts hall. We can take this opportunity to see his strength, so as to prescribe the right medicine and make a training plan to improve his ability." Mu Sheng turned on the projector and projected the interior of room 17 into the office in real time. "Then let's see together how strong this Wuxiang can be without Liang Wuji." Chapter 73, Divine Power Zhu Hai. 17. Zheng Qing really didn't expect that a competition could cause such a big commotion. As a fighting room, there were actually seats for spectators, just like a boxing match. A half-meter-high fighting platform stood in the middle of the room, with the largest area. A row of long benches were placed around the fighting platform, and there was still a lot of space behind the benches for people to stand. The spectators who came in first grabbed all the chairs, and the later ones had to stand behind the chairs in disappointment to watch the fight. Zheng Qing and Zhu Hai boarded the fighting platform and stood at both ends. There was no guardrail on the edge of the fighting platform. Zheng Qing guessed that falling off the fighting platform would also be considered a loss. This was worth paying attention to, so as not to become Zhu Hai's opportunity. Under the gaze of so many people, Zheng Qing really didn't have the face to lose. This was related to whether he could hold his head high in the future. If others' first impression of him was that he was a loser who lost to someone, everyone would inevitably look down on him. Zheng Qing's plan was not to win, but he couldn't lose either, and he would consume until Zhu Hai admitted to draw. Zhu Hai glanced at the whole place and said, "Who will come out and tell this newcomer the rules of the competition?" What a great prestige, Zheng Qing thought. Soon, someone came out willingly and said, "The rules of the competition in the martial arts hall are very simple. Falling off the fighting stage is considered a loss, and actively admitting defeat is considered a loss. During the battle, you must restrain your strength and must not damage the venue. You must exert strength beyond the maximum bearing capacity of the building. Anyone who causes serious damage to the venue will have the cost of repairs paid by the destroyer, and the destroyer will also be punished by the academy." Zheng Qing's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he noticed a loophole in the rules: the maximum bearing capacity of the building. As a newcomer, Zheng Qing naturally had no idea what level of attack the fighting stage could withstand, but Zhu Hai was aggressive by nature, and he must have competed on the fighting stage many times, and he must have been familiar with the bearing capacity of the fighting stage and the surrounding buildings. In this way, he was inevitably tied up and fell into a certain disadvantage. The situation is very important in the battle. A small disadvantage in the early stage can easily turn into a big disadvantage. Those who can turn the tables in the battle are all combat geniuses. Zheng Qing thought to himself that he was not that kind of genius, so he was more accustomed to crushing his opponent with absolute strength to reduce his mistakes in battle. "I have to be careful," Zheng Qing warned himself. He didn't want to lose money. "If you are ready, I will do it." Zhu Hai took a step forward, took an attacking stance, and said. Zheng Qing nodded. Bang! The fighting platform made a gas explosion. Zhu Hai suddenly jumped into the air, close to the ceiling, locked his eyes on Zheng Qing's position, glided down, clenched his right palm, and punched out with force. The fist fell, and the wind roared. The audience facing this side of the fighting platform felt a gust of fist wind blowing in their faces, and their breathing became hasty. The room was quiet, and everyone looked at Zhu Hai, whose punch missed, and his eyes searched for Zheng Qing's figure on the stage. Bang! A sound of applause. Zheng Qing dodged Zhu Hai's attack and appeared beside him. He threw a punch, trying to seize this opportunity, but Zhu Hai reacted quickly and caught it with his palm. Zhu Hai wrapped his palm around Zheng Qing's fist and smiled grimly. "You made a big mistake, fighting a power user in close combat." "That's not necessarily true." Zheng Qing raised his left palm and pointed it at Zhu Hai's eyes. In an instant, a fierce light burst out from the palm of Zheng Qing's left palm, emitting dazzling light that was enough to blind a person's eyes. "Ah!" Zhu Hai screamed, suddenly closed his eyes, let go of Zheng Qing's fist and stepped back. "You also made a mistake, that is, you were too close to the light user and stared too closely." Zheng Qing put away the light from his left palm, stepped quickly on the ground, rushed to Zhu Hai, and threw a solid punch. Bang! Zhu Hai's eyes were injured and he shed 2 tears, but his rich combat experience and combat instincts were still very strong. After noticing the abnormal flow rate of the wind in the air, he accurately followed his feeling and dodged to the side, while raising his arm to block Zheng Qing's fist. Even with his eyes closed, he quickly clenched his other palm and quickly hit out according to his combat instinct. Zheng Qing failed to hide him, so he pulled back and avoided Zhu Hai's counterattack. The audience outside the field was in an uproar. They didn't expect Zhu Hai to fall into disadvantage at the beginning of the battle. It overturned people's perception and made everyone pay more attention to the field, fearing that they would miss any details of the fight. Zhu Zi came to room 17 and happened to see Zheng Qing suppressing Zhu Hai. He was also shocked and stood near the entrance, watching the battle on the field. Light gun. Zheng Qing stretched out his index finger and aimed at Zhu Hai when he stepped back. A beam of light shot out, but Zheng Qing deliberately limited the power. The light gun shot into Zhu Hai's chest, leaving a round hole. Zhu Hai opened his eyes a little, tears wet his eyelashes, and his vision was hazy, as if there was a layer of fog. He sneered and looked for Zheng Qing with his weak vision. "Is this your strength? Too weak." If Zheng Qing hadn't been worried about the money and worried about working for Xuanwu Academy for nothing, he wouldn't have been so cautious. After the first light gun failed, he increased his strength and released the second one. "Come again? It's useless." Zhu Hai noticed a beam of light flashing, and raised his fist to smash the light gun that was shot at him. "This is the difference between you and me." As soon as the voice fell, Zhu Hai's eyes suddenly widened, revealing bloodshot around his eyes. His expression was solemn and ferocious. He stared at Zheng Qing, stepped out, and the ground rubbed slightly, making a dangerous squeak. His legs were slightly bent, The center of gravity sank, and after accumulating strength, he shot out violently. The dust flew behind his feet, and 2 shallow shoe prints were left on the spot. From the time Zhu Hai's voice fell to the time he launched the attack, it took only 3 breaths. Come on. Zheng Qing raised his lips, and then he showed you the full strength release of the light gun. As Zhu Hai approached him rapidly, his evasive movements might become smaller and smaller, which means that the probability of Zheng Qing's light gun hitting him 100% was getting higher and higher. Since you dislike weak power, let me show you a real light gun. Light gun. Zheng Qing's voice sounded again in the number 17 competition room. This time, no one paid much attention. After the previous 2 failures, everyone re-evaluated Zheng Qing's strength and thought that he was just lucky enough to take advantage of Zhu Hai's flaws, and his own strength was not that strong. Some people saw Zheng Qing using the same trick again, and couldn't help but scold, stupid. Zhu Zi's face was also slightly gloomy, thinking that Zheng Qing's actions were inappropriate. He used the light gun forcibly when it was ineffective. It was incomprehensible, stupid and inflexible. But in an instant, when a beam of extremely strong light bloomed at Zheng Qing's fingertips, all the audience, including Zhu Hai himself, were dumbfounded. Zheng Qing's finger was no longer a light gun, but a light cannon. The light gun that was originally as thick as a thin finger turned into a light cannon as thick as a bucket. He was holding back his strength before, and almost everyone realized it. Boom! The light column as thick as a bucket shot at Zhu Hai, engulfing his figure. Zhu Hai shouted unwillingly, trying to resist this huge force, but still failed, and was pushed out, and soon approached the edge of the fighting platform. Seeing that he was about to fall off the fighting platform and be judged as losing, Zhu Hai roared, "Ba Wang Mie!" Bang! With a loud bang, the impact wave swept across the 4 directions. This was still under Zhu Hai's intentional control. After all, if the competition martial arts hall was demolished, he would be in trouble. The light column shattered and turned into powder in an instant. Zhu Hai stood at the edge of the fighting platform, panting slightly, and stared at Zheng Qing with bloodshot eyes. He almost capsized in the gutter. Seeing Zhu Hai resisting, Zheng Qing took a step forward and stepped heavily on the ground. He watched Zhu Hai rush forward. When he was 2 meters away from Zhu Hai, he stepped on the ground and jumped up. He flew towards Zhu Hai, bent his left leg, and used the knee to hit Zhu Hai's face. Bang! Zhu Hai's legs were like stakes, and he was stuck in the ground without moving. His arms were crossed and covered his face, and he withstood Zheng Qing's attack. Tingbosha! Zhu Hai spoke in a low voice with murderous intent, and the hidden anger leaked out with a sound. He suddenly opened his arms, pushed Zheng Qing back, and then took a big step forward and slapped Zheng Qing with a palm. The palm changed very obviously, completely fading from the normal skin color, becoming as black as ink, and shining with luster, like black gold. Bang! Zheng Qing faced his palm with him, and a huge force came from the other side of the palm, like a tidal wave, and the power became more and more fierce. Zheng Qing thought to himself that it would be strange if he, as a light power user, could fight against a power user without losing, so he should pretend to be defeated to dispel the suspicion of outsiders. After thinking, Zheng Qing groaned, used the yin-yang key to turn his face slightly pale, and shot straight backwards, tapping the ground with his feet to release the power, until he was close to the edge of the fighting platform and barely stood still without falling. The audience watched without daring to breathe. The battle was fierce, the situation changed too quickly, and Zhu Hai fought back the disadvantage. In the dean's office, Mu Husheng watched the live broadcast and said, "Your student is quite interesting." Zhang Liangshao said, "He has the ability of light, excellent speed, and powerful light cannon attacks. He has a good foundation and has basically understood the characteristic of the speed of light." Mu Husheng said, "Then can he beat Zhu Hai?" Zhang Liangshao said, "Zhu Hai is a power type. He is resistant to attacks, can fight, and has strong endurance. Unless a powerful force far exceeding his strength suddenly crushes him, then if the competition continues, Zhu Hai may win 90% of the time." Mu Husheng smiled and said, "Are you so pessimistic about your students?" Zhang Liangshao said calmly, "I made this judgment based on the ability characteristics of both parties. We can see how it actually works out. Do you have any more trump cards? If not, it's my turn next." Zhu Hai stared at Zheng Qing at the other end with a fierce look, showing an arrogant grin, as if he was sure of victory. "You can try." Zheng Qing did not answer clearly, but walked forward cautiously and left the edge of the fighting platform. "Let's try." Zhu Hai squatted slightly, stepped on the ground and jumped out, punching Zheng Qing. Let's see how my punch works. Zheng Qing dodged nimbly, stepped on the ground with one foot, and kicked Zhu Hai's back with the other foot. With a bang. Zhu Hai stood still, resisted, tilted his head slightly, and looked at Zheng Qing with a sneer. This is your counterattack. The force is too weak. Whoosh! The wind roared. Zhu Hai moved his body quickly, and his elbow hit Zheng Qing's kicking leg horizontally, making a hissing sound. Chapter 74, Fierce Fight at the Martial Arts Hall. Zheng Qing quickly put down his legs, using the characteristics of light to conceal his speed, rushed forward at a short distance, grabbed Zhu Hai's wrist with one hand, and stopped his elbow. But Zhu Hai's reaction speed was very fast, and he immediately swung another punch. Zheng Qing immediately blocked the fist with one palm, and his body moved sideways under this punch, retreating half a meter. If Zheng Qing was not strong, this punch alone would have broken his hand bones. Zhu Hai's strength can be seen. The confrontation between the two sides paused briefly. This time was only a breath. Zhu Hai looked at Zheng Qing, roared, and stepped forward, but this time he did not punch, but kicked Zheng Qing in the chest. Zheng Qing certainly did not take it hard, and stepped back, not grazing his front. Seeing this, Zhu Hai's kicking foot landed quickly, took a big step forward, and punched Zheng Qing with a roar, punching very quickly, alternating between his left and right arms, and the shadows of his fists were like machine guns, overlapping. Zheng Qing retreated all the way, dodging Zhu Hai's fists. What, are you scared? Seeing that his fists could not reach Zheng Qing, Zhu Hai shouted sarcastically, trying to provoke Zheng Qing to attack. Suddenly, Zhu Hai's eyes blurred, and Zheng Qing's figure disappeared from his sight. As you wish. Along with Zheng Qing's voice came a sharp palm knife, which chopped Zhu Hai's neck horizontally. An ordinary person's cervical vertebra would be broken without any surprise after encountering this blow, but this time Zheng Qing deliberately suppressed his strength, fearing that he would really kill Zhu Hai, and Zhu Hai himself was very resistant to beatings because of his strength and supernatural powers. Amid the exclamations from the audience, Zhu Hai tilted his head to the side, and his eyes became indifferent and cold. Is that it? He glanced at Zheng Qing sideways, with the cold light in his eyes, and stretched out his hand as fast as lightning to grab Zheng Qing's school uniform. Zheng Qing took a step back, and Zhu Hai followed. His palm quickly approached Zheng Qing's school uniform and grabbed it tightly. Bawang Mie! Zhu Hai roared, and his other hand turned into a fist and punched. The fist was as usual, but it contained unparalleled power, enough to tear through the rocks and steel plates, and penetrate the tank armor. Hiss! A sound of cloth tearing was heard. Zheng Qing retreated, and his school uniform was torn by Zhu Hai, and he narrowly avoided the attack. But Zheng Qing dodged, and the punch did not end, but turned into an air cannon and blasted into the audience area. Seeing that the situation was not good, the few spectators who were facing the air cannon quickly attacked collectively to resolve the attack. Zhu Hai's attack missed, and he angrily dropped the torn cloth in his hand, with a fierce look on his face, staring at Zheng Qing gloomily. You are really unparalleled in escaping. He ridiculed Zheng Qing using his code name. Zheng Qing didn't care at all and smiled lightly. Thank you for the compliment. Zhu Hai said in a deep voice, Washuang, do you dare to confront me head-on? You are running away like a mouse. Will you do the same on the battlefield in the future? Don't forget the responsibilities we shoulder. We are trained here to fight against a Bronze Front that invaded East Asia. Just running away can't stop the expansion of the Bronze Front in East Asia and in China. Zheng Qing was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Hai to provoke him so much. It seems that this man is also wicked and is on par with himself. Under the watchful eyes of the public, how could Zheng Qing, a good boy of his generation, be shameless? After all, Zheng Qing is now a person with his own status and can't be the same as before. He felt that since he was welcomed by Zhuangwu Academy with high standards, he should show the corresponding demeanor. At least the first impression left in the academy should not be too bad, otherwise it will affect his reputation. Since you ask so, I will do as you wish. Zheng Qing clenched his fists and tried to develop the second supernatural skill that he had long imagined in his mind on the spot, block the sun. Zhu Hai waited solemnly, guarding against Zheng Qing's ability. The dazzling light in Zheng Qing's fists leaked out from the gaps between his fists, and soon wrapped and swallowed Zheng Qing's fists, like two small suns. The scattered light spread like a sea of light, gradually engulfing Zheng Qing's whole body. Endless light shone into every corner of room 17, and every shadow was expelled. The audience outside the venue complained bitterly, not daring to open their eyes to look at the fighting platform. The light hurt their eyes and they avoided the fierce light. The live broadcast in the dean's room was also a blazing white light, and other objects could not be seen at all. Zhu Hai's heart sank, and he raised his arms to block his eyes. His eyes stung and tears flowed again. In the sea of light, he could not see Zheng Qing's figure at all. What a weird trick, damn it! Ha! Zheng Qing put his fists together, fused the light balls that emitted strong and dazzling light into one, and threw it to the ceiling of the fighting platform, letting the light illuminate room 17. Every ray of light was so strong that people dared not look directly at it. The audience did not even dare to open their eyes, for fear of being blinded by the light. But even if they closed their eyes, they could feel the pain of the strong light piercing their eyelids, and had to raise their palms to cover their eyes. Some people wanted to escape from room 17, but they could not tell the direction at all. Only the spiritual power users could move freely in the sea of light and escape smoothly. Zhu Zi was near the door and escaped easily. When he got outside, he breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his eyes gently. He almost went blind. After catching his breath, Zhu Zi looked cautiously at the door of room 17. The blazing white sea of light swallowed everything inside the door and shot out strong light. He had no idea what was going on inside. Zheng Qing was bathed in the sea of light. The strong light had no effect on him. Zhu Hai's isolated and stubborn figure was so conspicuous in his eyes. Zhu Hai closed his eyes in this light and could only rely on his ears and senses to observe Zheng Qing's movements, becoming a living blind man. In this way, his idea of a draw could be realized. Zheng Qing ran towards Zhu Hai and launched an attack. Zhu Hai's reaction speed was not slow, but Zheng Qing was faster. His punches and kicks were like the wind, pouring down on Zhu Hai like a rainstorm, making him unable to resist. But the strong man of the power system was resistant to beatings after all. Even after being attacked by Zheng Qing hundreds of times, he did not say a word. Of course, there was an influence from Zheng Qing's concerns, which suppressed the output of power. However, ants bite elephants to death. After being beaten by Zheng Qing for hundreds of times in a row, Zhu Hai's physical defense tended to gradually decrease. This made Zhu Hai angry. He was too aggrieved. If he continued like this, he would definitely lose. Ba Wang Mie. Zhu Hai roared and slammed his palms to the ground. Since we can't find Zheng Qing's position, we'll use range attacks. Boom. The fighting platform vibrated, room 17 was also vibrating, and the martial arts competition hall was shaking. What happened? What happened? What's the situation now? Who can tell me? The audience screamed in panic. Their eyes could not see anything, and they could feel the fluctuations of the battle. The fear of the unknown was infinitely magnified, causing them panic. The impact wave swept across room 17, and it continued to dissipate from Zhu Hai's palm. Zheng Qing's clothes fluttered and rustled. This move of Overlord's destroying void power was greater than his strength. What was Zhu Hai thinking? Found it. Zhu Hai's expression was shocked, and he found Zheng Qing's position by relying on the different weak reactions of the impact wave hitting Zheng Qing. Bullfighting charge. Zhu Hai roared, bounced up and shot out on the spot, and slammed into Zheng Qing head first, like a cannonball. Zheng Qing didn't expect Zhu Hai to be able to find his position, but with the advantage of vision and speed, Zhu Hai's full-strength bullfight could not hit Zheng Qing at all, and he dodged it lightly. Tingbosha. But what Zheng Qing never expected was that Zhu Hai's fighting consciousness was so strong that when he was about to rush past Zheng Qing, he kicked Zheng Qing's arm with a blackened kick, flashing a black-gold luster. This really caught Zheng Qing off guard. Then Zhu Hai's left palm also turned black, and a gas cannon was fired, hitting Zheng Qing's chest. Then, after shooting 3 or 4 meters, his body fell to the ground and stopped, listening to Zheng Qing's movements. Zheng Qing, who had suffered a loss, sighed softly. This did not cause any substantial damage to his body, but he felt ashamed for his negligence in backward fighting consciousness. Is this your counterattack? Zheng Qing looked at Zhu Hai and asked. Why, are you scared? Zhu Hai sneered and ridiculed. Zheng Qing snorted and said, you are very confident in yourself. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your attack has no effect on me. There is no benefit in continuing this battle. How about we end it in a draw? Zhu Hai said disdainfully, wishful thinking. Are you unable to hold on and want to trick me into a draw? Forget about this trick, it won't work in front of me. Zhu Hai, can win while standing and lose while lying down, but there is no possibility of a draw with others while standing. Zheng Qing said, "It seems that you will not give up until you reach the Yellow River. Do you have to let me defeat you?" Zhu Hai sneered and said, "You can give it a try." Zheng Qing was in no hurry to take action, and said, "In your opinion, do you have any chance of reversing the situation in this situation?" Zhu Hai said, "Your sun-blocking technique cannot be activated for a long time. Such a strong light consumes a lot of supernatural powers. When that happens, it will be the moment of your failure and sadness." Zheng Qing smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. This strong light can last as long as I want. My strength is enough to support such a room." Zhu Hai didn't believe it and said, "Then what are you still hesitating about? Go ahead. Since you are sure you can win, why bother saying all this?" Zheng Qing sighed, "I wanted to save some face for you, but since you don't appreciate it, please step down." "Okay, come on." Before Zhu Hai finished speaking, he was hit hard in the face. Zheng Qing's fist fell hard and knocked Zhu Hai down with one punch. How is it possible? Zhu Hai's heart was shocked. He could actually hurt himself. With a bang, Zheng Qing's knee fell from the sky and hit Zhu Hai's lower abdomen. His eyes were cold and emotionless. "Ah!" Zhu Hai opened his mouth and groaned in his throat. His face turned pale and his eyes opened uncontrollably. The strong light went straight into his eyes. Zhu Hai suddenly closed his eyes again and tears overflowed from the corners of his eyes. This junior is so cruel. Zheng Qing did not give Zhu Hai a chance to counterattack. After a successful attack, he quickly withdrew, like a calm hunter, staring at his prey and launching a fierce attack while also guarding against a prey's violent counterattack before death. Light gun. Zheng Qing's voice reached Zhu Hai's ears. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and wanted to escape, but the light gun came faster than he thought. Zhu Hai screamed, and was hit by the light gun on the waist. He immediately moved sideways along the ground, fell to the edge of the fighting platform, and then fell. In extreme danger, Zhu Hai pressed the edge of the fighting platform with one hand, and pulled his body to prevent himself from falling. Chapter 75, A Reversal. Zheng Qing saw the fingers that were holding on to the edge, and thought to himself that this man was really tenacious. He still refused to admit defeat even after all this, and insisted on fighting with him. This persistence was really annoying. Zheng Qing suppressed the urge in his heart to smash the edge of the fighting platform and send Zhu Hai off the field. "I have to pay money, I have to pay money," he silently reminded himself that poverty makes me calm and having no money makes me kind. "You still don't admit defeat after all this, do you still want to fight with me?" Zheng Qing slowly walked in front of Zhu Hai and said, "Since you haven't lost, of course you have to fight. You didn't knock me off the stage, nor did you beat me to beg for mercy. Why should I admit defeat?" Zhu Hai said unruly and arrogantly. "Do you still have a way to turn the tables now?" Zheng Qing stared at Zhu Hai and asked, "Do you want to see it?" Zhu Hai suddenly smiled, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He pressed 4 fingers on the edge of the fighting platform, and suddenly used the force to bounce his body up, flying into the air, close to the ceiling. Ba Wang Mie. He stood in the air and struck horizontally in all directions. The impact wave swept across the ceiling and hit the light ball, emitting strong light, causing the light in room 17 to fluctuate. "Found it." Zhu Hai's face was surprised and happy. Zheng Qing did not stop him. He sighed lightly and was surprised that Zhu Hai could find such a cracking method. His fighting will was really incredible. Such a person is a headache as an enemy, but as a teammate, he is absolutely reassuring. This kind of tenacious spirit of not giving up can easily let people know that this person is reliable and trustworthy comrade in arms. Ba Wang Mie. Zhu Hai rushed to the light ball and extinguished it with a palm. The strong light covering room 17 disappeared instantly and returned to normal. Zhu Hai opened his eyes slightly and smiled happily. "Now let's see what other tricks you have." But his joy seemed premature. Zheng Qing attacked immediately after he extinguished the light ball. He did not stop Zhu Hai from destroying the sunshade, but he did not think of not attacking Zhu Hai when he was happy after breaking the sunshade. A kick. Zheng Qing jumped behind Zhu Hai and kicked him to the ground. With a bang, Zhu Hai fell on the fighting platform, turned over and looked up into the air. Zheng Qing seized the opportunity and threw a punch at Zhu Hai's chest. Bang! Zhu Hai hurriedly put his palms together and raised them up to catch the punch. When the audience found that the strong light disappeared, they opened their eyes and saw this scene. Zheng Qing suppressed Zhu Hai, who is the most powerful, like a god from heaven. In the dean's office, Mu Husheng was also surprised to see the restored picture. Zhang Liangshao said, Zhu Hai's fighting spirit is worthy of being the best in the academy. Mu Husheng said, now it is your student who has the upper hand, why do you praise Zhu Hai? Zhang Liangshao said, because Wushuang did not end the battle when he had the upper hand, which was a mistake of underestimating the enemy. Just this one thing, even if you wins today, it is meaningless. Mu Husheng sighed, you are too strict. Zhang Liangshao said, the enemy will be stricter than me. Zhu Zi saw that the light from the door had disappeared, and guessed that the situation inside had changed, so he hurried in and looked at the fighting platform. Zhu Hai pulled his arms back slightly, like a spring, giving a short space for force, and then shouted, raised his palms suddenly, and all his strength was like a cannonball bursting along the palms, knocking Zheng Qing, who was pressing down, away. Zheng Qing drew an arc in the air and landed lightly. As soon as he stood still, Zhu Hai jumped up, shot over in one step, and his fist hit Zheng Qing's forehead. But Zhu Hai was still a little slower and less agile than Zheng Qing, so he dodged and was kicked in the back by Zheng Qing. Zhu Hai's body shook and his teeth chattered. Damn it! He retracted his fist, moved back, and wanted to face Zheng Qing head-on. But Zheng Qing had already retracted his legs and jumped backwards, widening the distance between the two. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zheng Qing couldn't show that he had suppressed Zhu Hai, a strong man of the power system. Bullfighting charge! Zhu Hai roared in a deep voice, pressed his feet on the ground, and jumped towards Zheng Qing with a power. He tried to use this move to get close to Zheng Qing. It's useless. Zheng Qing dodged to the side before Zhu Hai arrived. The path of the bullfighting charge was straight and there was no way to change direction. As long as Zheng Qing dodged out of Zhu Hai's attack range, he would not be able to knock Zheng Qing down. In this way, Zheng Qing's goal of forcing a draw would be achieved. Damn it! Zhu Hai rushed past Zheng Qing, and quickly landed on the ground, stopping his momentum. He turned back and stared at Zheng Qing, saying, what else can you do besides hiding? Don't you dare to fight me head-on like a man. Zheng Qing said, since you think so, then be prepared to be beaten. Zhu Hai sneered and said, I couldn't ask for more. Suddenly, Zhu Hai's eyes widened, and he looked at Zheng Qing who disappeared on the spot on disbelief. What a fast speed. He hurriedly searched for Zheng Qing's figure on the fighting platform. Here. Zheng Qing's voice sounded in front of Zhu Hai, and his figure suddenly appeared, lying on the ground on his side, pressing the ground with one hand for support, and kicking Zhu Hai's left calf hard with both legs. A sharp pain from Zhu Hai's left leg went straight to his mind. Asshole. He couldn't help cursing in pain, and his left leg almost knelt down. His body tilted to the left and he was about to lose his balance. However, Zhu Hai reacted very quickly and counterattacked. He stood firmly with his left leg and swept his right leg towards Zheng Qing. How could he escape from such a close distance? But Zheng Qing really dodged it. Behind. Zheng Qing roared behind Zhu Hai and swung his fist down, hitting the back of Zhu Hai's head. Zhu Hai staggered forward, dizzy and confused. Come again. Before Zhu Hai could react to the blow, Zheng Qing approached Zhu Hai from behind and swept his leg to the ground, knocking Zhu Hai down completely. The whole audience was in an uproar. The audience on the benches stood up excitedly and looked at Zhu Hai in disbelief as he fell to the ground under Zheng Qing's continuous attacks. Such a fast speed, even a speedmaster may not be able to catch up. Zhu Zi murmured in surprise, is this the characteristic of light power? Light speed. Such a terrifying ability, even someone with a strong fighting talent like Zhu Hai can't do anything about it. Damn it. Zhu Hai supported himself on the ground with his palms, trying to stand up. His expression was extremely angry, and the bloodshot in his eyes became more and more. You have no hope of winning. Zheng Qing reminded again. I said that there is no such word as standing and making peace in my life. You either knock me down or knock me out. Zhu Hai stood up. Then, goodbye. Zheng Qing completely gave up the idea of a draw and launched an attack decisively. Since the opponent was so determined, he would fulfill his wish. Zheng Qing rushed to Zhu Hai from behind with a punch. Don't even think about it. Zhu Hai turned around fiercely and swung his arm to slash like a blade, but it was empty. Behind. Zhu Hai's expression changed, and he turned around quickly, but he still couldn't see Zheng Qing. Bang! At this time, Zheng Qing appeared with a palm and landed on Zhu Hai's back. Such strength still can't defeat me. Zhu Hai's whole body trembled slightly, turned his head to lock onto Zheng Qing's figure, raised his leg and kicked back. Zheng Qing dodged backwards and said, "Water drops can wear away a stone, and an iron pestle can become a needle. How long can you hold on against me? Even if you have a body of steel, I can still break it one by one, but what can you do? You have strength but no room to use it. Then it depends on who of us can hold on. Whoever can hold on until the other party can't hold on will win." Zhu Hai stared at Zheng Qing with an extremely alert look and said without showing any weakness, "Even so, you can't beat me." Zheng Qing thought to himself, took a step, continued to attack, and his figure disappeared from Zhu Hai's sight. He couldn't rely on his eyes, his speed was too fast. Zhu Hai reminded himself that if he relied on his eyes again, he would continue to fall into disadvantages and could not change. If he wanted to reverse it, he could only listen to the sound, listen to the wind, and feel the airflow. There must be wind when moving at high speed, and there must be airflow when there is wind. Where there is airflow, he is there. Zhu Hai closed his eyes and began to learn to feel the wind and experience the flow of airflow. Zheng Qing's attacks continued to fall on Zhu Hai. Zhu Hai had no reaction. He dispersed all his strength in his body and tried his best to defend against Zheng Qing's violent, storm-like attack. He was like a reef in the waves, and he would not be shaken by the wind and the beating. What's going on? Why did Zhu Hai close his eyes and not move? Is he going to admit defeat? But Washuang's attack didn't seem to work on Zhu Hai. Could it be that Zhu Hai wanted to use this method to tire Washuang so that he could fight back when Washuang was slack? The endurance and resistance of the power-type superpowers are indeed stronger than other superpowers. There was a lot of discussion off the field. Zhu Zi saw the one-sided battle on the fighting platform and thought to himself that this was definitely not Zhu Hai's style. He must be thinking about a solution. Or was Zhu Hai comprehending his skills in the battle? Zhu Zi was shocked. If so, then Zhu Hai was too terrible. His talent was so strong. It seems that Zhu Hai has thought of a strategy to deal with it, Mu Husheng said, picking up the teacup on the desk and taking a sip of tea. It depends on whether Zhu Hai can hold on until then, and whether Washuang can see through Zhu Hai's thoughts in advance. Zhang Liangzhao analyzed the battle situation and said, "Can Washuang?" Mu Husheng asked. "I don't know," Zhang Liangzhao replied. Bang! The battle in room 17 intensified. Everyone looked at Zhu Hai, who had no power to fight back under Zheng Qing's beating. Although they felt that this man was domineering and annoying, they couldn't help but feel pity for him. Now Zhu Hai's body was covered with Zheng Qing's fist and footprints. He was hit by Zheng Qing in the air and was about to fall to the ground in embarrassment. He was about to receive another heavy blow. This is the feeling. Zhu Hai in the air moved his heart and welcomed the familiar feeling of airflow. He opened his eyes, shot out a fierce light, stretched out his claws, grabbed Zheng Qing who was attacking from below, and quickly swung another punch down, hitting Zheng Qing's chest. With a bang, Zheng Qing flew backwards and fell to the ground. The battle situation was reversed amazingly. Now it's my time. Zhu Hai stared at Zheng Qing on the ground and stomped down hard from the air. The audience was in an uproar again. They didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. It was overwhelming. Light gun. Zheng Qing smiled at Zhu Hai who was falling, stretched out his index finger, and released the long accumulated power completely. A beam of light that surpassed the light cannon shot out, as thick as a water tank, completely engulfing Zhu Hai who was rushing down. Zhu Hai screamed continuously. He didn't expect Zheng Qing to be so thoughtful and wait for him here. The feeling of victory was immediately shattered. When the beam of light disappeared, the audience held their breath at the same time, fearing that they would miss the next details. The twists and turns of the battle had made them dare not relax at all. Bang! Zheng Qing on the ground jumped up and kicked Zhu Hai, who had not yet recovered his breath, diagonally in the air and fell into the audience outside the stadium. In an instant, the victory or defeat was determined. The spectators who were dodging in panic beside Zhu Hai were still in shock. They did not expect the battle to end like this. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.